listening.
Here we go again.
Just look at me right in the eyes and just tell me, no bullshit.
You want to change the world.
Really nice video, right? Welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference 2022. My name is Rainer Berak, operating partner at Project A. We call ourselves the operational VC, and that's something very dear to us. For us, building startups, supporting startups goes way beyond giving them money. It goes all the way to supporting them. And essential to that is also to build a platform where they learn from each other. And because of this, we organized this event for many years already now, and I'm thrilled to see this as the biggest crowd that we have ever put together for inspiring each other and sharing knowledge today here. We have something like 2,000 people signed up. We planned for 1,000, so let's see how that works out. We hope the capacities here will be okay, but we trust that it will just all work out. Thanks to everybody who organized that, and thanks to all the partners that you also see here and who very much helped us to put this together. The motto this year is Beyond the Obvious. And isn't that a wonderful motto? Is it? Yeah? Okay. I must admit, I personally, when we decided for a motto, I was very much against that. If I'm honest, for me, it ranks extremely high on the bullshit radar. I mean, beyond the obvious. Seriously, here is some not so beyond the obvious, but some obvious. You want to get smart, you read books. You want to be healthy, you eat healthy food and you work out. You want to get rich, you get your hands dirty and you work. But oh no, we don't like that, right? I mean, this is obvious, but that is so hard work, ordinary, not very inspiring, probably gets the job done. What we want is we want to go beyond the obvious because that just feels so much nicer. Maybe there's a hack, maybe there's a fast way, maybe there is a way to achieve all that without actually doing all the hard stuff. The books that we typically read in our industry, How Can You Join the New Rich? With working 4 hours per week. That's what we like, right? Or How Can We Lose Weight Very Fast? Let's not diet and let's not exercise. That just sells well. Are there any parents here? Can you give a hands up if you're a parent? I'm a parent. So imagine you are now in your magazine store and you see 2 magazines, both targeted at US parents. And one of them is telling you how to achieve the best for your child. It will be very hard work, but it will be worth it. And just next to it is one that tells you how to achieve the best for your child without giving up on your personal pleasures. And again, please give me a sign. Will the left one rather tell you what to do so that your child is developing really well? Yeah. Who of you would actually buy the right one? Of course we would. Just feels well. But I'm sorry, it's still bullshit. Here's some obvious. If you want to build a startup, a successful startup, you have to find product market fit. If you can, you have to scale. You have to define your brand. You have to know how your model is defensible. You have to mind your technical debt. You should treat data as something that is not optional. You should hire people only if you really need them, and if you need them, you should hire them fast. You should raise money before you actually need it. You should know your funnel. You should work your funnel. You should make sure that your marketing is efficient and that you can measure it and that you know which channels and which campaigns really work. You need to enable your team to perform. You need to deal with the crisis, and you need to get default alive. And all of this is obvious. It's not beyond the obvious. That's obvious. And even though all of this is obvious and everybody knows it, not even half of it is usually done right. And that is the reason for that is just really hard work. There is very often, or in most cases, probably always, there isn't like a fast track, some hack, something that makes it very easy for you. So beyond the obvious, I mean, last year our motto was obligation to descend. This is a value that we very much believe in. So yeah, we decided as a team, and the others, the majority was just supporting this motto, but I thought I will take the freedom of giving you, for the opening of this day today, my view on it. I hope you forgive me for that. A question, of course, anyhow, is why do we still go for such a motto? And the truth is, it works. We are all here, right? I mean, you tell people, let's go beyond the obvious, and we're all thinking, that's it. I will get very inspired. So sorry for that. I'm very happy you're all here. I hope you will still enjoy the day. And now that you're here, let's look at what we have in store for you today. And these are just the very first sessions that we will do today. Let's start with Cinema 7. We will start there at 10 o'clock with a talk by Dr. Andreas Spengel from Mastercard, who is helping us to understand how digital banking is actually helping inclusion. We will hear a talk from Klaus Harisch from Hyundai about the way work works in our times and how you can build an operating system for that. We are thrilled to have Martin Eriksson giving us a very good product talk about how to translate from strategy into actual operational doing and product. And before that, our own CPO, Tama, and I know that he is more than thrilled to actually make the bridge and to introduce Martin Eriksson right afterwards. Before that, Antonia Welsholz with a very important topic and a very good talk about how we can and should support having more female founders. In Cinema 5, we will start with somebody who is actually very knowledgeable about cloud service providers and where the pitfalls and traps are in this. And then we have a talent acquisition / HR talk about all the updates on how workplaces work in 2022. In Cinema 4, Dr. Theo Pham about the building blocks and how you can actually best support and which versions of it are actually successful when it comes to the metaverse, followed by a live recording of the podcast Unicorn Bakery with Fabian Tausch and Dr. Markus Wibben from CrossEngage. And here on this stage, which is the largest room that we have here today, right after me, I'm very happy to welcome Uwe Horstmann with his already by now traditional talk about the ugly truth about venture capital, something that we started to do every year. It's a very honest talk about what's going on in our industry, followed by a panel that is organized by Gründerszene about how to raise money in these difficult times. And then Christian Hecker himself, together with Florian Heinemann, Christian Hecker, the founder of Trade Republic, the, how do you call it, Quintacorn, and talking a little bit about how to achieve such a success. So I hope you will enjoy all these sessions. Welcome to this event. Pardon my introduction and my rant about the motto. And I hope you will enjoy the day a lot. And I hope to talk to as many of you as possible during the day. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Project A Knowledge Conference. First up, we have a great talk from Dr. Andreas Spengel, who's dialing in remotely today and is joining us from MasterCard. And the subject of the talk is why we need to foster financial inclusion through digital banking. So hope you enjoy this, and over to Andreas.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be in the position today to join you in person, and already apologies for my voice, which might be breaking. But I definitely wanted to make this here and did not want to miss out, actually, also on the opportunity to discuss this important topic of financial inclusion. The topic of financial inclusion is a super large one if you think about from a global perspective, and therefore I thought it's also the best to give you also an overview on first a quick overview on what MasterCard's approach to financial inclusion is on a global level. Then I will also highlight some key trends around how digital banking payment changed in the playing field for the financial inclusion. And then last but not least, I will give you some very practical examples on how we and also our business partners are driving financial inclusion on a daily basis, also here in Europe. So first of all, we MasterCard as a company, we have a long track record of driving financial inclusion across the globe. We already started out in 2015, where we made a commitment to bring 500 million financially excluded individuals into the digital economy. So that is about 7 years ago. In 2020, we had achieved that goal, and we did not settle for that, but we focused on extending our commitment to actually bring in total 1 billion individuals by the year 2025 into the digital economy. We are also committed to helping at the same time, because it's not only focused on individuals, but also on the businesses. And we're helping their 50 million micro and small merchants to connect to the digital economy, as well as reaching 25 million women entrepreneurs through our efforts. Across the globe, I think MasterCard's commitment to financial inclusion and inclusive growth has never been stronger, and it is even growing by the day. And so we are also now, for the next 5 years, we are committing and investing 500 million to drive this inclusive growth worldwide. On that note, we did originally have a very strong focus in Africa, especially was very much out pronounced there. And there was a host of initiatives, or is also a host of initiatives and services that aim to give millions an opportunity to thrive. One example, for example, is MasterCard's community commerce product, which digitizes low-value transactions for micro merchants. So you could ask the question, why is that important for these micro merchants? It's important for the micro merchants because we're enabling them to access credit from the microfinance institutions by creating a digital record of the transactions history, which then again enables them to gain access to the credit lines that they are needing to build their business. So how relevant is this in Europe or in a developed country, in developed countries that we see here in Central Europe? We think it's very, very relevant. Take the example of small businesses. Small businesses are key from our perspective to inclusive growth. Though many of them are struggling to adapt to this rapid digital transformation, particularly after the 2 years of the pandemic. And we have brought to life a Strive program, which is actually geared towards helping this community. Our Strive community is equipping these 5 million small businesses with innovative digital solutions to enable them to build resilience and then also grow after the pandemic. We're here in Central Europe. We're just in the process of launching our initiative, and you will see the respective activities over the coming weeks. The goal here is for us to actually empower more than 250,000 of micro and small enterprises. We want them to succeed in the digital economy, and we want to see them strive and build a part of our ecosystem. How are we doing that? We improve this financial resilience and business growth through increased digitization. So we're educating them, we're generating insights about micro and small merchants digitization for the entrepreneurial ecosystem on the one hand side, and also we want to influence better policy outcomes and programs for micro and small enterprises. So it's not only on the business side, but it's also on the governmental side that we're trying to build a better place for these institutions. We built also the capacity of NGOs and financial service providers, including banks, and we're trying to better serve these MSVs. And then also what is very important in that aspect is that we provide the much needed and also bespoke support for women, currently also for refugees, which is a very present topic over here in Europe, for example, for the refugees coming from Ukraine. So the question is, why is digital banking driving inclusion? That's the title. And I would say it's not a question. It is financial banking is driving financial inclusion. Digital banking is driving financial inclusion. And I do see 6 drivers in that field. So the first thing that we see is that there's new forms of identity are emerging. So new data points are created with digital identities, and that will help unlock the use of financial tools. Fintech providers are looking there at many ways to create the financial identity that does not only rely on traditional know your customer practices. And I think this is something that can unlock further financial tools with time. And this new type of digital footprint then through a simple data collection will make people and small business owners also more visible and give them also better access to the system. The second thing I think is digital will support the community solutions. Community-led management tools have been around for some time now, but they will continue to be used, and financial service providers will actually digitize and enhance the user experience and the security. So people continue to rely on the informal financial tools because they are easy to use and have peer-to-peer support and they're community-based. But also at the same time, the financial providers will focus on ways to support financial flows, will help to bring the communities together and also foster informal financial support. Third thing that we see, and the third driver that we see is actually it is not only about access, but it's also then about the usage. So financial service providers will be shifting, or are shifting, you can say, to developing new connections and tools, and these will actually offer then also more opportunities to use the digital money flows. So access to financial services, mobile phones is just not a key issue, but it is about better interoperability, have simple platforms, dynamic capabilities are required. Fourth, flexibility is a key to all we do there, or that the financial service providers bring. The entry point for the underbanked will be financial tools that actually offer flexibility and have an ease of use. What we will then see is also a network effect, which will come into play. So data insights driven by smartphone usage will deliver a new financial engagement model. So the fintechs who are already doing that will not need to rely on physical branches or physical interactions, but they're reimagining actually the customer experience, because everyone has financial instruments right there in their pocket. And then last but not least, I think the adoption requires also a next level collaboration. So that is something where we will see this, and this will be driven by better user experiences, messaging apps combined with algorithmic solutions, and then also the reintegration into the mega platforms. This will certainly create an entire new arrangement and also a new ecosystem or parts of the ecosystem, and that will be something that will help actually bring parts of the population into the system that have been excluded before. So from this, let's say, perspective, bigger perspective on what's happening in terms of financial inclusion, but then also in terms of what are the drivers and what are the things to expect in that segment, I want to give you some examples on actually how digital banking is driving financial inclusion. The first and foremost is really having the access to it, and you might say, I'm showing a picture here of physical cards. You might think, why is that important? Well, behind the physical cards, there's obviously a digital transaction. And in former times, it was hard for people with disabilities to actually understand whether it's a prepaid card, credit card, or a debit card. So we have now just recently launched also a new way of how we have launched MasterCard Touch Cards, which are, let's say, the new global standard, which then again enables individuals at a touch to understand what card they're holding in their hand. This is something which is very obvious. It is serving a specific need of a specific segment, but it is indeed a super important one. Secondly, when you come to digital banking and you look at the value propositions, you do see, and I've taken the poster child of fintech here for Central Europe and 26, where you can take any of the mobile banking apps. The first and foremost, what they are doing is they're very inclusive by providing different languages that you can choose from. So imagine that back in the days when you had to go to a bank and you were not a native speaker of the language that of the country that you were in, so German in Germany, or Polish in Poland, or French in France. That was quite a barrier for these people to actually get an account, get actually also financial advice. And that leads me to the second thing. The one thing is having the access and overcoming the language barriers, but then secondly, also giving financial education. I think this is something that now is what we see evolving in the second, third iteration of fintech. That the fintechs as such are very much concerned about how they actually interact with their clients and how they can provide education and financial savviness to their customers. So this is an example of N26 in Brazil, where they say, where they position themselves under the umbrella of FinCare. So it's a new way of for you to take care of your money. And it is something that is trying to help people who have not been exposed to financial services to better understand what they're doing. Third example that I brought with me is the True Name initiative that we as MasterCard have launched. Again, this is something very important because research found there that almost a third of the individuals who have shown IDs with a name or gender that did not match that representation reported negative experiences. And these experiences could be feeling being harassed, denied service, or being actually also attacked. And now that the introduction of our True Name feature will help to actually ease this pain for transgender and non-binary communities, and will enable them actually to show up as who they are in their daily lives. And I think this is also another, and coming back to the, let's say, also what we think is important also at MasterCard, we strive to cultivate this culture of inclusion, and that extends both internally but also externally. We're not only doing that by ourselves, but we're also encouraging the industry to help ensure that each and every person there has actually the financial the financial products that can reflect their true identity. So the True Name initiative was developed in that as a response for a need for credit prepaid cards that reflect these identities of many transgender, non-binary communities who feel misrepresented in their daily lives. And the good news about that is we have now, in the meantime, partnered up with 50 plus banks here across Europe who are now providing with that service. Also something, if you think back 5-10 years in the non-digital age, that is something that certainly did not exist. Another example that I brought with me is moving money around the globe. Now we're living in a society which becomes more and more global, and where we do not all live in one space. Having people, so we have parts of their families might be living in different countries, maybe sometimes just for a certain period of time, but sometimes also for longer periods. And if you think about the importance of migrant workers that we have here in the here in Europe, then this becomes very apparent that this is a very important thing, because you need to then, once you are a migrant worker over here in Europe, you want to send money back to your family. So one example of that is OneFour, who have created what they call a borderless family account. Again, it is technology on the one hand side, in your app, app-based, where you can move money around very quickly, very easily at the touch of your finger. And that is something, I think, what was, if you think about, without digital banking, almost near to impossible in former times. And if you went to a branch, a banking branch, it was even more expensive, more difficult to explain what you want to do, especially keeping in mind the language barriers, but then again, also the cost that is associated with this. So this here is a very cost efficient way of actually traveling the money around. Cost efficient, but also very fast. So if people are in need and you want to transfer money, this is at a blink of an eye. It is transferred within near real time. Another example that I brought with me is a very recent one that we just launched. And again, it is about inclusion of communities, which you might not be aware on a day-to-day basis. So we have developed with Hakisa together a unique product to serve the social welfare market. So in this market, or in this segment, young people or disadvantaged people, they are taken care and they are living in assisted living groups, and and in former times it was always quite an administrative burden, but also a question of trust amongst the group when cash was handled around. Now, what we have done now is we have introduced, together with the Caritas and with Hakisa, we have introduced group cards, debit commercial cards, where you can have basically a budget for the month or for the week. It will be transferred onto this card, and then the eligible people who are allowed to spend the money can actually go and can actually spend that, and it's purpose driven. And that is also something that we've seen in other cases, for example, where we are paying out social welfare benefits, that with our technology, we're able to actually direct the spend into the right categories. So in former times, when you think about cash, that could be spent anywhere. That could be spent on good purpose, but also at the same time on bad purpose. With this, we are actually in the position to actually direct that. Not we, but the decision maker would be always the Caritas or the owner of this that is running the community. But they would decide also for what purposes the money can be spent. And I think this is something that is very, very important, because it gives everyone the security and also the safety that the money that has been invested for these social welfare programs is also well spent. The good thing also on that, it is, as it is digitally driven, it will automatically produce a receipt, so you can digitize and itemize the receipts, which then again, if it is, as it is also integrated with the ERP files, you will see it will relieve these companies or these organizations of the administrative burden. I think that's a really great example how digitizing can actually improve the processes around paying, and at the same time also drive financial inclusion. The next thing that I wanted to highlight is also, if we're thinking about digitizing payments, it is also about when does your interaction with financial services occur. In former times, it was a very deliberate action. You went to a bank, you called the bank. Now, as you have your bank in the hand of your mobile, it's much easier to also transact, and also what is important to us, doing well by doing good. So research shows that people want to actually also do well by doing good. They're supporting charities, and a high number, 90% plus, actually say they would actually switch brands for ethical products. Yet one problem that is out there is people don't have the time for that. People think they don't have, and it's not about the money. It is more about the time that they need to spend. Again, we have developed also with our partners, we have developed something that what we call a donation platform. So it's a very easy way of actually providing help to the ones who are in need, by either having a rule-based algorithm in place. So every time I spend something above 10 euros, I will make a donation of X cents or euros, which then again will also drive your behavior, which will also will integrate your intent that you have to do well by doing good with your daily actions. And I think this is something, again, a very good example of how digitalization is actually driving financial inclusion on the one hand side for bringing people into the financial ecosystem, but then again also helping those who are in need. And then also a very recent example, it is again something which was unthinkable, I would say, 12 months back. But as we are now in exceptional times here in Europe, and we all thought that the war in Europe is over after the fall of the wall. Unfortunately, we all know, and we are all seeing, and we're impacted by the tragedy that's happening over in the Ukraine, and even more, the people in Ukraine are suffering, and there is, in the meantime, now millions of people who are refugees. So, for example, latest figure, there's around about 2.1 million refugees in Poland, but also over here in Germany, there's roughly 1.3 million refugees. And these people they needed in the first place, when they first came over, they needed a first and a very quick help on quick assistance. And again, what we did, we teamed up with Caritas and also with governmental bodies to actually bring payments and ability for these refugees to actually pay and get what they needed in the first days. And I think this is something which was a very efficient way also to bring money from point A to the people who were in need. We have extended that now in the meantime, so it is actually the cards, the refugee cards, as we call them, which we bring out in collaboration with the Caritas, are now not only used for one-off payments in order to give relief in the first days, but also now over the extended period of time, so that these can be over and over reused. With this, I wanted to. I will be closing, and I think it has become very clear. I hope so. Why I think that is not a question why digital banking is driving financial inclusion, but it's rather to be said with an exclamation mark. Financial inclusion is driven by digital banking. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Andreas, for that. That was really much appreciated. I think we have a couple of videos now before our next talk.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La la la, ooh.
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most: 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless.
Hi everyone, thank you everyone who just joined us. We now have an awesome masterclass from one of the Project A portfolio founders. So Klaus Harish, who's the founder and CEO of Hyundai, is going to be doing a presentation on a work-at-home operating system, changing lives and industries. So please give it up for Klaus.
Thank you.
Yo, please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. And quite exciting to be here. And in my early days of entrepreneurship, and I will come later on to my life, I was always the youngest on being on conferences and so on. It's now 25 years ago, and now it feels a little bit strange to be more or less one of the oldest. But anyhow, I hope I can tell you some exciting insights. And I will start on a very high flight level about the strategic perspective as working life and life as such is changing, as how we are seeing it. And a funny story ahead, because when I got the title of the conference, Beyond the Obvious, I read it, and in the evening I came back, I sit with my wife and said, it's a strange title. And honestly, I did not know that the speaker this morning from Project A is going to address this, because I said, it's not fitting, because there are founders, and founders are always doing the obvious. And beyond the obvious, I don't know whether this makes a lot of sense. And he said, oh, this might be part of your Asperger syndrome. And I said, okay. You should know she's a dentist, and she's sometimes joking. But anyhow, I thought it is interesting that Project A also had some struggles, which finally now makes me more relaxed that I'm not fighting against Asperger, but just also saw it at the very beginning as it's a little bit shaky, but it works. It works. So I'm going to speak today about a work-at-home operating system and how it changes lives and industries. And it's really interesting, if you look back in history, that these changes were always happening. As long as the world of work was there, it was changing, since humans were on the earth practically. And you see here some examples. I think it's worth to mention that this picture here shows you the Uffizien in Florence, which were one of the first real offices for representations and so on in the 16th century. And nowadays it's a very beautiful museum. So this has always been changed and started with kind of industrial revolution, we say nowadays. And one of the first ones, there were others before, but defined industrial revolutions were steam power. And all those industrial revolutions were driven by technological changes, in this case, the steam power. And after that, we saw electricity and assembly lines giving another push in productivity. Getting to Industry 3.0, most of you now will know about computers, PCs, which were driving, again, how we work and where we work and so on. And now we are in Industry 4.0. And what did change? We interconnected all the computers, the PCs. This is how we live today. But I think, or we at Hyundai think, and we are experiencing this every day, that there is something else going on, and this is the Industry 5.0. And here on another level, something is changing, because up till now, technology has driven the changes in work. But for the first time, the desire of the people, the desire of the humans are driving the change. So it has really shifted, because not anymore technology is pushing, but people are desiring another kind of work, another kind of style, how they work, where they work, and so on. This is a big, big difference all industrial revolutions were driven by technology in the past, influencing our daily life of work. And now, for the first time, the human desire is changing this. And this basically is why a work-at-home operating system is a crucial, or is such a crucial element, because it's practically something that addresses what I just said is the desire of the people out there, of you, of all the people who are going to work, and this is talent enablement. So it's turning around. The talents can choose where they work, how they work. It's work-life balance. It's not all more money. It's about how is my life correct with the family, with my kids, with my wife, with my friends? How much do I need to live? And this is also impacted finally by what we call twin transformation, because it's digitalization and it's also sustainability we expect from our employers' engagement or from the work what we are doing. The people do not want to damage still the planet. They get a feeling for what is going on. They practically see that temperature is increasing and they are aware of the problems we are facing. And this is influencing them. So coming to Hyundai. Hyundai is a relatively new company, founded 2016. The company was founded, or my sons and myself, we founded the company together. It's my first company I founded together with my sons, and I must say it was more exciting than anything before, because I know the ratio of 1 to 10 times more to fail and only 1 to win, and it would not be such a nice experience if you fail with your sons. And so I think it was for the first time in my life that I did business, and I was 1 or 2 years really nervous. And well, where we are nowadays, I'm here also because beginning of the year, Project A looked on our company, or I think they even did half a year earlier. Our company was valued with 250 million. It's doing well. It's have a really very, very nice growth path. We have about 500 employees. We have 7,500 talents on the platform, and our revenues are heading to 100 million, just that you get a feeling where we are. And for the first time, it's also the case that the company is owned by the family, still in the range of 80%. 10% is with the management and 10% with VC. And a little bit to the history, how did we get there? So this is Pablo, Leon, and myself. And it's important to mention the first company I founded in '96 was Directory Assistance. And Directory Assistance at this time was purely telephone. People were dialing 11880 and somebody picks up the phone and asks for a telephone number, for an address or whatever. And this finally led to the situation that 99, 2000, we had worldwide about 3,000 call center agents located from Rostock or Weimar or Greifswald to locations in Virginia, in Clifton Forge, or in California, in San Bernardino. So we did this really worldwide. In 2000, we sold the company. First, we made an IPO, then we sold the majority or strategic sale to Telecom Italia. I stayed with the company until 2004, founded another one, sold it in 2010, and then I retired. I thought, now you have done enough, and moved to the Black Forest, nice area, I can recommend. But after 3-4 years, I figured out it might have been too early. And my sons were visiting me, and I thought about buying a company because I did not really want to start again from the very, very scratch. So I started to make due diligence and buy something in the range of 50 to 100 people. And during the due diligence, I saw that the world of call centers or BPOs, business process outsourcing industry, not have changed. It's a huge market. It's about 500 billion currently, but the market hasn't changed, so there was still a kind of BPO formula out there, which I hopefully have here, which was like, this was 2016 in Germany. So in the call center, you get normally minimum wages, 10 euros, and you pay to the BPO 35 euros. And the question was, where do those 25 euros go? And Pablo, Leon, and myself, we discussed it and said, why couldn't we change it like this? And this is in fact still today known in our company as the Hyundai formula. What would be if we would address the talent and appreciate the talent with the big bunch of the money, so with 20 euros, but by asking him to become self-employed? And then we start to develop incredible, complex, nice, beautiful, sexy, whatever kind of software we are going to need, and interconnect them directly with the customers, and putting a take rate of 40% on it. That means 20 euros plus 8 is finally 28. And so from the customer side, you're saving 7 euros, which is a nice offer. And on the other side, you can say, which is our claim, stay at home, double your income. And, well, this finally turned out to be true. But you can imagine, at the very beginning, it was really hard stuff, especially in Germany. It was 2016, and we went out to the customers saying, okay, we have a freelancer platform, they are working from home, and security, data protection, bogus self-employment. So a lot of issues to discuss in Germany, and we were very close to say, come on, I think it's not the right time for Germany, let's move to the US. And then we found the first customer, and then it really took off. And the formula turned out to be the correct one. How does this look like in practice? And here you see other brands. Normally you should not show other brands, but it helps a lot to better understand Hyundai because we have not a real comparison. I do not want to take Uber or Airbnb or so, but to a certain extent it is like Uber, but not paying lower wages than minimum, but giving more, double, and that's on the other side to ask for self-employment. But in order to do so, you need a lot of software, you need a lot of tools for the talents and for the system as such. And here you see, if you would like to configure such a system, you would need to buy, or at least to SaaS, to license all this kind of software tools and many more for billing, collection, and so on. Because when we are bringing together thousands of talents with dozens of customers, it is necessary to do billing and collection, to do tracking, to do security and all this. So the whole process has to be digitized from the very beginning of registration, identification, authentication, quality management, data security, all this way through shift planning. All this have to be practically automized on the platform. And this is why you need so much software. And even most of people outside see Hyundai as a BPO in its core. It's pure technology and it's pure software, because without that, we couldn't make the commercial offer to the customers. And many of those I talk to, and they try to sell their software, and I said, so we can't buy your software because we need incremental costs. With every talent, our costs need to decrease and not to increase. If I take a SaaS model, for each new talent, I pay more money. That makes no sense. We need to develop all of the software on our own side. And in fact, this is what we did and what we are still doing, lacking software engineers, like probably many of you. Okay, so here are finally what are we, where are we, where do we see ourselves? And I think many companies are claiming this, and so do I, but I think in the heart this is really the truth, and I hope I got this over to you, that Hyundai not started to do all this. We came from a pure economic side. To be very simple, it was the Hyundai formula. What any more influences it has and how this accelerated now and why we have this tremendous growth rates, this was just windfall profit. We didn't know about Corona, and practically everybody was walking into the home office and they asked for solutions how to work secure and safe from the home office. So we did not know that. We did not know that it was such an accelerating issue that sustainability become such a big importance. And it's clear if you cut out contact centers are a building. So you need raw material, you need resources. You need to heat it, you need to light it. You need to buy furniture, you need to buy computers, a kitchen, a toilet, all this stuff. And it's immediately clear that Hyundai is saving all this, including the whole commuting times, commuting costs, and commuting CO2, carbon, that you even don't need an electric scooter, you just work from home. That's it. And so it's sustainable, it's human-centric, and it's safe. So we did a lot of implementation with regard to technology, because especially the big customers, I think one or two I can name, like Telefonica or E.ON, they are asking for high security. If you have access to 40 million phone numbers and people, you need high security features in order that nobody is making strange things with all this information. So we really set it up very safe, and this allows us to expand and grow like we are doing now. Finally, I want to give the voice to some of the talents that you can see from their side, and they were not casted, they were just asked, tell something about Hyundai. So they give you an impression how it is like to work on the Hyundai platform and what's really the difference. Okay, now let's see whether this works.
Hello, this is Safa and I'm from Tunisia. I really love working with Hyundai because I really enjoy working location free as well as get the chance to book my own shifts. I love the team that I'm working with because they truly appreciate my efforts.
Hallo, mein Name ist Alev Shahin, ich bin 31 Jahre alt, lebe in der Türkei und arbeite seit 3,5 Jahren fast bei Hyundai. Ich bin ausgelernte medizinische Fachangestellte und bin auf Hyundai gestoßen, als ich mein erstes Kind bekam. Mittlerweile habe ich 2 Kinder. Ich habe etwas gesucht, wo ich flexible Arbeitszeiten habe, mehr Zeit für meine Familie habe, aber trotzdem gut verdienen kann. So bin ich sozusagen auf Hyundai gestoßen. Anfangs war ich so ein bisschen skeptisch, wie wird es, wie kann ich das machen, wie ist es selbstständig zu sein. Aber letztendlich habe ich sozusagen die Herausforderung angenommen. Es ist auch keine große Herausforderung, es ist einfach nur ein bisschen ungewohnt, muss ich ehrlich sagen. Tschüss!
Hi Leute, ich bin der Burbarim aus Kosovo, Pristina und ich fange mein Video an mit einem kleinen Quote. Ein guter Freund ist jemand, der dir völlige Freiheit gibt, du selbst zu sein. Und somit hat meine Freundschaft mit Hyundai in 2019 angefangen. Und von Tag 1, ich war mega zufrieden, bin weiterhin zufrieden. Ich bin aktiv immer in 3 bis 4 Projekte. Bis jetzt dann habe ich würde sagen, also mehr als 15 Projekte gearbeitet. Und ja, was ich sagen kann, ist einfach danke, 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 Hyundai.
Okay, great. Normally, the first question I'm asked, so frequently asked questions are, what means Hyundai? And so I want to answer it in advance. Hyundai just means you made my day. It's a shortcut. And that's the thinking when we started the company was that if this is going to be a success, the talent should say, you made my day, and the customers should say, you made my day, because when the talent is really paid well, is highly motivated, is highly skilled, then it probably brings the best service on the other side to the customer, and he experienced this higher quality, higher motivation, better payment in a result of a better service for his own customers. And this is why we said this might probably make sense to call it Hyundai, you made my day. And the people who are working at Hyundai we call Daymaker. And now I thank you for having the chance to speak to you and open the door so you can ask questions if you like. Are there any questions? I can't really see, honestly, because the light is quite strong. But if there are no direct questions, you can come anytime to me, send me an email or whatever. And again, I am happy and proud to speak to you here and enjoy the conference. Many thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We have a 10-minute break until the next panel. Great.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La la la, ooh.
welcome to everyone that just joined. If you're just coming in, please grab a seat. The panel is about to start. So next up, we have an awesome panel which is about marketing in the Metaverse / Web3 and internet culture. We've got two amazing guest panelists. Victoria, who's the co-founder of W3 Fund. We have Theo, who's the founder of Delta School. And the panel's been moderated by our very own Jana from Project A. So please give them a big round of applause as they come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
All right, okay, welcome. So many people, that's really exciting. So let me quickly introduce myself. Jana, I'm doing engagement and demand generation at Project A Ventures. And I'm also the host of the session today with a curiosity and everything around the topic Web3. And before I'm going to introduce my two brilliant co-speakers, I want to do a quick introduction, like why are we talking about this topic today? And I'm going to start like that, telling you like what I like about Project A in my role. And what I love about my daily life at Project A is basically that I'm surrounded and I have the possibility to work with very smart marketers within our portfolio. That means like I have the possibility to generate a quite decent overview about every marketing activities for different kind of ventures in different kind of maturity stages and also across the entire customer life cycle. And also, which is great about the job, is that I can observe marketing trends within our portfolio. And just to give like a very small example of what's currently buzzing in our portfolio, looking now into the early stage venture side, is that community is getting more and more relevant and important for us, what we can see. So and also with the increasing relevance of communities, like the channels, for example, Discord or podcast or good old newsletter is back. Yes, and also like that's also our job at Project A. So we have to be ahead of those new arising trends in order to support our ventures best as possible. And now I touched the term trends quite often already. So I mean, there's also this super trendy topic which is buzzing around. It's Metaverse, NFT, Web3. And what's obvious that I think like most of you have heard already about this. Also, what's obvious thing is that there are pros, like for example, people think that this is going to be like the new kind of internet and it will shift every kind of marketing activity. And what's also obvious is that with the excitement and crazy stuff, there comes also like the downside. So some people are not so convinced about Metaverse. They say NFT is just a JPEG. Metaverse is something for gamers and nerds. And yeah, this whole mining thing has also like a bad impact about environment. I mean, all facts, but what's less obvious is how the Metaverse already supports marketing and marketers in order to market their customer and also engage with them. And that's why I'm super honored and delighted to talk a little bit about Metaverse marketing today with my two brilliant guests, Vicky from W3 Fund and Theo from Delta School. Welcome. All right. Enough for me now. So I would just like pass over the word to you, Vicky. Maybe you can start introducing yourself in a few words. Let us know how you become a Web3 expert and what's so fun about this topic.
Okay, it's working. Hi, I'm Vicky. I'm the co-founder of the W3 Fund. And first of all, thanks for the great introduction. We are an investment fund based in Berlin. We started to focus only on digital assets, so investing heavily in NFTs, but that also shifted where we now also invest in Web3 startups in their pre-seed and seed stages to kind of close the whole ecosystem. I'm also the co-founder of the W3 Vision, which is, or technically it was, a Web3 conference / festival during this year's DMXGO, where we brought the topics around Web3 to a way bigger audience. And next to content creation such as newsletters and podcasts, we're also throwing or organizing Web3 community events, because for us it's not only about investing but also bringing the right people together and fueling an ecosystem from Berlin, from Europe, in order to bring NFTs, Metaverse, DAOs, crypto, and all of these topics to a broader mass. Oh, and should I answer something else? Like how I became a Web3 expert, right?
Yeah, it touches as well.
Well, I think expert is a very, very vague word, because the whole thing around NFTs is only quite hyped about 1.5 years now. But we started off in the beginning of 2021, where we did a lot of agency approaches, NFT projects, Metaverse projects, and this is how we got to know our current investors. So we have some kind of experience in doing all of these things, but also analyzing the market from scratch. And now I'm sitting here talking about all of this.
What a journey. Cool. Thanks for thanks for being here. So, and Theo, welcome. What about you?
Yeah, my name is Theo. I work with big brands on their digital marketing and also Metaverse strategy, both in terms of education and upskilling, but also consulting. I host a very Web3 focused podcast, I guess, and I founded a big Web3 NFT community. And I'm just super curious about this space. And so, last year there was a lot of madness with NFTs. So I bought pretty much all the NFTs that you might have heard about, like Bored Apes, digital real estate, buildings in the Metaverse. Most of them have gone to zero, which is a problem. But I think what we want to do today is to show you what is not beyond the obvious, but what is beyond the headlines or behind the headlines, because I think there's a lot of misconception around, say, the Metaverse. Some people only associate NFTs with speculation, and today we want to discuss what are some actual useful applications of these technologies, especially for brands that want to connect with younger generations like Gen Z.
Cool, super excited. So, now there should be slides, sorry. Perfect, all right. This is gonna be basically my first question to you, Theo. We're not just like, we're buzzing around the terms NFT, Metaverse, Roblox, Discord. Can you just like explain a little bit in your own words and bring it into context?
Yeah, maybe really quickly. So first of all, the Metaverse is not a place, so you don't go like into the Metaverse. It's not a single platform. It's more like a collection of different technologies. And to me, I always distinguish between these three, say, segments: digital experiences, goods, and communities. So if you're, say, a fashion brand like Nike, you might want to build a presence on Roblox as a digital experience. You might want to sell digital fashion, like digital sneakers for avatars. And maybe you want to host a digital community on a platform like Discord. And I think most companies that want to have a really good Metaverse strategy, they have to start somewhere, let's say with the Roblox thing. But I think long-term, you have to be engaged in all of these three areas. So this is just a really quick framing for, say, what is the Metaverse? And I think what's now relevant for marketers is that I remember, I think 10 years ago, I was also an e-commerce founder here in Berlin. I also worked with Rocket Internet with Florian Heinemann. And back then, obviously, it was very desktop-centric. SEM, SEO was super important. I think what you've seen in Web 2 is that you have really big companies who were built without SEM or SEO, who are just built on top of TikTok, influencer marketing, and Instagram. And what you have now in Web 3 is that you have billion-dollar companies that don't even know how to spell SEO, that don't have an Instagram account, that don't have a TikTok account, but rather sell NFTs on OpenSea, build communities on Discord, use Twitter influencers, and do community building. So I think it's always quite fascinating to see that you can build really big companies without old established channels. And I think for marketers, it's quite fascinating to think about, okay, if we're already good at Web 1 and Web 2, do we make the move now towards Web 3? Or maybe for new companies, should we just kind of leapfrog TikTok and Instagram and just start with our marketing activities on Discord and Twitter?
Amazing. I mean, I assume and I also expect some marketing people here in this room. So maybe we can also talk quickly about like why should marketers care about the metaverse, and also maybe you can also talk about advantages, but at the same time disadvantages.
You want to take this?
Yeah, sure. Can you? I think the most obvious reasons why this is a really hot topic is because all of a sudden everyone is doing it. Every bigger company is doing something in the metaverse. Everyone has a metaverse strategy all of a sudden. And I remember that last year the term metaverse was kind of a really annoying buzzword, whereas now a lot of brands are really establishing cool things that have quite an impact on the future of their marketing vehicle. So for example, Atari, this gaming entertainment company, is building a whole theme park in Sandbox, which is also a blockchain-based metaverse, so to say. Heineken is having their headquarter in Decentraland, and I think it's easier. And all of a sudden, Adidas is doing NFTs where you can claim physical clothes with something that you bought digitally initially. And also Nike is combining co-creation with their community for virtual assets with physical assets in the future. And we had a fashion week in the Decentraland. So all these weird things seem to be quite new, and something where I think a lot of people hearing this for the first time thinking, it doesn't really, like, why do we need this? Why are all of these companies all of a sudden jumping into that metaverse? And I think, or not that I think, I'm pretty aware of the fact that they want to connect with their new target audience. So what companies like Heineken, for example, and Atari are doing is actually connecting with the target audience in a new environment. So reaching out to people who might be a little bit younger maybe, so the majority of Gen Z kids and everyone who's younger, they're spending a lot of time in environments like Fortnite, for example, meeting their friends, playing some games, and also spending a lot of money for virtual clothes, so skins, that actually don't do anything, they just look cool. So something similar that we maybe know from Web 2 worlds, but that doesn't seem to make sense for us in the first place because we might be a little bit older. But these are the generations that grow up with these brands and then be a future customer, for example, such as, I just go through it. I think very exciting is what Gucci is doing. Gucci is doing several things. So first of all, they have this headquarter Gucci Town in Roblox, which Theo already talked about, with over 50 million daily users. They have actually great exposure to everyone who's spending lots of time in Roblox. And even though these kids, the majority of them are kids, are not able to pay for Gucci belt or whatever in the real world, they have exposure to the brands, they're playing the mini games, they're hanging out in Gucci Town corners, whatever. And who knows, all of a sudden they start to buy off virtual clothes from Gucci, which might be a little bit less expensive then, but still a new way for brands to just interact with the new target audience, be it in the metaverse on a blockchain, such as Sandbox, or be it in Roblox, which is not blockchain-based. And the same for Walmart Land. I mean, what is Walmart doing in the metaverse? Creating new experience for their target audience, which then all of a sudden might purchase stuff in the real world, but also just connecting with them and applying these new technologies to their marketing. So even though in the first place it doesn't seem to make sense, or it's not that it looks amazing, like Roblox doesn't look, like I would not want to hang out there because it doesn't make sense for me. But with the technology and innovation and all the software and hardware and all the money that is spending in that environment, the tech will evolve. And these brands have the unique advantage that they are already there. So this is how it looks like. I mean, yeah, this is kind of a disadvantage, which is why a lot of people don't really, like from the Web 2 world in the first place, can't grasp what's actually happening. But even, I think you said it in your first keynote this morning, that even Roblox is working on their design and software.
maybe something to add to this. I think talking about metaverse platforms is kind of abstract. I think the easiest way to think about it is like, say, social media platforms. So you want your customers to engage with the brand. And so if people are watching a 10-second TikTok, that's great. If they can watch a 10-minute YouTube video, that's probably better. But if they're spending, I don't know, 100 hours in your video game or in your Discord community, that is obviously the best kind of brand engagement. And of course, right now, you can see a lot of brands that are just doing kind of a copycat approach, or we also have to be on Roblox, we also have to launch an NFT project. I would say a lot of them are quite terrible. So you will visit this experience once of brand XYZ, but it's just really, really bad. In the same way that you have really boring TikTok accounts, but I think that's okay. In the same way that at some point, every brand will be on TikTok. I think every big brand will be in the metaverse as well. And some will have really compelling, cool online games that people will spend hundreds of hours in. And a lot of brands will just launch some kind of random experience that is not going to be that interesting for people.
And the unique advantage is also when you start now, you're just way more forward than the others who jump in too late, and you have all the experience and the knowledge about the tech and what's actually going on underneath the headlines and what people are talking about.
All right, cool. Just imagine young kids hanging out in the streets of Gucci Town. It's a little bit rough, isn't it?
But I think it's quite interesting to talk about the target group, like who do you actually reach in the metaverse? To me, it's 3 audiences. The first one are Gen Z, and Gen Z are not really that young anymore. I mean, the oldest Gen Z people are like 25, so they have jobs, completed their studies, so they're super relevant as a target group. The second group is like tech early adopters, and they could be of any age. They're just interested in new technology. And the third group is basically rich tech or crypto people who are both curious and also kind of have a good purchasing power. And so you can sell them digital sneakers for $20,000 and they will actually buy them. And so I think these are some of the audiences that we can reach there. And it's quite interesting because you might be surprised that the first brands to adopt the metaverse are brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Tiffany. So it's luxury brands. Whereas it's kind of counterintuitive because you would think, okay, why are these brands that are selling $1,000 handbags in online video games where the average user is 16 years old? But this is really how they're approaching their new customers.
Right. I think 2 days ago, Vicky, I listened to your podcast, and there was like this very interesting use case that in the metaverse there are billboards in the metaverse, and there are advertisers reaching out to new talents. So they use it for talent acquisition. And I was just like, okay, that's interesting. And I just like wanted to know from both of you, like, do you have any favorite use cases for Web3 metaverse, or like some special things you want to share with us?
Do you want to start?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me think. There are actually so many interesting things, but I think like the most interesting, because I'm looking at big brands, I always want to see how big brands are entering the space with all the regulations around cryptocurrency. And the most recent example is what Starbucks is doing, because they're basically copying the whole loyalty program to the blockchain. So as a loyalty rewards member from Starbucks, and there are over 20 million of these, you can log into your app, use the credentials you already used for the experience before, and now all of a sudden you can collect NFTs. And the most interesting part is they don't really communicate them as NFTs, they call them journey stamps, which is basically a fancy word for NFTs. And the most interesting part is you can all of a sudden trade your journey stamps. And that was not possible before that. And it's not only about money, it's also about you can exchange them and you can collect them while, I don't know, going around in the metaverse, learning something about Starbucks in a journey. Louis Vuitton was also doing this in a mobile game. And once you've completed this task, you get a journey stamps, and this is an NFT. Maybe you don't want it, maybe it doesn't look cool or whatever, and then you can basically resell it in their marketplace or exchange them with other stamps that you need to collect in order, I don't know, to get a fancy coffee or whatever. And I think what's interesting is they literally just copied it, but what's fascinating is that they can build on top of that. So depending how the customer base is perceiving this new tech, they can collect the feedback and are already have a great exposure with their NFT project to over 20 million people who are using this on a daily basis. And they're connecting incentives physically and digitally now with their, it's called Starbucks Odyssey experience, to give people like the opportunity to do something in the metaverse, but also in the real life. Yeah, now you can have this.
So what I'm quite excited about are Discord communities. So maybe some of you are not Discord users, but it's like kind of a giant group chat. So it's like a big WhatsApp group with thousands of people, but it's more structured, so you have different channels. So instead of just having 1 million people in the Nike WhatsApp chat, you might have 1 million people in the Nike Discord, and then you have sub-channels for, I don't know, yoga, basketball, football, running, Nike, Japan, US, Canada. And when you think about traditional social media, it's more like one-way communication. The brand posts something, posts a TikTok video, and the fans or followers are supposed to watch the content and maybe comment on it. But on those Discord communities, you're really bringing people together who may be Nike customers, but first and foremost, they're passionate about, say, soccer or basketball or yoga. And so these people will actually talk to each other, exchange ideas, even make friends on the internet. And I think this is really exciting for brands not to just have customers, but communities. And this is also something in general that I like about the space, as I guess you can confirm. At least in Germany, pretty much everyone who works in the Web3 space somehow knows each other. So people are quite happy to connect because it's still a very small, a really small industry, I guess.
Okay, great. Since we are here on a Project A knowledge conference, a little bit more context about Project A. So, as you might know or not might know, we invest in different kind of startups in different kind of maturity stages. So, for example, we have like the early stage investments like pre-seed, seed. Then we have also investments in the growth stage, Series A, Series B. And we also have the other investment strategies like more focusing on private equity investments, which is like older companies. And our market team supports like these kind of companies on every maturity level. It means like early stage, we support them in go-to-market, growth, as the name say, growth, sustainable. And then private equity, we help them with the digital transition and execution. And I just like want to know if you have any kind of advice, for example, for a founder early stage, how the founders could get benefit from Web3 Metaverse.
So maybe when we go back to this picture. So the interesting thing is that I know that Project A is really amazing at marketing, and your portfolios probably as well. But I would guess that under 2% of them have probably some kind of metaverse activity. That less than 2% have a Discord. That maybe less than 1% has NFTs or a Roblox presence. So it's so fun to see that even the most advanced companies in Web2 still have this kind of, say, blind spots or white spots when it comes to Web3. And so I think the question, for any marketer is just whether they think that they can reach all of the customers in the existing Web1, Web2 channels, whether they think that their potential there is already saturated, or whether they think that they can be an early mover in, say, Web3, while the competition is still low. Because obviously, when you think about TikTok, it would have been a lot better to go on TikTok 3 years ago as opposed to today. Okay. And it's a lot better to be an early mover in Web3 today as opposed to waiting until 2026, when every single brand will drive up the prices for, I don't know, metaverse advertising, Web3 influencers and stuff like that.
Or metaverse land.
Metaverse land. So I think this is always this kind of framework that the newer a marketing channel is, the more uncertain it is, but it's also less competitive and it's easier to stand out. So I think this is one of the major trade-offs.
Yeah. Don't really know. I have nothing to add here. You really framed it good.
Okay, all right. Then also one question what I think is very interesting. Now when we look at our marketing team, Project A, we have acquisition, we have engagement, we have demand generation, B2B. Like what's gonna be the marketing team in the future? In which direction, like which jobs got to make more relevant in the future?
I think the most obvious one, looking at like Discord communities, are community managers. So people who are kind of interacting with the whole community, not only on Discord, but also maybe in digital, like metaverse events or even physical events. So these people are kind of the intersection between the brands and the founders and the community who want to participate in the success of the brand and in all the projects that the brand is starting off with. And as you had something interesting on your slide, like a metaverse event organizer.
So Discord is definitely super relevant. But I think also that what makes marketing so fun, because most brands are still trying to understand what TikTok even is. And now they have to hire this Discord person and build those communities.
And understand how Discord even works.
But maybe in terms of, let's say a metaverse marketing team. So I just put 10 different positions there. So maybe at the bottom you have the Discord community manager, Twitter, podcast, YouTube, and influencer marketing is still relevant. But at the top you might need to have somebody who's managing your Roblox presence. I think 3D designers are super important. If you're going to host an event in the metaverse, what's actually happening there? How can you make it compelling? Then you also need to have somebody who can build NFTs. So you need to be able to write smart contracts. You need to be able to design tokens. And then you might also need some kind of blockchain analyst. So currently in the Web2 world, we have people who can analyze Facebook ads and Google Analytics, WebTrack, and stuff like that. And in Web3, every transaction that's happening on the blockchain is transparent. You can analyze everything on platforms like Etherscan using tools like Dune Analytics. And so, for instance, it's a bit small, I'm sorry about that, but these are the 10 most successful brands right now in, say, with NFT projects. And as you can see, Nike has generated almost 200 million in revenue. And the cool thing is that this is all public information because every transaction is recorded on the blockchain, which means for brands that if you're doing a Web3 project, you have to live with the fact that everyone can see if you're super successful or if your project is terrible and has zero revenue. But also companies need to have people who can actually interact with those, say, blockchain APIs, can really analyze the data, read the smart contracts. So this is definitely a new kind of skill set. And I think the companies that can build an, say, all-star team with these kind of capabilities will be really well positioned for Web3 marketing.
Okay, all right. Hey, thank you both so much for this session today. This was very insightful. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried about our after party tonight because I think it might be a little bit empty because now everybody's heading back home, creating an avatar to enter Metaverse after this session. Thanks again for being here.
We have one question. We have one question from the audience.
Yes,
and it's a very meta question because it was asked on Discord. And the question is, are we seeing an alternative to Discord for community management?
I hope so. Seriously, I think Discord is really good for gaming, and I think it did its job really well. But it's just the best tool now for NFT communities. But I'm in 200 Discords, and I'm really it's very difficult to follow up on every project. So there are already, and we're looking as an investment fund, we're also looking at these projects. So companies that are building another solution that is really tied to what the NFT communities need, but also there are already tools that just collect all these relevant information from Discords, from Twitter accounts, where you're always up to date on what's going on. So let's say, for example, you missed a vote because you have an NFT, and an NFT can be a token where you can vote about some kind of stuff. And this is how you can't miss that, and you don't have to go through all of these 200 projects that you're heavily invested in. So yeah, there will be something like this. We're looking closely into it.
Yeah. Also, as we know, Facebook, they always like to copy stuff. So they copy Snapchat stories and TikTok. Now they're copying Discord. But in this case, it could make sense because you already have WhatsApp. Everyone has WhatsApp. A lot of people are still on Facebook groups. And now they're also introducing these kind of Discord-like channels and threads and community channels. And so for a brand, even though personally I like Discord a lot better than, say, Facebook groups, if you're a brand that already has, I don't know, 100,000 people in your Facebook group, maybe it makes more sense to wait for their community features and do it on Facebook rather than building from scratch on something like Discord. So this is just an alternative that might arise in the future.
Great. Awesome. A big round of applause for the panel.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
The vision for Kerber Digital is to make Kerber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Kerber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Kerber Digital is an independent entity in the Kerber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Kerber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business to basically make Kerber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. We have customer access and trust into the Kerber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on a productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud, and sometimes it's hard to believe, that we've proven and showed that as corporate company building is the way to go for an established organization to be innovative and competitive to venture capital funded startups. I always had this as a dream and I wanted to prove that that works. Corporate venture building means basically that we are serial entrepreneurs. So we look for problems of our customers, then we actually create a new company, which is owned by Kerber Digital. And we are now basically, what I believe, the largest company builder, largest corporate company builder, certainly in Europe, and certainly globally around AI-driven products in manufacturing. And for me, this is actually almost like a dream. I see myself in a position to every year create new, exciting business opportunities, exciting companies. And first of all, what you can feel is like a very open environment. But what unites us more is the way of working and the way we treat each other and how we act with each other. And if you want to make a difference, everyone will help you to make a difference. And my job is basically to bring together talent in our crew and enable them to achieve results they could have not believed they would be able to do.
Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you for staying for those that were here for the last panel, and welcome to those who just joined. The next panel is going to be on how to build AI-powered ventures fast. This is going to be a great panel. We have 4 doctors on the panel, so I'm feeling extremely underqualified to be hosting this, but nonetheless, please welcome, we have Christian, we have Rasmus, we have Nadia, and we have Florian Heinemann from Project A. Give them a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's quite an intro. Yeah, in terms of music at least. So yeah, as you see, Joel is not part of the group today. He's sick, so I have to jump in for the co-moderation role. But I'll hope I'll be able to do that. Yeah, AI, I guess all of you guys have heard about it. It's still a hype topic, but it has definitely lost a little of its, at least superficial sexiness. Yeah? So we still have to drive ourselves, cook our own food, despite the promises. But we think that the substantial relevance of it has definitely not gone away. Yeah? So I mean, it's definitely all about how to do smarter things with data. And we're going to talk about how to build data-centered, AI-centered companies here, and what are the different ways to do that. Rasmus, we're going to start with you, but let's first, the people are going to introduce themselves, but we have Rasmus from Merantix. Most of you guys probably know Merantix is probably the venture studio company builder when it comes to AI. We have Nadia from FactoryPal. Yeah? And FactoryPal is an AI-powered venture, yeah? So that has been created by a corporate, Körber. We've heard about that before. And then we have Nick, who heads the whole digital venturing activity of Körber. Yeah? So we have various angles here. And we have me, who wants to invest in independent AI-driven companies. But let's probably start with a quick introduction, and then we're going to dive right in. Start.
Sure, I can start. I'm Rasmus, co-founder of Merantix. My personal background is actually in deep learning research, so I was training algorithms for many years on face recognition and the likes, and I realized the potential of AI, but also realized how hard it is to bring in production, and that's kind of the problem we try to solve with Merantix, building AI-powered ventures.
Cool, thanks. Happy to be here. I'm Nadia, CEO of FactoryPal. So from my background, I studied business economics, which is not so much data-driven. But then I was an entrepreneur right after university. I led the venture building activities at Körber before Nick. And I have obviously a PhD as well. I hope it's not getting too academic here.
No.
And
don't worry.
Yeah.
Watch out that doesn't happen. Yeah.
I guess so. So I did this at the Hasso-Plattner Institute and supported all the digital ventures that were spun off from there.
Yeah. Nick? Thanks for being here. My name is Nick, head of venture building from Körber Digital. I've seen a couple of corporate and non-corporate venture builders, and I strongly still believe in the power of company building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but let's start by setting the scene. And Rasmus, would be great if you could give us an overview or what kind of, after the hype, what kind of AI-powered ventures are we seeing right now? Can you talk a little bit about horizontal AI versus vertical AI, and where do you see right now as Merantix kind of where things are going?
Yeah, sure. And I mean, maybe directly picking up your intro, I think we are probably with AI where the internet was in like 2004. So the hype was a couple of years ago, and now it's kind of, people realize it's actually hard to bring things really in production, and it will probably take quite a few more years until we really make things work. Because algorithms have been working for many applications like computer vision, like natural language processing, sometimes for a decade or at least a few years, and surpassing human benchmarks on many tasks. And so if you think about us humans looking at data, making decisions, that's basically what you in many cases can automate with an algorithm. Now, bringing it actually in production is much harder than, because you need to build robust workflows, you need to integrate into real problems and really make things work, and also drive business value and standardize things. And that is taking much longer. And we see generally, I would say, like 2 types of companies at the moment. So on the one hand, there is like vertical AI businesses that basically go after a very specific problem and solve that really well. So you could look at healthcare, where maybe you look at one diagnostic challenge, like in radiology, and you solve that end to end, and thereby deliver business value. The same goes for autonomous driving, again, an application where things take a bit longer and are a bit harder than we initially anticipated. Again, a very vertical application with a clear business value. And then you see more and more companies on a horizontal level arising in recent years. The whole ML operations space, where you basically build tools that are application agnostic and can just be used for any application. So you can use them yourself, and it makes just things easier to build your own AI application. And also the cloud provider, offering a lot of tools there. There are a lot of startups there. And that's very interesting, because what people also realize is that many problems are so specific to a company that it's very hard to build a product that will address a large enough market. And so it's easier to rather provide tooling, and then people just easily plug things together themselves. And that has gotten much easier. So now, you can probably within a couple of hours get an AI model up and running to process image data, video data, text data, or do the same on the generation side. And like 5 years ago, that would have taken you many days or weeks. So kind of the same trend as we've seen in software engineering, where there's so much more tooling out right now. And one space or 2 spaces I'm particularly excited about. One is around like looking at scientific data, so anything that meets machine learning at the intersection of biology and chemistry, where, if you think about the materials industry, if you think about pharma, there's a lot of data that can be used there. And you can actually really speed up a lot of things if you think about the pharma drug discovery pipeline, or if you think about our materials industry. That's one space I'm very excited about. And another space that is I think also very interesting is generally generative models. Some of you might have seen DALL-E 2 that recently came out, an AI model that really generates photorealistic image content and also text. And so I think we will see a big revolution there, where now AI models will be used to generate any type of text and video or images, and also customize that much more. So that will, I think, drive a lot of new businesses that will be started in the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Nick, can you describe a little, where do these startups that Rasmus was just talking about, where do they come from? What are the different approaches? There's independent founders, there's corporate company building. Can you just describe a little bit what the different approaches are, where these companies come from?
Yeah, so especially at Kerber, I can say that we have a quite diverse ideation stream, where lots of ventures coming also from our own companies, from our own BAs, where they have a lot of data available, and they know that the industry is changing. The industry needs the AI algorithm to support the efficiency boost out there. Yeah, so we will definitely see more and more ventures coming from our own corporates, and we will certainly see more and more ventures coming from the outside world, where we cooperate with them and have certain touch points, especially because we as a manufacturing companies have the data the companies need to really make their models work.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's probably one element here. What has definitely kind of arisen as a theme was that it doesn't seem to be the algorithms that are making the key difference. It's the accessibility to data. Yeah, and I think that's also a clear learning from the past few years that in order to really have a sustainable advantage, you probably need unique access to data. Yeah? One venture that claims that they have unique access to data is FactoryPal. Can you talk a little bit about how that works? Where do you get the data from? Like, what do you do first? And then let's talk about where you get the data from and why is it something that's hard to replicate for others?
Okay, I start from the beginning. FactoryPal claims, and I hope we follow up on that claim as well, is that we are optimizing manufacturing lines with data and AI, so every manufacturing line, and we started in the tissue industry because it's one of the verticals that we have at Körber, is that every manufacturing line has specific parameters that these lines are working on, and all the operators have a specific knowledge on which center lines, which parameters to use, and this is based on their experience mostly. And so the idea behind it was, hey, with AI, we can find out which of those center lines are the optimal ones in order to have maximum production output.
And you have unique access to data because it's your machines. Yeah.
Exactly. So unique access, maybe to have make a difference there. I mean, first of all, the unique access is to the customer itself. They wouldn't trust us with an AI where they do not know what it actually does on their shop floor, actually suggesting center lines for their machines that they love and think they have all the knowledge about it. If we wouldn't come from Körber. They said we would never let you on our shop floor. We would not take your recommendations, even if you claim this algorithm knows everything. So this is the first access, to actually get to the customer. And then the second access is also to the data itself. So we connect to ERP, we connect to MES, we connect to the PLC, and then we get all of that together in order to recommend those parameters. And this is the second one. And there we also need sometimes the knowledge from our peers from the business area tissue in order to make that fast happen. But then on the other side, it's not so easy. This sounds like super easy access. To be honest, you said it's hard to get this algorithm in production. When I think get it in production, I think about get it in production at the manufacturing site. So actually in production, producing something. And every shop floor is different. Every customer is different, so it's not so easy to say I have seen this with this customer, so I can just go to the next, to the next, to the next. This is not the case.
But can you give us just a glimpse on what can you actually achieve by steering production in the tissue area more efficiently, just in terms of monetary magnitude? What can a customer like Wepa, yeah, all of you guys are using Wepa toilet paper or Wepa produced toilet paper. What can a customer like that? They're buying Körber machines, they're also buying other machines, obviously, but they spend millions of euros on their production lines. Like, what % of production cost can they save if they work with somebody like you or with you? So
we obviously also we calculate business cases together with them, and what we claim to do is influencing OEE, this overall equipment efficiency, more or less what comes out at the end of the line. Is it more tissue paper or is it less or the same? And so we have seen, it really depends on the line, but between 5 to 30% more output.
Yeah, and that is something that's quite amazing. If you think about it, the production cost of this, or the whole everything around production is like the main cost factor for a company like Wepa. So and by using the same machines as before, you don't have to change anything. Just by steering it more intelligently, that's what you can get out. Yeah, and obviously it has to be some customizing around, but I think that shows several things. That shows the basically how specific all these cases are. That's very hard to generalize. Yeah. So, but that also shows that especially how much can be done and achieved in terms of monetary economic benefit especially in B2B. Yeah.
If you think like that, if you have 10% more output per line, then you can save every 11th line, more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, so more toilet paper for you guys at the same price. That's basically the good news for the end customer. Yeah, can you describe your approach a little bit more in detail? How you guys approach company building? Why do you have a venture studio? You also have a fund that basically invests in those ventures. Can you describe a little bit the Merantix approach, please?
Sure. So I think there's quite some parallels actually how Kerber does it, but obviously we come from a non-corporate setting. But I'll just walk you through a journey. So we basically bring founders in and actually individual founders, because a lot of the topics where we build companies are highly specialized. So the founding team really needs to depend on what area we go after. So even if a founder has a background in say manufacturing, the co-founder might be very different depending on the idea, because we might need very deep domain expertise. So we bring an individual founder in. I think last year we had close to 1,000 people applying. We brought in like 3 or 4. And then we basically first go with them through a 4-week sprint, where we just do like 1 week per idea or per idea area to really try to, look at it as deep as possible, but also time box it, because all of these things are super complex. So it's very easy to go very deep and get lost. And then we usually take another 2 to 3, sometimes 4 months to then really deep dive into one idea, think about initial team. And what we try to do there is really to sign up first initial customers before we've written a single line of code and before we've basically invested a single euro in terms of developing or any kind of work in that direction, to really validate, is there a real business case? And I think that's something where, also partnering with Kerber and other companies helps us a lot, because we, I think, get by now quite a lot of trust that people trust us that we can actually deliver the solution. And so they let us into kind of the heart of the organization, on the shop floor or at very sensitive data. And we then try to evaluate, okay, is this an interesting business case? How standardized is it across several customers? To then get the company to a stage. And we have one case right now in the funnel where they basically now have like 3 very known companies as pilot customers that already agreed to pay some money up front, that already agreed to a certain ARR. And only then we basically spin off the company and incubate that and finance it through our fund. We've built up 2 strategic assets or organizations in the last couple of years. One is the AI campus in Berlin, which is now a space for around 80 companies and 600 people, where also Kerber and Factory are based, where we try to co-locate a lot of interesting companies around AI, and it could be corporate, it could be startups, it could be SMEs, but that also helps us to basically build deep relationships and ultimately, what you also said, trust to these organizations to kind of partner on and co-develop on these and build early partnerships. And the second thing is, and also knowledge exchange, of course. And the second thing is, Nicole, my colleague, founded Merantix Momentum, which is our AI services company, where we build more customized solutions for large companies, small companies, SMEs, and that also helps us to build a lot of relationships. Obviously, it's also a business that is growing, but also gives us quite some insights about new technologies, new use cases that ultimately our founders can benefit from. And so that's kind of the ecosystem overall.
Okay, so good news, as an individual founder, you can apply to Merantix. You don't have to have like a clear prior idea,
no,
and then you guys will work on it. How is it at Kerber? Do you, like, if you want to, can you just write an email to Nick and say, Nick, I want to become a founder, please make me CEO? Or how does it, or do you have to be an internal Kerber employee like Nadia before? Or how does it work?
Please do so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we find a spot. Yeah. But it's a bit different than what Merantix does. But first of all, let me mention that the real power of the corporate venture building reveals when you leverage the corporate at the very end, right? So we choose the process which is rather like steered by that we define at the very beginning hunting zones, we call them, in which we want to go into. Once we have done this, we have a clear direction and start ideating by ourselves, by the venture building team.
And the hunting zones always come from the business units, right? Collaboration.
I would say in a collaboration approach, right? I mean, we have ideas, they have ideas. Yeah, they know the customer, they know the trends. Yeah, we see a lot of venture capital deals out there. We see what is happening out there, collaborating with Merantix on the tech side a lot. So, but as you said, Florian, we pretty soon take into account that we take our BAs or business areas on the journey, because again, they know the customer pain points. They know what the need is out there at the very end. So we have ideation days with them, come up with certain ideas, evaluate these ideas, and go into what we call a deep dive validation, always together with the BAs. That brings us the unfair advantage, again, that we have the data most likely ready to evaluate pretty quickly if we can build an AI-powered venture fast at the very end, because often I see that people jump directly into their AI model, and they're super outcome-driven at the very end. People often forget how hard it is to find the data, to structure the data, to engineer the data, until you can really start working with this. So once we have done the short incubation, the deep dive validation phase, we decide together with our executive board if we really want to found a venture. And once we decided, yes, it is a venture, then we start hiring a team. That gives us the advantage that we already know what funding is secured. And then, Florian, more than happy to take also your application probably.
Okay, that's good to know. So once the Körber Vorstand has decided that they will fund something, I'll apply. That's good news. Talking about financing, where does the money come from? You mentioned a fund, so you spin out a company, then you invest. Could I also invest, or Project A, or how does it work? I mean, do you always seek for independent funding, and then we'll come to Körber in a minute?
Yeah, super briefly. I mean, we fund initially between 1 and 3 million euros, and then afterwards external.
Because you have your own adjacent fund.
Yeah, exactly. We have our own fund that is actually only investing in our incubations, but it's structured like any other VC fund, and that is basically used to then seed the company, and that allows the company to really launch the first product, build traction, and then later have other investors join.
And like in this initial funding round, will there be already other business angels or other VCs, or typically you do it yourself?
We do it ourselves. There is some room to take in some angels, but there are no other VCs at this point. Yeah.
Okay. So you want to keep the cap table clean. Cap table is also clean at Körber, but looks a little different. Yeah.
This is the cleanest cap table you've ever seen.
Yeah. So who owns Factory Pal as
100% Körber.
Yeah, so Körber pays for the party, yeah.
Exactly.
But how are the so if somebody here wants to join as a CEO, how is that person incentivized? I mean, obviously, people also want to become an entrepreneur to be independent, but also they want to become rich, so they need shares for that. Yeah. So how does that work? Nadja, how does Nadja become rich, Nick?
So we work on that. Together. So first of all, yes, all companies are 100% owned by Körber currently. Let me say that that completely makes sense as long as the company is on an arm's length, right? So the closer it is to your core business, the more sense it makes to really own the company. Yeah, the further away the company is, the more it makes sense to open up. And yes, we do have currently one venture where we thinking about opening it up and having kind of a co-investment model out there. Surely that is, again, a bit of, because it's on arm's length, further away from the core business. What we do have, and that is what you asked, Florian, is a VESOP model. So the founders are not incentivized by common shares, real shares in the cap table, but we do have quite a good incentive program, which, and I can tell I've seen a couple of investment models out there, VC cases out there, that the incentivation for the people is quite good based on their financial results. So it's more like a long-term incentive program. And once they reach certain goals after a certain time frame, the VSOPs unlocks, so to say, and the cash out is quite high. Again, if you would compare that you're hired for a Series A, Series B, in a normal venture out there, and that sometimes happens that even founders get exchanged from in the VC world out there, our incentivation program can certainly align with this. And yes, Nadja, there's still a chance to get rich.
Mm-hmm. So it's good, Nadja. Yeah. So we've made that sure. But who decides on what Nadja can do? I mean, the entrepreneur always claims we can do whatever we want. Yeah. Right. And there's these things as boards, unfortunately, and they also decide. But how's the governance working? Like in your case, Rasmus, I mean, typically...
For us, it's pretty normal. I mean, we're a minority shareholder. To the outside, it looks like any other venture-backed company. I think there's a difference that because most of all our companies are co-located on the AI campus, and we know the founders since ideation, there's quite a deep relationship, but I think otherwise it's pretty much normal.
So the founders typically would own the majority of the business, and then they dilute as funding rounds happen. Yeah. So okay, that's and how does the governments look like in your case?
Yeah, look, I mean, like it's 100% owned by Kerber, so certainly there are more restrictions. But I would hardly ask, like, especially if you go to later stage, when you look at the VC cases out there, that you have certain articles of association, you have your board, which basically also aligns a lot with you on your strategy or even has a certain impact. So yes, certainly, as long as your corporate company and a venture try to leverage what you have out there, but certainly you have more restrictions. I would argue that, again, in the later stage in the VC case, there are certain restrictions by the VC as well.
So we try to imitate this a little bit with the so-called venture board that we report to every month. So we sit together with them, report about what we have done in the past months, what we are planning to do in the next one. We align on them with all the major things, I guess, that are also in investment contracts with regards to budget next year and with regards to our goals and problems and major product roadmaps and everything like that.
And is it just Kerber people sitting in those boards, or is it also independents?
Also independent. We have always one external board member in order to have that outside perspective on it as well.
Yeah. And again, coming to how Nadia becomes rich again, that's like one of the
That's super important.
super
Everyone
important.
has ideas.
So does FactoryPal, does it have to be sold to some other company, or typically do the corporate venture model, like the corporate ventures you start, do they have to be sold in order to generate an exit event or liquidity event? Or is there any other trigger how you replicated this kind of logic?
Yeah, so the question here is a little bit, what is the rationale behind of it for a corporate to do that, right? So if you have the majority, you can definitely consolidate it into your revenues if the company comes profitable at a certain time, right? Again, I would argue that depends case by case. Yeah? We see venture deals out there where all of a sudden you have a certain traction on the top line where it certainly makes sense then to open up your cap table and to take rather later stage venture capitalist investment firms on board, right? To have rather an exit case in whatever way, IPO, private equity deal, yeah, probably a buyout to another corporate. Yeah. As far as we're concerned with FactoryPal, it's going quite well, so let's rather stick together for a while.
But so me becoming rich doesn't depend on us selling the company.
Okay, so even if it's within Kerber, if you tend to decide that, then there's also an exit model or at least a liquidity type model for the people responsible.
Yeah.
I think that's one key thing. Also, if you decide for that route, I think that's one of the key things to check for. I know that in the Kerber case, it has been solved like in a good way, but that's definitely a potential weakness of the corporate model. Yeah, that you definitely have to find out whether that model is bulletproof and is something that you can really rely on, especially, and I think that's also a key thing. I mean, at Kerber, you have a fairly consistent management board over a long period of time, which you need. That's obviously not with every corporate the case. And I mean, venturing is a long-term thing. It's like a 10, 15-year time horizon endeavor. And there's not that many corporates that have basically the same personnel sitting there. So I think that's why these models have to be not just a memorandum of understanding kind of thing, but as in your case, really 100% bulletproof. And I think that's important. There has been a lot of talks also that corporates want to bring in VCs, or VCs want to bring in corporates later. Let's talk about corporates bringing in VCs. I mean, in FactoryPal, I understood Nadia has to become rich by, it becomes really successful within Kerber. That's fine. But in case you decide it's not so close to the core, the venture becomes more independent. Is there like a model to have other investors come in? Also, would that potentially be VCs?
Yeah. So again, yeah, we're currently looking at one model where we definitely want to make that happen. It's rather a co-investment model than a venture capital case, I would argue, for the time being. Certainly, we need to think about these opportunities to even attract founders who want to be in common shares. Yeah, it's not yet decided, but I would say let's decide every possible opportunity out there to leverage, on the one hand, the corporate, on the other hand, to make sure that we attract the best founders out there.
And I think we are learning, right? I mean, the corporate venture building activities from Körber are not so old.
Yeah.
So Factory Pearl is 3 years old now. So we are learning. So if there is an opportunity that will make us grow in a major way, or if it makes sense for whatever else reasons, I think we can do it. And this is also cool. It's not set in stone.
How is it with you at Merantix? Are you open to have somebody like Körber or also other corporates invest as investors as well alongside you?
I mean, we have some investors in the fund, so that makes sense. In the company so far, we don't have any strategic investors, but it could make sense. Probably would then take several, and maybe not as a majority investor, but I think we're open there. But generally, I mean, our investments are very long-term, like any VC, or maybe even more long-term.
Yeah. But I think that's also not only in AI-powered ventures, but also in general, I think a key learning. If you take corporates, it sometimes makes sense to take several, because you kind of neutralize the potential kind of detriment from coming in from corporates. Yeah? So in terms of a signaling perspective. So I think that definitely makes sense. Yeah, Sam, are we running out of time already?
Thank you.
We're over time. Sorry.
To everyone on the panel.
We get more and more time every second. Yeah. No, but like one last comment maybe. If you, as we're both based on the AI campus, there is probably like an event every day on something AI related on the tech side, on the business side. Feel free to drop by. Yeah. It's on the website aicampus.org.
So definitely a lot of very qualified people there if you're interested in AI-based company building. So thanks a lot for listening, and sorry for the overtime, Sam.
Sounds amazing. Yeah. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
I'm going to download the new app, and we'll get you started in the meantime.
All right. If anyone could have told me how hard it would be to get to this point, I don't know that I would have done it.
We both were working so many hours, knowing that you don't have any more to give, but you want to step up.
매일매일 실패합니다. 스타트업의 숙명인 것 같아요.
I'm just not feeling it.
Is it because we're Black, female founders with no tech background that we can't launch a business?
I wish this innovation was everywhere.
This is 100% what I believe I should be doing, but how do we actually make it happen?
That cost of failure is so high. It's a lot of responsibility to have.
Ashley Ammons and her mother, Carrie Schrader, mother-daughter team who founded this.
As an entrepreneur, your first job is to find the place and the people that get you, feel you, support you, champion you, and go there and conquer.
It's good to have a community, not just of people that believe in you, but people who are facing the same challenges.
I don't think that I would have made it this far without the feeling of community that I found here.
Women in my age group come up to me and say, you have inspired me to do what I've always wanted to do.
You put another brick in the wall today, and that's what we're doing.
It has pushed me to be not just a tech innovator, but a guiding light to other people.
I have permission to dream. I don't think I had that.
If I can help just one person, it was going to be worth it. But now the prospect of doing this for hundreds, thousands, millions of people, there is nothing that can stop us.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining this panel. So now we're going to have a great panel discussion on App Store optimization, 15 seconds or fame or long-term relevance. This is going to be hosted by Project A's very own Luke Costley-White. He's going to be joined by Dora, George, Jevgen, and Simona. So please welcome them onto stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
Hey guys, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks so much to my lovely panel for joining me here today. A bit more of a niche topic than some of the other talks going on today, but we hope that it will be interesting and also actionable for all of you guys. So to kick it off, if you guys could give a brief introduction of yourselves. Perhaps we start, ladies first, with you, Dora. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you work, and how you involve App Store optimization in your job.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Dora Rostanetsky. I work at Trade Republic, and I am a growth lead there, taking care of organic growth. And I've been around in marketing for the past 11 years, so I've seen a lot of things like paid, organic, CRM, one of my favorite topics, and ASO, a great passion of mine. So happy to be here.
All right. Maybe we continue with you then, Simona.
So hello everyone, my name is Simona Rubanaite. I'm working at Nord Security with NordVPN app, and I spent last 5 years in mobile marketing, and particularly working on App Store optimization and making the best strategies how to win there.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much. And Yevhen, if we could go with you.
Yes. So my name is Yevhen Tarasenko. I work for Tilting Point. This is a mobile game publishing company, and I've been in internet marketing for 12 years, I guess, and in organics specifically for 9 years. It's actually 9 years in October.
Perfect. Happy anniversary. And Georgie, from you.
Hey guys, my name is George. I'm working at Aerospace, a really cool app, really cool company with a bunch of apps. Besides Aerospace, I'm working helping apps and games with organic growth and growth in general. Besides that, I have my own hustling show, 3 Minute Bullshit with George, with cool contents of online marketing. Check that out. In one of the episodes we shoot together with Yevhen Tarasenko, we talk about how we can help people of Ukraine. Please check this episode. There are several stuff. We collect the information about our colleagues that are searching for a job. There is also the projects where you can donate $5, $10 for, and it will go straight to the family. There is also the project from Alexander, who shoot the project of Leka, where you can buy the arts from the guys, from the kids, and this money will go straight to their families. Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. Thanks very much. So let's say some of the audience maybe have different levels of expertise in this area. So how would you guys describe ASO to someone who's never heard of it? Dora, Georgie, whoever wants to go.
Yeah, I'll go with the least controversial one that we can all agree on, and then others can expand. You know, so in the past there was, I think, a pretty similar definition for many people, and now lately, of course, people like to talk about expanding the definition of ASO, but ASO, and before I define ASO, let me see who here knows what App Store optimization really mean and have even some experience with that. Can you raise your hand? All right, great. We have a few ASO practitioners. So what is App Store optimization? So App Store optimization caters to two goals. So you're optimizing your app store for discoverability, so for visibility. When people are searching for a certain keyword on the app store, you want your product to appear first. And on the other side, you're also catering to conversion, because it's great that people find you in the app store, but you also want them to convert. So you want to download your product and use it. So app store optimization is really about making yourself more visible and convince people to use your product. So this is the more simplified definition of ISO.
And George always is the more controversial one. You have things to add?
Yeah, I can add just an example that imagine that you are the person who is going to dating, and if you do the product without app store optimization, the same that you go to the dating without washing your body or hair, or without doing the makeup, if you are female, and and the chance that the other person likes you is way lower versus you wash your hair and wash your body. Yeah, that's ASO.
That's why George always wears so much makeup. So, guys, why do you think ASO is so important, and why often do you think it's not a priority for a lot of companies?
Yeah, I think that ASO, there are some benefits of ASO. First of all, with ASO you can increase the visibility on App Store through keywords. You can find a relevant person who search for with your app, search for your app to satisfy their needs. Then you can go to reach the global audience, because it's worldwide. You can put your app in different countries. Then you're gonna have a chance to increase the conversion rate through visual, to play with the different visual assets, and to increase the conversion rate. You're gonna get incremental traffic and downloads to that, and because of that, you're gonna get incremental revenue as well. But when we talk about ASO, it's not only organic but also the paid, because some of the elements of ASO also is visible for when you are doing the paid UA. So, for instance, if you do the really good app page, the chance that the person download the app coming from paid increasing dramatically. Yes, and it's also gonna increase the conversion rate of traffic coming from paid. So you're gonna, in that case, cut the costs of that you're gonna pay for paid user.
Yeah, and because all the traffic literally goes to the App Store, so paid.
Essentially a gatekeeper, right?
It is the gatekeeper, so you better keep it.
Keep it sweet.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a bottleneck. So you might drive 1 million people to the store page, but if it's not nice, they're just gonna go away.
Yeah. I think the way that non-app companies can think about it is it's like not optimizing your checkout if you're a web or an e-commerce business. Obviously, if you have a terrible conversion rate at that point, what's the point in the earlier stages? So yeah, I think that's always why I asked why we think that companies don't put effort into it. Like for a lot of app companies, they won't even have an ASO person. They won't even have someone in the team who does it part-time. It won't even be a consideration for their journey. And I'm not just talking about the small companies, but also bigger global companies that you would think would be investing. Why do you think that it doesn't have the same reputation as other channels for the improvements it can make?
I can quickly start and then pass it on. Well, because it's not so easy to measure, and when it comes to paid marketing, you put your budget and then you expect certain outcomes, so you have this feeling of better control. When it comes to organic, it's really hard to really prove the effectiveness of it, right? Is it really due to the screenshots? Is it because of the keywords? Is it because of our paid? At the end of the day, it's a combination of all of it. And quite frankly, if you think that one channel drives everything, that's a bit naive. It's a combination of everything, of your brand marketing efforts, of your paid efforts, of your organic efforts. So everything comes together, and that's why actually organic is so often overlooked, because they're trying to look at it in isolated from all the channels and say, prove exactly the value of the organic traffic. I don't think that's a really fair way to look at it.
Yeah. Yevhen, we had a discussion the other day about exactly this topic and around kind of what KPIs you use to measure the success of ASO, and you had some very interesting points on that. Maybe you could share them with the room.
Right. This is also sort of a segue of how do you see what's going on with organic traffic. So at Tilting Point, we are measuring revenue and obviously organic installs. These are two main KPIs. It's very hard to do, so we have a pretty sophisticated model based on data from the consoles and MMPs, and we are mixing those data sources as well as LTVs, and we are getting pretty accurate data. And our other departments, like UA department, they also use this model, so it works very well for us, and we can actually see what goes where. Aside from that, you should also look at, obviously, conversion rate, the impressions, page views, reviews, ratings, all of that stuff matters, and as well as some product metrics like crash rates, the ANRs, because if something goes wrong, you should know what's wrong and go there and fix that.
Yeah. I enjoy working with companies when they don't really pay attention to the rankings unless either their ranking goes to like top 20 or their ranking goes below 100, and then suddenly they care about ASO all of a sudden. Like the rest of the year, nothing. But the day when you're one ranking behind Gorillas, suddenly, oh my God, ASO is really interesting. What are we doing? Let's talk about it. Maybe we should do a podcast about this. And then the other way, like, oh my God, we dropped from 20th to 150th. Like, what are we doing to fix this? And it's like, well, you didn't care the other 9 months of the year.
There should be a person that looks at it at least part-time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely agree with Eugen. I want to add a couple of words. If we talk about the KPIs of ASO, and if your company is very well established, you can move forward and ask your MarTech and EdTech to put everything in so-called ASO KPI dashboard, because it's not too easy, because all information are in different source. So to consolidate it, it's better to use one source, and you can build it through MarTech from API from different tools and put it in one place, which will be very easy, and put even the alerts on this dashboard to get the automatic alerts if something going wrong. I think Evgen is doing this because his company is super mature with the ASO part, and yeah, this is the direction that you have to go, guys.
Yeah, question actually for APIs. We have done that in the past in one of my companies, and they break all the time because so Apple doesn't provide them. Google only provides you for the installs, but not beyond that. So you build an API and it's constantly breaking, so you always have to have an engineer ready to fix it.
Yes.
Yep.
Right?
We have a part of our data team that looks into that on a daily basis, basically. And we have Monday calls with them to go through the checklist and see if everything's okay.
You're lucky you have the dedicated resources.
Exactly. That's why you need for sure the dedicated MarTech person or tech person in marketing team to fix these issues.
Yeah.
It brings me nicely to one of the questions that I always get asked on this topic, which is, what do people need to get started with App Store optimization? Like, what is the top 3 things that you would say you absolutely need from day one? And then how does that evolve for you guys? Maybe you can give a few suggestions each.
Maybe I will start on. Firstly, to get the knowledge from the right sources, because there are people who believe that buying installs on the keywords is the actual App Store optimization.
Apple, largely.
We are not talking about Apple Search Ads here. But yeah, get the knowledge from the trusted sources, optimize accordingly, do the research, check competitors, internal data, Evgen mentioned, and yeah.
Yeah, and find yourself an ASO tool.
Yeah, I guess Feature is a good company to start with. It's a Berlin-based company. They have tons of knowledge. Like, it's free mostly. You can start there. And for tools, it's AppTweak. I can name one. But there are many good tools.
I think from what you can start is to educate other colleagues why is ASO important, and to educate what is important, because in some of the companies that I worked, people don't know actually what is ASO and what is the value of ASO, and that's the first stage, in my opinion, that you have to start. Yes.
Yeah, and one very important point, really important, make sure that you gain the interest and trust of the design team, because the design team is going to be your best friend. Why? Because one of the main things about App Store optimization, it's optimizing your screenshots for a better conversion, because users are very visual. They're going to come to the App Store, they're going to scroll, they have very short attention spans. So you have to be catchy, you have to be very clear. And you need the support of the design team. And especially you have to sell ASO. Why? Because a design person has a very strong opinion on brand and how things should look and what looks good. And you should explain that by A/B testing, we're trying to remove ourselves from having an opinion to testing hypotheses and really get this buy-in from the design team. They're going to be your best friend. And I see this as a blocker if that's not the case.
Yeah, that was one of the main things around kind of what are your champions that you can bring in? Like, who are the teams, who are the other members of the company that you can really like get on board to push this project forward? Feel free, by the way, to just share the recording of this with your team to convince them. Perhaps starting with the question, what is the biggest impact you guys have seen from ASO in any of the companies you guys have worked in?
From my end, it's localization, absolutely. Not only localization, but culturalization as well. Since normally apps, they expand, and going to Japanese market with the English won't work for sure. So culturalization is a huge part here.
Yeah, I think also the important thing to think about with localization is it doesn't just mean translation.
Yeah.
So I think we had a really interesting discussion last night around this topic, around trying to bring humor and design concepts from businesses in one country to then another market is definitely something to avoid. So get a native speaker, someone from the company, from the country, and show them the assets before you put them live. Otherwise, you end up with a lot of egg on your face. For the others, were there any impacts that you guys have seen that have been really interesting?
Yeah, of course. As I work with within different companies, also the games and apps. For instance, within one of the game that we did a full stack app store optimization. At least they saved 50 million budget for paid UA because of increasing the conversion rate, and that was one of the main. Another example is for one of the delivery apps that I was working. We saved the cost of marketing for paid more than 3 million on a quarterly basis, which is really good, nice stuff to have. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting, Georgie, in one of the companies you're working at now, you're also, like, a lot of the businesses might be thinking about ranking against some of their competitors, but a lot of them are small companies. For some of your apps, your main competitors are Apple or other really big companies. So I think it's also really interesting to see that this kind of strategy can allow smaller businesses to rank against these huge companies, because it's not just about who can spend more, but who's more relevant and who's more interesting.
The strategy over it is that to follow up the new features that Apple has, for instance, and implement it on the early stages, because you in that case you're gonna get a beneficial. First of all, because your competitors are not super fast, and second is that Apple will be appreciate that you implemented this new feature if it even sucks, and you will get a lot of visibility across the App Store, which we are doing actually, and it works.
We had a very good success, by the way, with in-app events, which were introduced last October, I guess, just before Halloween. So they announced it, and like in 2 or 3 days, we prepared concepts for, I think, 9 of our games, and they went live the day the feature went live, and half of them were featured, and we had like thousands of downloads just from that.
Yeah, actually, featuring, that's another very interesting one, because from experience, we got featured as well in one of my previous companies, and we barely seen any traffic, actually. Back
Which
in the
year
days
was it?
when you... Sorry?
Which year?
1 year ago.
Yeah.
So
I noticed that after 2020, it got like less.
You didn't get so,
less
because back in the
efficient.
days, if you get featured, that was like the silver bullet. You get featured, it's
Just go on vacation
everybody's
after that,
celebrating.
basically.
We got featured, we didn't see any difference. We actually didn't understand we got featured. It depends also where you're featured, but we were supposedly.
It's still a good feature, but it's not a silver bullet.
No, not anymore. These old days are over.
Yeah, I think also the whole featuring thing is such a black box, because it's not like you have a predictable thing that you can tell when you're going to get featured or why you're going to get featured or what it's going to be about. It's just basically like you have good performance, you have a good relationship with Apple and Google, and then magically, mysteriously, you might get featured, but they don't even necessarily tell you it's going to happen. So that's why I think it's such a stressful thing. But it brings me nicely to my last question, which is the biggest ASO hack and the biggest fail for each of you. So maybe we start with you, Simona.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are familiar with alternative stores, but my experience is actually both. So I'm working with the App Gallery, which is like Play Store 10 years ago, something like that. I'm uploading screenshots because to rebranding, and I follow the rules, I upload those, and it goes live and developer releases it. And a couple of days later, I'm getting notified from analytics team saying, what have you done? We are like, CR increased a lot, like 70%, something like that. And apparently what happened, I uploaded the screenshots. One of the screenshots lacked 1 pixel. And from the portrait, how they needed to look, they turned to landscape. Even the screenshot is portrait mode. So people, if they wanted to check the screenshots, they needed to click it. Therefore, the conversion rate increases. And yeah, 17% increase from such a failure. We laughed a lot, actually, because it's not a hack, it's a failure, but at least it's in revenue.
I think that's also the learning, is that a lot of the things that we think are a fail at the time often tell you the most. Earlier in the year, for example, we were testing everything via app campaigns for all channels. We accidentally set the homepage as our landing page instead of the App Store, and we sent everyone via web to app, and we got way more tracking for all of the channels, and then we pivoted entirely to that model. So I think, sometimes the little mistakes teach you a lot of things that maybe you were biased against before. But yeah, you guys, what about for you?
I think George has a great.
I have. I think among you guys, I have the most crucial failure that I can share with you. So first of all, the day of the failure starts that I was caught by police. I was working in Barcelona at that time, and I was caught by police, and they realized that I'm not a local. I'm not from Barcelona, and they tried to charge me the money or whatever, higher money than it was the fee. Hopefully, my friend and colleague, Mark, hi Mark, was there, and he helped me to figure out this deal. So after this incident, I entered my office. I was late more than 1 hour, and then I opened my emails, and I got 3 emails: one from product owner, one from VP of marketing, and one from CEO. So because of stuff that I was doing on Google Play Store page, the app was removed for 30 minutes. And because of that, there was not so happy about that. So, but we fixed it at the same time, and in 10 minutes it appears. I want to say yes, in spite of the fact that the company lose a bit money for this 30 minutes stuff, that was the same company that, because of App Store optimization, got a beneficial of 3 million of marketing quarterly cost. So I think I compensated for 30 minutes lost from Google Play Store. Yes. Yeah. If we talk about the growth hack, there are several growth hacks. I don't want to emphasize all of them because I'm gonna lose my job and I will not be unique anymore. So one of the growth hacks that we did was with one game and one app. There was like a huge campaign that includes one of the specific keywords, the unique one that no one has. So it's not even the word that meaning something. And we use this word to put in the keyword field, and we use this word to put in our metadata as well. And because of that, we get a huge incremental traffic because our competitor was not so fast to catch what's going on with this campaign. And because of that, we get a huge amount of incremental traffic. And after that, we are doing this within some apps and some games, and it works very well because, as I mentioned, the big companies are not so fast to do and to track on a daily basis what's going on. So you can use this stuff stuff to get beneficial out of it. Of course, if you have a, like the huge campaign based, if you use, for instance, the YouTubers, influencers, if you use these words in paid and other media, social media as well to boost this word, it's gonna work.
But by the way, I have a follow-up for that. So when I was working at SoundCloud, we made an experiment because SoundCloud had such a strong brand presence, and we got a lot of traffic from organic. And we tried to ASA for some keywords that we decided are very crucial to see if it's going to boost our organic ranking on these keywords. And it didn't. But then I spoke to other ASO practitioners, and they said that it did for them. I think actually Simone told me about that. Yeah. What is your experience with doing App Store ads to help your organic keywords?
From my end, yeah, it's a success, but you actually need to pick the correct keywords. Keep an eye on the analytics and optimize based on that.
Yeah, I wasn't able, but maybe it works in the end.
It didn't work for you? No, for me neither.
You mean to put...
budget against keywords that you want to also boost organically?
Yeah.
It didn't work for you. Only Simona has a success story.
I think it depends how niche the keyword is. I think that's important. Like if you're having a keyword that's really important for you, then that's where it comes from. If you guys want to find out, by the way, what Georgie's secret hacks that he wouldn't tell you in front of everyone are, we will go to the speaker lounge afterwards, and you can also ask us on Discord. But we're already over time. Thank you all so much for joining me, and thank all of you guys for listening. Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at Mom, we made it. La la la, ooh.
Technologie ist, was der Mensch daraus macht. Oder Millionen von Menschen. Technologie bringt uns zusammen. Und zusammen können wir alles erreichen. Wir sind die Gigabit Company. Das Netz ist unsere Aufgabe. Damit verbinden wir Menschen und Maschinen. Jeden Tag. Und bauen an einer besseren Zukunft. Unsere Vision? Die Gigabit-Gesellschaft in Deutschland. Jeder Zweite im Land ist unser Kunde. Zusammen geben wir immer neue Anstöße. Von Gesundheit bis Bildung, von Politik bis Familie. Wir halten Deutschland am Laufen, selbst dann, wenn die Welt stillstehen muss. Ihr seht uns nicht, aber wir sind immer da. Im Boden, in der Luft, mit euch auf der Couch und bald überall. Mit dem ersten 5G-Echtzeit-Netz für Deutschland und maßgeschneiderten Lösungen für Unternehmen können wir zusammen Neues schaffen. Fähren lernen, autonom zu fahren. Fußballspiele werden in Echtzeit mobil übertragen. Wissenschaft und Wirtschaft revolutionieren sich selbst. Wir können Container digital sichern, kochen wie Profis, in den Autos von morgen die Zukunft erleben und unseren Kindern die ganze Welt an die Hand geben. Mit der technologischen Power unserer Netze und mit den Menschen, die sie nutzen, ihnen Leben einhauchen. Bunt, jung, alt, völlig verschieden. Laut, still, stolz, anspruchsvoll. Umweltbewusst, genau wie wir. Das ist der Herzschlag einer neuen Zeit. Alles verändert sich. Und zusammen können wir alles verändern. Mehr Schritte aufeinander zu. Mehr Fortschritt zusammen. Und die Welt heute, morgen, jeden Tag immer besser machen. Das ist Together We Can.
Hi everyone, welcome to the second part of our knowledge conference today. My name is Marie, I'm part of the tech team at Project A, and I will guide you through our afternoon schedule. And a little spoiler from my side, you're definitely sitting in the right cinema because a lot of interesting talks are coming up, and we will start with a talk from a colleague of mine. To be more precise, with a talk from the VP of Data and Analytics at Project A, and he will give us 5 trends and insights into data and analytic tools and how you make use of them. So please give a big applause to Ole Bosdorf.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Danke, Marie.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
I mean, if you're not hyped by now, then I don't know what. Thanks a lot for joining this one over the OMR podcast that is starting. Please stay. It's one of the most famous podcasts, though, even over our CTO, but no pressure on me. So my name is Ole, and I run the data and analytics teams at Project A. Our team's mission basically is to elevate data maturity in our investment portfolio. So we are hopefully doing that by sitting together with our founders, identifying cool topics. That could be reports, analyses, automations, predictions. And then we design data infrastructure, data teams around them in order to create real business impact. And well, we do that 20, 25 times a year. So through that, we gather quite some cool experience, of which I want to share some with you today. I chose the very odd number of 5. There's no specific reason for that. And I hope that after 13 minutes, you'll be able to stay a bit more ahead of the curve when it comes to data and analytics. Stay ahead of the competition, or maybe avoid some stupid mistakes that we see. So let's get right into these trends. No, it's not machine learning. Today we're going to stay really practical here. So really hands-on advice and really dive into what helps you on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, it's also not AI. So let's get started. The first trend is an observation that we're doing, which is a bit frustrating, but still important to share with you. It's around that there is path dependence in data and analytics. Now, path dependence is a really well-established economic concept. It basically means that past events or decisions constrain current events or decisions. Let me explain. As an operational VC, we have a pretty cool insight into the development of a company, not from like 10,000 feet board level high, but we support them operationally. So we really see what's going on. Now, for me as a VP data and analytics, that can be frustrating at times. I have 2 sons, so sometimes it feels really good to say, I told you so, but much less from an investor perspective, unfortunately. So what do we see? I mean, events, information that hasn't been tracked accordingly, definitions that were never really established, they just lead to a low data maturity. You miss trends, you don't understand what's driving revenue, you're falling further behind. Now, the problem is that it's not that easy to correct, unfortunately. There's real path dependence. So once you messed it up, it's not that easy to right the ship, so to say. If departments didn't get a lot of support from the core analytics team, well, they will just start building out their own solutions. You see spreadsheets flying around everywhere. They come up with their own definitions. And I don't blame them. I mean, they still want to use data to run their business, but have fun migrating them at a later point of time to your shiny new Tableau reports once these have been really established in their day-to-day. That's really tough. So there is a certain path dependence, and even when ventures, hopefully by talking to us, realize that they have to do more, they still burn through 1, 2 directors of data until they reach their expectations. It's a bit painful to watch at times. I mean, trend 1, first takeaway for you is, put data and analytics on your roadmap, I'm not saying it should be all over the place. I mean, our founders have great intuition, and that's why we invest in them. But at some point, you want to move a bit more into a fact-based approach, hopefully. Let's look at the other side of the spectrum, so to say. We have really advanced ventures of a really high data maturity level, and it's really exciting to observe those. What they are basically building, their data ecosystems, these start to resemble real, well, software systems in terms of maturity. You could say they are building data platforms. So trend number 2, the data platform is arriving. What's a platform? Well, a platform is constructed so that people can build things on top of them. In terms of data, that means more stakeholders, not just internal ones, but also external ones, more use cases. The product recommendation in your website is not anymore taken care of by a single point tool that claims to connect to all your devices or all your sources, but instead, this recommendation is actually driven by your data platform, which does contain all the necessary data for proper recommendations. It's really exciting to see, but we as data and analytics team have to play a bit of catch up here because we don't yet have the robust processes that exist in software development. Still running like 10, 20 years behind. I mean, they just have a bit of an advantage in terms of time. What does that mean? We struggle a bit with, well, adhering to tighter service level agreements, SLAs. Our data engineers, they might not want to be on call, and that's a bit of an issue. I mean, you have to understand we're coming from a world where if a dashboard breaks, the business user will come to us and inform us, and then we go fix it. That doesn't work anymore when the dashboard is now implemented into a customer-facing application, and there's real revenue driven by this. So suddenly we'll have to grow in terms of maturity and development processes. Andreessen Horowitz talks about a data platform hypothesis. So basically, more and more applications, there's even dedicated SaaS tools that are building not on top of all your data sources, but on top of the data platform. Largely exciting to us. We really see this happening. We see features being developed in days by looping them through the data platform instead of weeks or months by doing it through the backend. Business logic moves to the data platform, but we still have a bit of a way to go until we reach this. And one key prerequisite for this hypothesis to play out is better alignment, and that's a bit of an issue. So, trend 3, misalignment between data and tech hurts your business. Here's an observation. Product and tech people, please don't take that too serious, but they don't care about producing good data quality. They usually still care more about getting the feature live, maybe instead of if it plays into the outcome that they wanted to achieve. Here's a memo from a company called Amazon, and they're a very charismatic founder who 20 years ago already forced his tech teams to basically move into sort of a microservice architecture and start producing a lot better data so that systems and services can be interoperable and also be externalized. Think AWS services. He created an incentive. He actually said, anyone who doesn't do this will be fired, but let's not take that too harsh. Unfortunately, for companies that are below 1 trillion in market capitalization, the reality still looks a bit different. So their engineers haven't fully understood the effects or the downstream implications of updating a column or dropping a table. Suddenly, board-level KPIs, they cannot be reported anymore. Or even worse, when the data team doesn't do great testing, they're still being reported, but wrongly because someone maybe changed the currency or something. I mean, it doesn't look all that dark. There's really smart people working on solutions here. They go along a framework that I use all over again, the Godot trifecta of people, processes, and technology. So how do you overcome this misalignment? Well, people need to better understand the effects of their actions. You need to have processes in place to basically stop that from happening. That could be a 3-layered approach in your data warehouse, raw, staging, live. It could be notifying the right people when something happens. And of course, you need technology as well. There can be testing just to make the whole setup more robust and ultimately more trustable. At Netflix, keeping the ambition level high, they basically, I mean, that's what my mentor told me, they basically realized that once they put the VP data platforms and the VP engineering both reporting to the CTO, they really created this alignment, and some of the most complex, sophisticated data problems or data topics out there have been created through this. So creating alignment, absolutely key. I'm gonna speed up a bit, but Clara from my team already allowed me to go a bit over time, but trend 4, self-service. So here we see a good trend overall. So self-service can actually work, but there is a bit of a catch. And it comes to, I'm gonna go back, it comes to, well, expectations that are not really well managed. I'll explain again. Self-service comes from the fact that there are just more questions than you have analysts. And I mean, rightfully, the data team does a lot of great stuff, produces a lot of assets, and there's a large interface to the business, so questions arise. How is X defined? What is Y? How does Z relate to X again? Now, the problem here is that some of our ventures have the wrong expectations about self-service. They want business users to do really complex analyses, but they don't have the time for this. I mean, data people and business people use data in structurally very different ways. Data people have time to dive into an analytical problem. Business users, they benefit from decision speed. Decision speed is a good metric, by the way, to measure the performance of your data team. Can business users get answers quickly? What you would like them to do is, well, select from a well-understood set of KPIs, let's say orders, new customers, apply that to a filtered set of records, let's say only orders in Germany, and break it down by dimensions, product category, whatever, B2B, B2C. If you enable this process in your organization, you're far ahead of many companies out there. They select from a well-understood list of KPIs, I don't know, multiples or whatever funding round. They select that, or they filter from a set of records, startups only in Germany, and then they break it down by a certain dimensions, again, B2B, B2C, whatever, SaaS versus commerce. So if you enable this process and keep it really simple, you actually achieve great things. You want to do opinionated simplicity. You want to have one revenue metric, not 50, over undifferentiated optionality, where they don't know where to start even, and they have no idea what's going on. This is the self-service trend. I'm going to end a bit more controversial with trend number 5. Trend number 5 relates to the hottest position in data in 2023. It is not the data engineer, sorry, but you probably made it in like 2021. It's not the machine learning engineer. It is definitely not the data scientist. I mean, 80% of the time they were just preparing data and 20% of the time complaining about it. It's also not the analytics engineer. It's a fascinating role that is a lot on my mind. But actually, what I truly believe in is the business analyst making a great return. Our team is really good at producing data assets, sourcing data from somewhere, storing it, modeling it, and so forth. But ultimately, we still rely heavily on people that use these data assets to solve real-world business problems through stakeholder management, business context, through like empathy, emotional intelligence. When I see psychology as a background on a CV, I mean, I'm really alerted and excited because we can teach those people technicality if they're interested, but we can't teach them how to drive behavioral change. And behavioral change is really like the last mile of analytics that makes everything else before worthwhile or everything else plain useless if it doesn't happen. Those are the 5 trends. I'm a bit over time. I'm going to wrap things up here now. I hope you're still awake, either suffering from food coma a bit or super hungry. Bear with me, we're almost through. We basically looked at these 5 things. I mean, there is a certain path dependence in data analytics. Please start investing early. If you do, your data platform might be arriving, only if your tech and data teams are actually well aligned. You can achieve a certain level of self-service if you manage your own expectations. And don't underestimate your business analysts. Diminishing that role only serves to silence the role of data all along in an organization. That's it, the 5 trends. Let me just some closing notes and then I'm off. I mean, we just don't want you to treat data as an afterthought. In the 90s, a lot of companies did that with software, and none of us here holds stocks in them, hopefully, or even remembers their name. So data really is, to some extent, the shiny new thing that software was maybe in the 90s. It's really not optional. It's not a thing you can't or cannot do. So you have to start tracking properly. You have to build and define good KPIs. And you just have to build a great team and infrastructure around it. Focus on impact. Impact on growth, or in these times maybe efficiency. And don't get too distracted by all the fancy tooling that's out there. $8 billion in VC money were invested into data infrastructure startups last year. We were part of that to some extent. Makes it a bit hard to navigate what's out there, but ultimately, buying tech won't solve your problems. Investing in the right people will do that. Thanks for joining and enjoy PAKCon 2022.
Thank you so much for your insights, Ole. And yeah, please stay tuned. The next talk will start in about 3 minutes and is about a topic that affects all of us.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. Ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. Ooh.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we could help your business in Germany and beyond.
Okay, welcome to all the new faces in the audience. We will start with a new topic. So as you all know, in the past years, we have been affected by several crises. And these crises not only impacted our private, but also our professional lives. And talent acquisition is an area that has been dramatically impacted by these circumstances. And in the next panel, we will discuss that in detail. So please give a warm welcome to Andrea Althaus, our VP of Talent Acquisition, Dave Van Kuik, the Senior Business Recruiter at CartaWiki, Lawrence Maples, a TA leader from DIXA, and of course, my colleague, Seda.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you
Seda.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
Welcome everyone, PAKCon 2022. I'm happy to join this panel discussion today about talent acquisition and also the impact of the global crisis. Thanks for everyone joining in the audience today, and thanks for everyone who's streaming at YouTube, probably. My name is Seda. I'm working as a Senior Talent Acquisition Manager at Project A Ventures since the beginning of this year. And the last 3.5 years, I had the honor to work with different startups, different industries, also from VC perspective. And yeah, I'm happy to join a fruitful discussion today and to exchange some knowledge. Today's topic is addressing recession, the role of talent acquisition during the global crisis. And I think it's not a secret that we're all witnessing at the moment the impacts of the global crisis, if it means on a professional level or also on a personal level. And I think it's also at some point already far beyond the political or social or economic sanctions that we're all affected in. Today, we just want to focus on the professional level from a TA perspective, which is already enough for 30 minutes. And maybe we can just discuss today a bit more on how can we reflect the last 3 years and how can we also predict at some point the future and the trend of talent acquisition in technology sector or venture capital sector. But before we deep dive into that, I would love to introduce you, or they will definitely introduce themselves. Our panelists, give them a warm welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Seda. I'm Dave Van Kuik. I'm business recruiter at CartaWiki, one of the Project A portfolio companies. I'm based in Amsterdam. Katawiki's business model is focused on the last frontier of e-commerce, is where we're creating a marketplace for special objects, and we're specifically focusing on an auction model. So everything you see with us is curated by our experts. I was just told we're also one of the biggest portfolio companies in terms of headcount. We've had over 800 people with us, so TA is definitely top of mind with our business leaders. But I'll pass the word to Andrea to introduce herself.
Thanks. Hello, I'm Andrea. I'm leading the talent acquisition team at Project A. And together with our team, 22 people of recruiters, sourcer, and coordinators, we are in very close contact with a lot of our ventures, also with Dixa and Katawiki, of course. But we also support many of our portfolios, at the moment 26, operationally. Means in recruitment, in setting up processes, implementing tools, talking about certain projects or expansion plans and so on. Yeah, and I'm happy to hand over to Lawrence.
Thank you. I'm Lawrence. I work at Dixa, and we're a customer service platform from Denmark. I'm based in London and a team lead in the talent acquisition team. So I'm responsible for hiring across go-to-market functions, the customer organization, and business support. I've been at Dixa around 18 months. We're also a Project A portfolio company. And I'll hand back to Seda.
Thank you so much for the introduction round. Now, let us start with the first question that I'm heading to you, Andrea. If we take a look back at the last 3 years, and what would you say, what have been the key challenges around hiring from your perspective?
Well, I mean, looking back, on one side we have, the economic situation we were all exposed to, pandemic, recession, inflation, so everything what led us to quite high market volatility. And on the other side, we have these ongoing talent shortage, demographic change, less younger or few younger people enter the job market. We have the innovation and digitization means more jobs, new jobs arise. And by talking about these two things, like streams somehow, in terms of challenges, recruitment in general is quite strong or strongly affected by crises, right? We are part of growth. We are also a people business. People usually are a very cost-intensive part of the organization. So a challenge here is overall to really adjust to these rapid changes. Adjustment means, and at the moment, for example, one time, like on company level, about headcount planning, headcount expansions, just the recruitment for that. But also when we have a look on the candidate side, right? Like the need of the candidates changed too, like the recent months. A year ago, when we wanted to hire or take over talents, most important was being very fast in a process, having a good salary package, and the willingness to change was very high. Well, that didn't happen, it happened often, I mean, that candidates accepted verbally an offer and then rejected because they got a better offer. And that was kind of new at that time for us. Now, it's more that candidates more build on trust, right? They would change the job, but what is more important for them, what they value more is trust, stability, and also the willingness to change is way lower than it used to be maybe a year ago, I would say.
Yeah, super interesting insights. And I think you named two buzzwords, adjustment and change, that are highly relevant in times of crisis. Lawrence, when you take a look on the role of a talent acquisition manager, not necessarily which seniority level we're talking about, what would you say? How has that changed in the last 3 years, and how has it also adjusted?
So I think a number of things. The single biggest shift has been being in this extremely candidate-driven market. So what I mean by that is what Andrea's said about real talent shortages, huge excess of demand over supply. In 2021, we had the worst candidate shortage ever in the software industry. And this year, it's cooled down a little bit with layoffs, with less hiring, but that fundamental still hasn't gone away, that we're in an extremely candidate-driven market, probably the most candidate-driven apart from 2021. So that changes the role of TA in lots of ways. It requires a much greater emphasis on business partnering, on TA people really, really knowing what's going on across the business, across all the teams that they support, and being able to tell really compelling, specific stories about what it's like to work in the company they represent, and being able to relate that to the goals and aspirations of the candidate. It also has a big impact on compensation planning, which has always been, there have always been limitations of the data that we use for compensation planning. They're a representation of broad market ranges, and also they have imperfect data. But historically, we've typically been able to understand from the data roughly what a market rate is, and then we know that to move, people are looking for 10 to 20% on top. But now in the market we've been in with such huge increases to move, that data loses meaning much more so, because the range in the market has expanded so far, and because you cannot really compare people who've just moved and agreed a new salary with people who may have been in a role for 2 or 3 years, had small increases, but agreed their salary in a very different market. And so to understand a market range is very difficult, but also it means that combined with a very hot market, people can be looking for much, much greater increases to move, and even 30 or 40%, sometimes more, has become a lot more common. All of those things are still there, but simultaneous to that, this year we have more of a shift to a focus on profitability, which complicates things in a number of ways, and I'm sure we'll come on to more. But one immediate effect on TA has been playing a role in the whole employee life cycle, and in particular where many companies have unfortunately had to make layoffs, being involved in outplacement, so supporting employees to find other roles in other organizations, which includes helping them work out what could be the best fit, how to interview for it, getting them introductions, and a number of other things.
Wow, okay. Dave, if you compare that to Katawiki, do you see also common things that Lawrence mentioned, or maybe also differences?
Yes, of course there's commonalities within the market to, say, give you an indication of where we're coming from. Of course, we're an online marketplace, so the pandemic has been really kind to us, providing an ample growth opportunity. But with increasing cost of living, in the end, no one needs us to survive. We've seen, say, a slowdown in growth, which made us refocus again on the sustainable growth strategy we implemented over 5 years ago. So we're very conscious on our headcount growth planning, but also, and I think this is a juxtaposition as opposed to candidates' expectations, where they think, I want a quick process, I can do with 2 or 3 interviews, is where businesses are being more considerate about the talent they hire, because they only have one role to fill and they want to make the right hire. So you can see extra steps being added to a process to ensure we hire the right people. And this is not just us, I hear it from my colleagues across other businesses. So I think that's an interesting development. It's all about managing expectations. But I also feel that the role of a talent acquisition specialist, a recruiter, how you want to call the function, is adapting with that change. We see fewer headcount growth, which means we're still working with the same capacity in our team. But on the other hand, you see the focus to more project-driven and business advisory to our senior stakeholders. Of course, our senior stakeholders, they're not ingrained in terms of recruitment operations, so they will see headlines. We're there as a function to explain what's happening in the market. Where Lawrence alluded to is talent shortage. In the Netherlands, we have over 140 vacant positions for every 100 unemployed people. And you see a similar, say, a development across the European Union where the job vacancy rate is ever increasing. So there's always fierce competition for talent. So that is our core focus, but then on the other hand, we now have more time because we have fewer new positions to fill, is where we focus on implementing a growth framework together with our HR team. We're establishing a quality of hire metric. We're shoring up our processes. We're automating a lot of things. You can think of offers, contracts, but also how our systems interact with each other. So these are all developments that a modern talent acquisition specialist should focus on to be, say, relevant for their own jobs, but also you can see that shift for advisory to senior business partners. And to be honest, like, I'm not the person who's solely responsible for that change. You need good stakeholders to ingrain you in their operation. Historically, TA has been transactional, always last to know and first to being laid off in a crisis. Like Lawrence said, is leverage the TA function in your whole employee cycle so that you can provide a good experience for everyone within your business. I think those are key elements to becoming a modern recruiter.
Yeah. I also think at some point that the role of a talent acquisition manager is getting more and more a strategic partner, and this is what you both mentioned, right? Working on the key strategic side, working on projects, besides the, I would say, high-scaling execution phase as a comparison. Let's maybe deep dive a bit more into the measures. Lawrence, at DICSA, how did your team reacted or still react to the global crisis when we take a look back, retrospective?
So one of the big things that we've had to change is headcount planning, where in a previous era, based on growth at all costs, there's been hugely ambitious growth headcount plans with an emphasis, as Dave said, on getting people in quickly. The overwhelming majority of recruitment has been for growth. Mm-hmm. With headcount, with a focus on profitability, that has to come into headcount planning too. So the size of the organization has to depend much more strictly on revenue. And so you need to plan for different levels of headcount depending on the success you're having in revenue and with cost cutting. And also a much greater proportion of recruitment is backfilling for people who've chosen to move on, which comes with its own challenges too. For teams and for managers, of course, it's a much more difficult situation to be without someone you previously had, rather than waiting for a growth role to come live because you're unable to do things you already were doing or having to stretch yourself further to do that. But also for TA, it's much more challenging to predict attrition, and so that's required a strong partnership with people and culture and the managers, of course, to understand where there are performance issues or where there are people who are unhappy, or more positively, people looking to progress within the organization so that we get a forward-looking view of the skill sets that we're going to need to hire for and are able to do that more quickly and reduce the lead times to do that.
Yeah. Dave,
I think the retention topic is quite interesting, right? Because you're talking about unwanted attrition, but if you look at the retention strategies, they're usually focused around continuous growth, getting to a senior title, a manager title. I think and this is more company-wide, we neglect the hidden talent we have within businesses. We're not fully enabling people to make lateral steps or to learn new functions where there's a large overlap of capabilities within a skill set. So as a TA function, we also have a role to play in the retention strategy to find the people that have the right capabilities for new roles. Because the beauty of it is, once someone is already working within your business, we've already established that they're a cultural fit. They probably, we know a lot about them. Why not enable them when they're an 80% match to a role to move into a different function and grow their career either laterally or vertically within a business? That's, I think, where, if we're talking about the full employee life cycle, is where we can play a bigger role in discovering that hidden talent.
Yeah, totally agree. I think that sustainability is becoming more and more important also in our area. Okay, we talked a lot about the past and the current situation, and I think everyone is now looking into a crystal ball by answering this question. But Andrea, or first Lawrence, what do you think can the future market situation look like?
Well, I think it will be different to now. The situation we have right now, the main constraints on growth are revenue and capital, with a squeeze on budgets and, of course, a squeeze on funding. But that will change, because we know that speaking in the software industry anyway, we know that the long-term growth of software spend is extremely high, especially for SaaS, and that's been accelerated by the pandemic. We also know that VCs are sitting on huge amounts of money. There's about $290 billion of dry powder, which is nearly 3 times what that was at the start of the pandemic. So we don't know when the recovery will come. It may be quick, there may be a more prolonged period of what we have now, but I think we can be fairly confident that when the recovery does come, it's likely to be very strong. And therefore, companies will be back in a 2021 situation where the main constraint on growth is people and an ability to attract and retain the right people. And of course, companies who prepare for that now will be much more successful in that situation. So even if you're unable to expand full-time headcount, or even in a position where you have to reduce full-time headcount, there are still lots of things you can be doing. You can be mapping out the skills you're going to need in the future, which will not be the same or in the same balance as the skills you need today. It may be possible to hire interns and student workers at a much lower cost of full-time employees, and starting to build relationships with the graduates who are going to be coming onto the full-time labor market during the recovery, and also for more experienced people, starting to build talent pools to engage candidates with content about your business and what it's like to work there. And in general, the stronger relationships you can build with talent now, the more set up you will be to hire and retain talent during the recovery, but also that's going to support the business objectives too, in growing your market share and beating the competition. But
yeah. I mean, Lawrence, you mentioned, like, from a VC side, we have more money than we ever did. Andrea, working as a VP Talent Acquisition at Project A, what would you say? How would you predict the future trend?
Well, I mean, of course, it's hard to predict how long the situation will last. So, especially on this high level where we are at the moment. But fact is that in Europe, when we consider the tech sector, it's growing faster than the average economy, and this is a fact. So by overseeing this, it's important to see it's an upward trend. It's somehow a structural trend, and that means innovation, digitization, driven by technology, is not seen as reversed now. It's slowed down, it's cooled down a bit, but it's not reversed. And well, by talking more on a perspective on a VC, we are making, or like if you see, is making long-term decisions, right? Our investment horizon is about around 10 years, a bit longer sometimes. And that means by talking about long-term development in terms of the tech sector, sure, we have in this regard we positively look into the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for your time. Due to time constraints, we have to come to an end, unfortunately. It's been super valuable. It's been super interesting. Thanks for being here as experts. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. And if you in the audience have any more questions, please feel free to join us in the speakers lounge. I think from Talent Acquisition are a couple of our colleagues in the talent corner until 4 p.m. So happy to meet some of you there. And yeah, give a warm round of applause for our panelists.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La 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 la.
Now I have to get used to the light again.
Habe ich irgendeine Frage?
2016 startet Flaschenpost in Münster als Pionier der Online-Getränkelieferung. Nach dem erfolgreichen Start wird das Konzept in weiteren 150 Städten ausgerollt. Jeder der 33 Standorte hat ein regionales Sortiment, individuelle Kundenbedürfnisse und befindet sich in einer eigenen Wachstumsphase. Jede Standortstrategie ist also einzigartig. Über 1 Million aktive Kunden und Kundinnen bestellen online ihre Lebensmittel und Getränke bei uns. Sie können aus einem Sortiment von über 4.000 Artikeln pro Standort wählen. Dank unserer 14.000 Kollegen liefern wir mit 3.000 Fahrzeugen zuverlässig innerhalb von 120 Minuten mehr als 200.000 Kisten am Tag. Ganz ohne Liefergebühren. An diesem Versprechen messen wir uns täglich und zeigen den Kunden und Kundinnen, dass sie uns vertrauen können. Und deshalb ist Flaschenpost weit mehr als einfach nur E-Commerce.
So, welcome to all the new faces in the audience. And I would suggest we directly start with a new fundamental area that has been affected in the VC world in the past years. And yes, I'm talking about funding, and I know we already had a few panelists this morning talking about this topic, but this one will be a bit different because we will deep dive in a specific area. We will talk about the importance of a diversified financing stack. And the big question behind that is, are you funding smart? So please welcome our panelists, Simone Rüschenberg, VP of Finance from Gorillas, Paul Becker, COO and co-founder of Recap, as well as Stefan Ostwald, the co-founder of PAKCon.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you...
Please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go!
So welcome everyone. I guess from the audience perspective, the music is quite nice. Trust me, as a panelist, it feels even a little bit stranger. Yes, as was already said, we already had quite some speeches and panels. I think the opening speech of Uwe was also about financing and the ugly truth of venture capital. And we had a lot of debate around the current market environment. This time, we want to talk about financing strategy in a little bit more broader sense, how startups and scale-ups can actually finance themselves. I'm Paul, one of the founders of Recap. We do revenue-based financing, so I actually spend quite a lot of time thinking around financing and trying to educate startups around that. And I'm more than happy to have two very knowledgeable guests with me on stage. And yeah, Simone, Stefan, would be great. Maybe starting with Simone, if you could introduce yourself, talk a little bit about what you currently do, what you did in the past.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Simone, working as VP Finance at Gorillas. I think I don't need to explain Gorillas, what we do. Everybody know it. But I'm working now for over 15 years in finance. So started back in the days in banking and worked for KPMG. And switched then 10 years ago into the Berlin startup bubble. So I worked for different startups, so at SoundCloud, also HelloFresh as a public company already, and then for Tier, so the scooter company, and now Gorillas. And yeah, was there always in leading position in finance and built up their finance departments most of the time from scratch.
Awesome. Stefan.
Hey, my name is Stefan. I'm co-founder of Paloa. To briefly explain what Paloa does and what our passion is about, you probably all know that experience when you call a call center, and then it starts out with, well, please press 1 to do that, press 2 to do that, and you just don't know what your case actually falls into. And so that really terrible experience, and we want to get rid of that. We want that people have great customer support. And we do that by enabling people to initially talk with a bot. That bot briefly checks, okay, what is really what query you have, what is your need. It can add follow-up questions and then also authenticate you. So once you get to that agent, you directly can solve that problem. And for the agents, it's much better because they can focus on really solving customer needs. And obviously for the company, it's much better because they can save call center volume. And for the customer, it's better because they don't have to wait so long in line and get to their resolution quicker. With Paloa, we are right now in a seed stage. So we've raised a Series Seed so far, and had a past where we initially started out actually as an agency to explore that market as first, to really get initial cash in, and with that money build up a product. So you got to a point where you really can differentiate in that market. But I think we get to that a bit later.
Absolutely. So I think we have one very experienced, let's say, finance expert focus on scale-ups, and a founder who is very passionate about his product, but also tackled the needs of financing. So maybe to kick things off, let's talk a little bit about the basics. To you, Simone, what would you actually describe, or how would you define a financing strategy? And when does the need for such a strategy actually arise? Do you need it from the very beginning? Does it differ from business model to business model? And maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I think a finance strategy is super important from day one. Yeah, so if I'm talking now about Gorillas or Tier before, I mean, I worked in very capital-intense companies where we have a lot of blue-collar workers, warehouses, so you need a lot of cash. So therefore, you definitely have to have a very good strategy. But I think in general, when you want to found a company, you should have a high-level business plan that you understand how much money do you need, and then decide what is the right investment from you. As I said, for us, yeah, we are purely equity financed, yeah, because we don't have a long history, so it's not that easy to get debt, etc. But yeah, if you found a company where you don't need a lot of cash and you have maybe cash, then it's also an option to bootstrap. Yeah, then you don't have the investors at your neck and reporting requirements, etc. Or if you have something more traditional, then you can go with family office. So I think there are different ways, but for us it was equity from VCs.
Okay, I think one of the most important messages that you just made is you should have a strategy from the very beginning. Spending some time thinking around what's the right financing for you is important. Stefan, to you said you're currently at the seed stage and you raised your last round in May of this year. Maybe you can share some thoughts about how you prepared for that, how you were previously financed. There's, I think, quite an interesting track record behind that.
Indeed, and I totally agree that initially you need to start out, right? When you want to work full-time on something, you still have to earn some money to pay your bills, as well as you want to get some reinforcement. Obviously, your employers also want to receive some money. So it's super important from day one to start out. And to answer your questions, I think looking back, I would separate that in different stages. So it's that initial stage where you don't have a product market fit yet. And your main goal is to de-risk your business model, right? You need to go out there to talk with as many potential customers as you can to really understand what is the problem you're trying to solve, and is the solution you think you have in mind really solving that problem? In that stage, what we did was to keep it from a cost perspective, which is also part of that financing strategy, I guess, really low. Kept this team really small, which has many advantages, because you can iterate much quicker, you have much more, an easier share of knowledge of the insights you gain. So this is, I think, actually accelerating you in that initial stage to really understand the market. So part of the strategy is, first of all, get the costs low, but keep the speed up by being a small team. Now, you still need the money, and here we worked a lot with public funding, which was really promising. Specifically, we worked with TU Berlin, which helped us to, from a technical point of view, really build a product which is more sophisticated and has a deeper, has more potential to differentiate yourself really on the market. So you have, before you raise that seed money, which I think you should do after the product market fit, is you still need customers, right, to prove that it's really a need there you're solving. And initially, though, you don't have any credibility. So you don't only have a small product, but you also don't have credibility. And the good side effect of that funding strategy is that you gain that or additional credibility from the university, from the research programs you're in. So initially, I can really recommend couple up, partner up with others, leverage. There's so many great funding opportunities out there, which help you to build that business, but also helps the society to, in the end, have great companies around, which then create additional working places. So to start out, so initially funding, public funding, and added to that business angels. Again, because it's not only money they're giving, but also they, or if you pick the right ones, which is, I guess, really important, they bring a lot of value in the way of insights to the market. They can connect you to the right people, so they are much more than just money. And this is what you need initially also to really get up that speed to have a shorter time to these insights. Once you are there and you have found the problem, you've found a solution, and you have found a way how to reach that market, then we consider that product market fit. And that's, from my perspective, a great point of view where you can then really raise money from venture capital, because you have at least a somewhat proven business model initially, and to scale that up, that's where more money is also super helpful. And in order to really prove that your processes and the hypotheses you have built over time really work out the way you have mapped them out. And map them out in your financial model, and that's exactly what you said. Initially, I don't think the financial model is relevant, because you first need to find out what's actually the problem. You can draw any kind of numbers, so they're not they don't have the base. But once you are at that stage, you need to prove the numbers which your financial model is built on, and that's where, of course, scaling comes helpful. What we did, what not necessarily is a recommended thing, I think it really depends on the case, was that we were in the space of initially of Alexa and Google Assistant, where we thought, awesome, a new app store is coming out, and it's such a fascinating thing you can talk with machines in that language we all know and we talk right now in, and all of a sudden the machines can speak that language and it's working. Awesome. So we thought this will be the wave we can ride on. And however, we didn't know what is technically feasible and what is actually the needs out there. And so we started out with an agency to explore that market deeper. And I think this is helpful in that situation where you have a new market which is emerging. Then it can be helpful. I wouldn't recommend it in other situations where the problem is clear, and there I would rather suggest to directly look for additional funding. Yeah, but for us, that was good to explore the market initially, and also to learn. Because in that market, we didn't ever reach a product market fit, so our revenue was all flat the entire time. And for us, it was, okay, that market is not developing as we think it was. And the pivot was to that different market of call centers, where there's a huge cost pressure and there's a major potential to really take that technology we have built up from Alexa and Google Assistant and move that AI to contact center industry, and that was for us the shift. And it was so interesting to see 4 or 5 months after we did that shift, you could see all of a sudden the revenue going up and up and up. It's like cliche in the books. It was super fascinating to see. And that was then the point where we know, okay, now it's time to raise the money. We are at that product market fit. We can really accelerate with the seed funding. So to sum it up, I think it's really about diversifying the different approaches. They all have benefits. They all can add, it's all smart money, or a lot of them is smart money, which really can accelerate you further. And you need to adopt over time, depending on the stage of a company you're in, to really leverage the corresponding vehicles.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting story. First of all, because it's kind of contrarian to what you typically read in the media, like raising the biggest possible round as early as possible. And what you're basically saying that this is not always the smartest way. And sometimes it makes sense to start even with a different business model to explore a certain market niche until you reach a point and get ready for certain types of external funding. Simone, maybe about funding in more general terms. When we listen to Stefan, it's clear that he probably together with his co-founders owned that topic. How does that change over time? Do founders also at a scale-up stage still sit in the driver's seat of fundraising processes, or do you see finance departments taking that over upon a certain point in time?
So what I saw at Gorillas and also Tier, it's always a joint venture, I would say, between the founder and the CFO. So usually the founders, they are bringing the lead, and the co-founder plus the CFO, they are bringing the followers, also follow-up investors. The finance team, I mean, we are always heavily involved in preparing the deck, the numbers, the data, stuff, etc. Yeah, but in close collaboration with the founder. Yeah, so he's doing the whole strategy part, going out, bringing, as I said, the lead, and the finance team is doing the work afterwards.
Okay, yeah. Got it. And maybe another important question, when we talk about different types of financing, you already mentioned debt and equity. Is there some way how you think about that, what type of financing you would suggest to use for what type of investment?
What I saw also before, for example, at Tier, yeah, we had a lot of assets. So there we worked with sale and lease back. Yeah, to get liquidity, you are buying the assets, then you are selling them back to the leasing company to get liquidity and pay then a monthly fee. What I also saw, we worked before with venture debt, yeah, which is nice because you don't need to give away a lot of ownership, but you have relatively high interest rates. And what is for sure also super common to work with convertibles, yeah, if you don't want to raise immediately or if we are in tough times like now. Yeah, so I think it's always helpful to get convertible from existing investors and then either pay it back or convert it in a later equity round.
So what you said about Tier is by assets you probably refer to the scooters,
yeah.
Which then serve as a collateral, and based on that you could actually attract.
Exactly. No? But again, I think it's important that you have operational history. No, also you can't do that after 4 or 5 months usually. You have to prove your business first, and then you are able to get external money.
Okay, got it. Maybe briefly talking about the current market environment. So, Stefan, again, you just raised a seed round. Many speculate about how it is to be out in the market currently. Maybe you can give some first-hand feedback. I mean, obviously you were successful, which is already a big message. It's possible to raise rounds, at least at that stage. Were there certain things that went out in a different manner than you expected? Is there like a certain point that you would highlight or thought it would go different?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question how the market evolved, and let's see how it continues to evolve also in the next year. What we have experienced so far was, or what we've heard from the investors we are always in touch with, is that if you are an excellent startup and you continue to triple your revenue, then you will get funding again, right? Because it's such a promising situation. So it's not that there's no money out there anymore. However, what we've received as a feedback is if you are more on a speculative investment where the business model maybe isn't as clear, maybe the revenue should come in much later, then this is a bit more challenging. And so that's on the investor side. On the other side, of course, it's also your market growth. So if you are in a recession, obviously the dynamic in the market changes. And there, I guess it depends a lot if you are in a more growth-oriented startup, if your value proposition is a more growth-oriented for your customers, or in our case, it's really providing that great experience while actually saving money, which is helpful if you are in a recession. So far we don't experience any impact on that. It might even, from a customer side, accelerate that adoption, but let's see how it continues, right? You never know.
Absolutely. But still, you were successful, and maybe, again, a little bit a question that's contrary to common wisdom at the moment. To you, Simone, would you argue there is actually something positive to get out of the current market environment? I mean, many companies adjust, cutting costs. Is there maybe a reason why you should go out and raise right now?
I think in general the advantage on the market at the moment that it's cooling down. No? I think it was super overheated in terms of cost spending, especially the last 2 years, in terms of salaries, etc. So it's much easier at the moment to negotiate better. And as you said, I think there is still a lot of money out there. No, but you have to prove your business model, and everybody has to switch now from growth to profitability. No? And if that is proven, I think there's still a lot of room to get money. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Let's maybe talk a little bit about innovation and financing. So question to both of you. Maybe you go first. Did tech play any important role in financing for you so far? Are there maybe certain tools now on the market that you use that weren't there like 5 years ago? Or would you say everything is just like it was when you started?
So for us, again, we are only equity financed. So if you raise, it's pretty manual. Yeah, you are getting your data room for sure. There are some data collection tools. Yeah, but they are not connected at all to cap table management tools or contract management tools or HR tools. Yeah, so that's all manual. So if somebody wants to set something up, I think there's still a lot of room out there. And more on the direction revenue, financing, etc. Again, that was, I think, not for our business.
Okay, so you say there are new tools, but it's still like niches and it's not really connected. Yeah. Okay, got it. Would you agree to that, Stefan? Maybe from a founder perspective, have a different take on that?
No, it's exactly like you've described. For us, it's also a manual process. Of course, you don't need to do it over and over again, right? So it's just in certain moments when you need to prepare your DD. So yeah, it's relatively straightforward from that funding process. However, other opportunities arise. I mean, for example, with Recap, right, where you have different ways to, in an earlier stage, get access to debt financing. So I think it's more on that level where you have some openings up, but the biggest driver for us is still equity financing, and we still continue to do research programs because as a deep tech company, that's just helping, right? You get additional support from universities and additional money, and so it's great to continue to do that path because it's not just money.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, I would love to talk a lot about Recap and revenue-based financing, but that's maybe something for a separate session. So, a question to you, Simone, now that Stefan mentioned also new financing instruments, would you say at the scale-up phase, there are also some new financing tools actually, or financing instruments emerging at the moment, or venture debt and asset-backed financing that you saw a couple of years ago is also the same?
I think there are coming a lot more structured finance vehicles, like, for example, debt with warrants, yeah, or convertible, what we said already, debt, etc. That has to come now into the market now, where it's not so easy to get here like this funding anymore. And what we also saw, there was a switch from more US investors more to family office and more investors from the Middle East are stepping into the market. That I saw as well. Yeah.
That's an interesting observation. So in Germany, you would say you just see more international investor appetite.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think slowly but surely our panel is already coming to an end. So maybe time to wrap things up a little bit, and a couple of questions to both of you. So maybe starting with some learnings. What are learnings you made throughout the last couple of years when talking about financing? Are there maybe 2 to 3 things that you do differently today as to what you did in the past?
I think especially at the moment, I would more optimize for capital raise instead of valuation, dilution, etc. But that's for sure the finance view, not always the founder view. And then, for everybody, take the money when you can. Make your path or plan to profitability. And also choose investors wisely, because I think it's like a marriage, and you have to go to tough times and good times together, and really have to align interest. So that are my learnings.
That's definitely good advice. Stefan, from your end?
Yeah, I 100% agree with your learnings, and I would really focus on that smartness you get with money. Maybe that's in a later stage less important, but initially it can really drive your growth. And so really finding good fits so you can go with your marriage also through a crisis, but also gain the insights. So smart money. The second thing is it's also risk management. Don't wait until the very last moment until you don't have money to raise it, right? Try it before. When you have good numbers, go out there, see if you to raise another round, and if not, then you can still have another proof point maybe half a year later, and then raise it again, or look for another round which might have then better numbers for you. So the takeaway is risk management and raise early. If when you don't need the money, then you just did a better situation.
Awesome. And maybe a second question, your thesis on how startup and scale-up financing will change over the next 5 to 10 years. Is there going to be a big shift? And if so, what?
That's a good question. I don't have so many theses about it. What I heard sometimes that rounds could be smaller, that you don't initially have the entire commitment. But I think, though, so far, what it creates that you get a round and then you're in that both together is you get that marriage, like you said, and you really think along what can be a long-term strategy. So if you would have shorter, smaller rounds, you would be more on that. You would plan also more on a short term, which I think from a company perspective isn't so helpful. So let's see how the future continues in innovation, also in financing.
Thesis from your end, maybe also about the capital stack. Do you think there will be a difference in equity and debt fundraising looking forward in the startup and scale-up space? Maybe more debt or more equity or something around that?
Yeah, as I said, I think also more family offices are coming into the cap table, and it's not only. Again, we need a lot of money, so therefore it was not an option to go with smaller solutions, but I think this will change now, in the current environment, and it's also a chance that other investors could step in, who never or had no chance, especially the last 2 years, where the money was lying on the street, I would say.
All right, I think with that we're done. Thanks you two for joining me. I definitely learned a lot, and I hope you did as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your insights. And our next masterclass will start in around about 12 minutes.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look at mom, we made it. La la
Of all the numbers that matter in business, here's the one that matters most: 7.7 billion. Because that's how many people there are on this planet. We believe in an inclusive, sustainable digital economy that works for everyone. So every day, we work with banks, merchants, businesses, cities, and governments to solve human needs with human ideas. Every capability we build on, every investment we make, and every partnership we enter into is driven by MasterCard's mission to improve people's lives. We're helping retailers reimagine how people shop, developing new digital-first payment experiences, helping independent workers thrive in the gig economy, enabling people and businesses to move money around the world, making transactions of all kinds safer and more secure, developing new artificial intelligence solutions to detect and fight fraud, giving people and businesses more control over their financial data, modernizing commercial payments for businesses of all sizes all around the world, empowering every business everywhere to drive economic equality, all in a pursuit of our vision of an economy where everyone can reach their potential. And we continue to redefine the look, the feel, and even the sound of a brand that touches the lives of billions of people every day. At MasterCard, we are here to help our partners help people. Because we believe when you start with people, you can start something priceless.
Hi, and welcome to all the new joiners here in Cinema 7. In the next masterclass, we will learn more about revenue operations and how to achieve predictable growth. And who could be a better speaker on that than someone who co-founded a company in exactly that field? So please give a warm welcome for Ólafur Pálsson, the co-founder and COO of Growblocks.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you
please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go!
That's a bit odd. Hello, everybody. Super glad to be here. Looking forward to talking about revenue operations today. And what we'll focus on a little bit is sort of the rise of revenue operations. So what is revenue operations? What are the different types of revenue operations teams? And I hope we have some revenue operations people in the room who can hopefully identify themselves and their teams in my presentation and get some good tips about how to maybe even elevate it to the next level. But yeah, let's start by going through who I am. Well, I guess I'm working on an old version of the presentation. Maybe someone have a look at that if that is reflected in the other slides as well. But my name is Ólafur. I live in Copenhagen. I've been a tech executive for the last 10 years. And yeah, my background is that I started out in a company called Falcon.io, which is now called Brandwatch. I joined that company when it was around 40 people or so, 4 or 5 million in revenue. And basically was there the one who helped form what we called commercial operations team back then, which is basically the precursor to revenue operation. Helped grow that company through revenue operations, building up basically that centralized team that goes across all the different commercial departments, and left the company when they got acquired by a public company out of the US called Recession. And there I went on to work for a company called Adform, helping them basically do the same thing, forming a revenue operations team, but also helping them prepare for an IPO, because they needed to get better at systems, at processes, and at reporting so that they could actually comply with sort of the rigor of being a public company. And lastly, I was the CEO of Templify, joined them around 8 million, and really did the same thing again, built up from a very small operations team into a 9-10 people revenue operations team, and helped grow that business up to basically 40 million over the span of 2.5 years. So I have a lot of experience in scaling companies, and the bedrock of doing that for me has been through revenue operations. And why is that? It is because revenue operations is really about building systems. And systems, can mean tools, it can mean processes, it can be basically creating what is the repeatable aspect of this business, where are we the most effective at generating revenue, and how do we double down and repeat that 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times over. And once you do that, and then you have a really clear understanding about how the commercial engine works, you can actually scale a company quite incredibly fast, because you are doubling down on the things that work while testing out new things and kind of building out the engine to be bigger and have more channels. But first things first, let's say what revenue operations is not. I get this quite a lot. Isn't this just the CRM team? And I actually think it's not. Revenue operations should not be looked at as a sort of back office function that is there to enable other people to do stuff, and usually are seen as sort of the system administrators or the tooling people who are basically there to create processes that slow down sales, create problems, and give you some ad hoc reporting. This is just simply not what revenue operations or sales operations is meant to be doing. They are there to help drive revenue. And there's a reason why you calculate revenue operation cost into your customer acquisition cost, is because they are supposed to be there to facilitate and basically help you supercharge how you make revenue. They're not there to service the salespeople. And now let's talk a little bit about sort of the evolution of RevOps, because this is a fairly new term. It didn't exist 10 years ago. And where this really grew out of is sort of this we got a CRM now. We need someone to basically build up the system. We need to figure out how that works and how we can have a sales process. And that's really where it came out of. And then people said, well, let's maybe look at it as sales operations. Basically, they're supporting on more things than just the tool. They are concentrating on also telling us what the tool is delivering us of the data, what is actually happening in the sales process. And that's basically where the whole operations sort of started. And then as we have, in the last, I would say, 7, 8 years, what has actually transpired is that people started to think, well, they have become really valuable in helping us create a repeatable sales model and actually supporting the salespeople in being better and driving more revenue. Wouldn't it make sense if we had that for marketing? And then you started to see marketing operations pop up, and that was a fairly new field even just 5 years ago. And then people started to say, well, we make a lot of our money with our customers, obviously, and why wouldn't we optimize that journey as well? And why doesn't CX operations exist? And then that function sort of came into existence, and this necessitated basically the functioning of sort of the emergence of a revenue operations team that is sort of responsible for the commercial funnel end to end, looking at processes, systems, and data. And then there's kind of the most advanced teams that I have seen and that I have obviously tried to help create. That is the revenue execution teams. Basically, they are actually working with the commercial leaders, running business reviews with them to basically tell them, what's going wrong in the business or in our commercial engine, why is it happening, and then thirdly, what are we going to do about it? Which basically means they're now active participants in finding the problem, identifying the symptom of that problem and why it exists, and then helping facilitate and building out solutions so that they can help basically make the revenue engine stronger. And then in the absolutely most advanced teams, you will basically have that they also become strategic partners to the CFO, to the CRO, and to the C-level, basically helping define unit economics, efficiency metrics. They start to have a big impact about how you do revenue planning. So basically, what people should we hire, where should we be focusing our marketing dollars, what in the engine is showing us basically having the most efficiency, and how can we use that understanding to basically have that as an input to the budgetary planning. Not just looking at that as a 20 million, let's hire a bunch of salespeople and hope we get there, but actually using the understanding of the commercial engine to say, how do we get there, and how do we track that journey throughout the funnel and make sure that every point during the year when we're not getting there, what can we do about it? And they are going to be the truth tellers saying what is happening. But the problem, as I see it, is that this sort of evolution has a cliff to it. And this is sort of what revenue operations, as much as they have become revenue operations and looking at the full funnel, it is still very much a service-oriented mindset in most companies. The CRO asked me to do this. He needs this ad hoc report. He needs me to build a comp plan. He needs me to do this. And they are the ones who actually can see the full funnel and will then be able to help streamline that customer journey. But they are not the ones driving strategy. They're not the ones telling the CRO, this is what needs to happen. They're not the ones who are coming up with initiatives. They're not the ones who are driving growth and being part of that strategic decision-making process that is happening now predominantly in the C-level. And this is what I am trying to fix with my company, Growblocks, because I think it's inevitable that this is where revenue operations is going to, and I think we just need to mature the space and the function where people feel confident that this is the way that they need to be building up their teams. And actually, I actually think I touched most of this. Wait, is the presentation over? Can someone? They're fixing it. Okay, well, then let me just wait 1 second. Okay, actually, let me play with it. Okay, we'll figure it out. What I will say is this, that there are archetypes now of the different commercial teams. As you see them now, if you look at a revenue operations team, what you will see that this evolution is not just, that is now where every team has gotten to the last evolutionary stage. it is actually that, depending on the size of the company, we will typically see revenue operations team fall into certain buckets. And the first two is really the sales admin, sales off bucket. And this is usually what you will see when you look at companies who are below 5 million revenue. They might have now kind of relinquished the founder-led sales. They've started to build a sales organization. And they need someone to formalize how they're doing things. And what revenue operations is really responsible for in that organization to create repeatable revenue is to basically create processes. They are there to basically say, what is the best version of how we can sell this product, and how can we make sure that we're building that up into a standardized way so we're selling in a repeatable fashion. Don't rely no longer on the Yahoo sales guy who is the only person who can actually do it. Try to figure out a way to basically make this a repeatable, scalable way so you can hire a lot more salespeople and do it over and over and over again. And really, the teams that I want to call best in breed for that class, what they are really concerning themselves about is building out a sales process that is connected to a sales methodology. And it works now. Oh, that was helpful. Is it going? Yeah. All right. So basically, those are the teams that are now building up a repeatable sales process. That is their core responsibility. But what I would like to say is that as everyone in this room will identify themselves as being in one of those archetypes, please realize that it's a journey. Just because you are in the less sophisticated bucket actually doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. It just means you need to do things that are considered to be best in class for where you are, and understand that as your company matures and you get more revenue, you can actually allow yourself to build up a bigger and a more sophisticated team. So I'll try to talk a little bit into the archetypes and what are the things you should be looking for? What are the things you should be doing to basically be the best you can be at every step of the way? And now I'm actually back to what I was talking about. The real thing that they're doing there is basically creating repeatability through systems. And systems doesn't mean a CRM. It means create a comp plan infrastructure. Create targets that can be achieved across the different commercial functions in the sales team. Create a process that is scalable, and the ones that are best in class, they're the ones who have connected it to sales methodologies. Make very clear step-by-step function where you're qualifying certain steps in the process based on a sales methodology framework. Matic is one of them, Scotsman is another, the oldest one is Bond. It doesn't actually matter, just pick one. Because now you actually have something that you can teach the new reps, and as you scale, this is something that you can actually build a business around. And once you have a process, you need a system to govern it. What does that mean? It means that let's make sure that when we create an opportunity or that we get a demo with a client, that we log that all in the same way and that we have a similar idea about what does an opportunity consist of. So an opportunity needs to be a meeting where I'm meeting a person who is influential in the sales process, and they need to be willing to spend 30 to 60 minutes with me looking at the demo of the product. And then what you do is you create systems that basically facilitate that. You create governing rules. So basically, every time you have a unit +1 of an opportunity, you understand exactly what it represents in the customer journey. So when you're measuring it, you understand what does it mean. And when you have those 10 opportunities turning into one deal, you can actually start to say, well, that's cool. We have a 10% conversion rate. What is our ACV? How many more opportunities can I generate if I hire 3 more salespeople? Now you will start to have the basic understanding of a funnel, and now you can start to do performance reporting. This is what I see the good teams doing. They're looking at the reps that are successful, looking at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and they're helping the sales leader identify what are the best salespeople doing that we should be instituting into our process and into our systems. And then, yes, they need to build comp plans that actually incentivize the right behaviors and drive the organization forwards. Once you kind of get out of that world, this is usually where people start to hire slightly bigger teams. They will have system specialists, they will have individual specialists, operations specialists for sales, for marketing, and for CS. And this is really where you start to say you're responsible for the whole funnel. And this is really the team that then is enabled to basically understand the full revenue engine and use that commercial understanding to basically build processes across the funnel through marketing, sales, and CS to basically optimize the customer journey. And that's really important to understand because what we're all doing here is basically optimizing a buying process. We're not creating a sales process, we're reverse engineering a procurement process. How do my customers like to buy software? How do my customers become aware of who I am and what I do? How can I make my customers aware that they might have a problem that my solution might be able to solve? Trying to understand the mindset of the customer and then building basically up a system around acquiring, attracting, and closing those customers is really what revenue operations is looking at. And that truth is coming from data. So the processes and the tools that you built in step one, this now becomes the way you can actually analyze every step of the way, see where you have weaknesses in your funnel, and basically now start to optimize. This conversion here is super low for what the benchmark says it should be. Why are we worse than others? Are we doing something here where we're underqualifying the buyer before they reach that stage? What are the reasons it's not working as it should? And then kind of trying to take action to kind of try to sharpen the engine little by little. And this is actually how you get to the hyper growth that we're all kind of looking for. It's getting slightly better every single day. That's the brutal truth of it. There is no magic bullet that I'm going to tell you about the day you're going to walk out of here and make $1 million. It's incremental, small steps every single day through analytics and optimizing the customer journey. And an important part of what they do there is basically optimize also the handover processes. When you talk to someone in marketing and you explain a problem and they click on a link and say, I would like to see a demo, do they get the same experience with the salesperson? Is he continuing iterating on the problem that was displayed on the ad that they clicked? Is he actually having a handover which is seamless and fast, where as soon as they click the button, somebody's reaching out to them and saying, when would you like to talk? And when they've signed as a customer, how do they expect to be treated? What was the use case that we sold them on? What is the product line they're most interested in, and which one are they not? This is really where you're building up basically an end-to-end funnel where you are completely understanding how to optimize the customer journey. And this is really still very advanced, but it's still typically very service-oriented as I see it. And this is really where we get to the third bucket. And this is sort of the pioneers in the field as I see it. They are actually there, and they see their role as being revenue drivers. They actually are not passive participants in the process. They actually run initiatives. They actually take ownership of the revenue number, and they feel responsible. And what do they want, or what are they actually included in? It's the decision-making of the company and the commercial leaders. They're actually brought into those high-level meetings where you're deciding which region to start in, which salespeople to hire, how many to hire, how to structure your new channel, or whatever the growth initiatives might be. And they are very much best in class if they start to build up advanced business intelligence, basically understanding that the CRM is not the single source of truth, and it can never be, because it only represents a sales journey. So how could that be the single source of truth? It's a single source of truth for sales information. So really kind of elevating your view of the funnel and say, I need to understand and measure everything that's happening in each system and actually create a logical connection between those steps and understand how do the different segments work and how do the different buyer type works, and really get a deeper understanding. And then once you have that, you can really easily now run MBRs and QBRs, which I don't see enough of today, which is really where you have that monthly forum where you can sit down with the commercial leaders, point to things in the engine and say, in DACH, our conversion rate has stopped on inbound generated leads. Why is that? Is it because the leads are now coming predominantly from webinars or from paid search, or why is that happening? And all of a sudden, you can have a very fruitful conversation fixing a problem that is not going to be visible in the revenue line and nobody might be looking at, because otherwise this never gets flagged. And you can actually start to proactively fix problems that are wrong in your funnel before you have that revenue miss in Q3 and Q4. And this is where I see the superpower of revenue operations really come through. Because in those meetings, they'll sit and say, what's wrong? Why is it wrong? And what are we going to do about it? And they will take that action, create a project. They might run it themselves. But they will then, in the next QBR, MBR, say, hey, we did this. We intended to fix this metric. Is it trending upwards, or is it remaining flat? And if it isn't going up like you expect it to be, what can we do about it again? So it's that continuously iterative, taking action approach that really I've seen has been the key success to the companies that I've worked for. And also, this is where revenue operations feels the best, because now they feel like they are actually active participants. They're not there, someone's right-hand man and just, doing what they're being told. They're actually a trusted advisor. And that's something that I think, everyone wants for their career, is to feel like that. And once you have understood sort of QBR, MBRs, you understand all the data, all the analytics, you have a full understanding of the commercial funnel. The next question usually leads to is, well, why don't you use that intelligence and that understanding to forward project what is going to happen in the future? And that's really where you get into the very much strategic of being involved in the budgeting to understand, well, we know that each person in an SDR role delivers 10 opportunities. We know that we close 10% of them. We know the ACV is so-and-so. And now I can actually also distribute how much these people are costing me and say, what's the efficiency of that deal versus a deal generated in marketing? And this is really where they become somebody who is actually invited into management meetings. They are there to inform the C-level, who usually don't have this level of understanding, that this is how your business works and this is where you should be doubling down. But how do you actually achieve that? Well, we've started using the revenue operating model. And it's not a model, it's not Excel. I'm not talking about a formula, but I'm talking about the way to operate. And that just basically means you need to have full visibility on your revenue engine. And that means you need to be fully connected to all of the business systems that record any activity around your customer journey. And that goes from when people land on your website and until they churn. And you need to also not just understand that from a high-level perspective, you need to actually look into the funnel and understand how it breaks down. And what does that mean? It means that you need to understand the different segments. So a segment is basically, what is the type of company? What is the firmographic information that makes this sales process different than other sales processes? Because if you're selling to a mid-market company, they're going to have short sales cycles, lower ACVs, higher conversion rates. That's a symptom. So now when you book those deals, you can actually understand how will they travel into the funnel and when will they start producing revenue for you. It might as well be which region are they in. German buyers, they buy software vastly different than US buyers, I can tell you that right now. And then the segment can also be, where did they come from? Are they in the I'm problem aware state, but I'm not sure it's you? Do they know your brand and they are problem aware and they're coming to you proactively? Did you cold call them, tell them about the brand and the problem they're having, and they said yes to a demo? Those will actually decide how those opportunities and those leads travel through the funnel. And this is where you can actually start to monitor your business on several depth levels. And this is where you'll find the smaller tweaks you need to make, which is really the most important part. It's to find those small tweaks that you're making all the time. And this is also where historical data comes into play. If you start to understand how has my business been able to make money in the past, you can actually use that now to say, if we perform to the standards that we've been doing and we don't expect to improve, you can actually start to plug in resources, which can be people or money or effort, and start to say, what will those produce as revenue in the future? And this is really where we see the sort of most advanced revenue operations teams and what I personally believe is going to be the future for revenue operations. And I think this is where the space just needs to catch up a little bit. But I think that is sort of the end of it. And I just want to say that I hope you have at least identified yourself somewhere along this journey. And hopefully you're striving to get onto the next stage. And if you feel I can help you with that in any way, shape, or form, please reach out. I'm available on LinkedIn. You can email me, Oliver@Growblocks. Doesn't matter where you are in your journey or how big your team is. Be more than happy to sit down and help out if possible. But that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for your insights. And we will continue with the next talk in round about 5 minutes.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we could help your business in Germany and beyond.
Hi again and welcome to all the new faces. In our next panel, we will revisit the topic of how the last few years have impacted the fundraising process. And more precisely, we will talk about managing growth through cycles. And for that, we would like to welcome our guests, Dagmar Botenbruch, the Managing Director of the Silicon Valley Bank Germany, Luis Hannemann, the initiator of the Tech Impact Fund Relevance, Veit Blumschein, the CEO and co-founder of Lanes and Planes, as well as Benedikt Sauter, the CEO and CPO of Central. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining our panel. We have an interesting topic today that I think has been touched on in various other panels and speeches already today. How do you manage growth through the cycles and in a crisis? And my name is Dagmar Botenbruch. I'm the Managing Director, incoming co-head of the Silicon Valley Bank in Germany. As the name suggests, we are indeed from the Silicon Valley, where we have been a reliable partner, financial partner for the startup and tech ecosystem for almost 40 years. We started in Germany 4 years ago and are now building our presence and hope to be a reliable partner and trusted advisor to many startups, grown-ups, and VCs in the future. I have three wonderful guests this afternoon. They will shortly, briefly introduce themselves. But we have here Luis Hannemann, a venture capital, I would say, veteran with many years at Headline, and now is initiator and founder of Relevance, an impact purpose fund. We have Veit Blumschein, the founder and CEO of Lanes and Planes. And we have Benedikt Sauter, who together with his wife founded the amazing software company Central. Why don't you say quickly a few words about yourself, Luis?
Thank you, Dagmar. Yeah, as you said, I've been into the startup industry for a while. I started as an operator. I also see some people in the audience that started with me in regards to online marketing. Yes, I'm looking at you. And yeah, then I became part of the early, Berlin time, I would say. So, and if you wanted to be someone in Berlin at some point, you crossed the roads with Rocket Internet. And I was lucky that I was there early enough. In the time that I was there, we grew from a couple hundred people to over 30,000. And that definitely impacted my life. And at some point, I realized, okay, there must be more than online marketing and classic venture capital. And after now many years in traditional VC with Headline, I initiated Relevance. That's an impact fund with 60 million euros. We invest in climate, aging society, and sustainability startups. And it's interesting. And the topic that we're discussing is close to my heart, as scaling has always been a topic that I think about, breathe. And so I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you. Benedikt, would you like to continue? Say something about you and Central?
Yeah, I can, of course. It's super nice to be here. I'm Benedikt, founder and CEO of Central. For me, it's the startup world, to be honest, new. I came from a world, we started our own business, hardware business, built a software for us to have a better life in our business, and we're typically bootstrapped. And then we came in contact with investors in the beginning of 2021, I would say, and super exciting moment. We have now a great chance to build a big company with exciting people around us, and I enjoyed really to be a part of this.
And Veit, if you could say a few words about yourself and also Lanes and Planes, and maybe in the same context, I'd like to ask you the first question, because as your business is travel-related, crisis has maybe an even bigger meaning for you than to some other founders. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about this journey in the past few years.
Yeah, of course. Hi, Veit, my name. I'm one of the co-founders of Lanes and Planes, and as Dagmar already stated, and you guys probably already figured, the reason why I'm sitting here is we already have a crisis, I'd say behind us, fingers crossed. We're a business travel startup, started 5 years ago. What we're doing is beyond just being a travel agency or online booking tool, thinking business and travel and expense management as a SaaS, meaning having full deep integration into the software landscape of our clients, which are mainly SMEs. And as Dagmar already mentioned, so yeah, we raised around March 2020. We all know what happened slightly after that. That almost went wrong. I think, I'm not sure if everything is being caught on camera, but with a couple of term sheets on the table, but we fortunately closed the deal before April happened. I had a couple of nervous calls with my lawyers to speed things up, but in the end, it still worked out. So for us, it's a little bit obscure or a little bit irritating now. What crisis now are we talking about? I mean, we had the past 2 years in almost crisis mode, and for us, it's the opposite again now. So we're full on growth mode since February this year. 4x, 5x of what it used to be before the crisis, and I'm not missing the times when a partner of a VC fund, I'm not going to name one, is calling me in the middle of the night after 3 months of COVID. So hey, fuck the excuses, grow again. We finally can make that happen again.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. Benedict, has the, maybe not the travel crisis, but all the other crises that we are currently facing, be that inflation, rising interest rates, obviously an energy problem that might become bigger every day as the temperatures fall. Have you seen that affect your business? And despite whether it has been affecting your business or not, have you taken any measures to sort of be more careful when it comes to spending or growing?
Yes, good question. Also, I came from a world where we always doubled our business year over year, and it was first normal, and I think still today we have the luck that we are nearly in this range of growing things here. But we have a lot of, we have a business operation software, also an ERP or SAP, a little bit for small companies, and we share also the data from them, what it means when they really have their business. And there we still see, to be honest, more and more people who really stop with their business. It becomes now, I think since last 2-3 months, more and more visible in our churn data. From ourselves, what I said, we came from the bootstrap world. We were bootstrapped until the end of 2020, up to 60 people, and we always have to be very careful with our money. And we had a chance then to spend more, especially invest in product and building things for the future for us and for our customers. And that's what we have focused. I think our mindset switched a little bit. We went sometimes also in different departments perhaps too crazy last year, and where we a little bit come back to our roots. To be honest, to be humble to the bootstrap world thinking, and stopped also hiring people in different departments, but in product and engineering still we invest really building the best product and really building the machine. I think this also, I like this to work a little bit under this pressure, and it helps you really build a strong muscle for the future, because you really think better, deeper, what we're doing here, why we're doing here, and the results are completely different, I would say, compared to the world when you have really infinity resources and whatever flying around you.
Okay, that's very interesting. So more focus, but not stopping.
Yes.
Luis, as an investor, I mean, you saw the last year pre-war of what could be coined, like Alan Greenspan coined, running up to .com 1 as irrational exuberance. Some people called it actually insanity exuberance. And now you see yourself in a different world. How do you see the funding environment? And are you seeing changes also in the terms and conditions that are being offered to startups or grown-ups?
Obviously, we see a lot of differences. We don't see them as much as when you follow the public markets. Yeah. So sometimes people take the analogy of saying the average, SaaS company, that has IPO'd is down by 70 to 80%. I don't see the same measures in early stage or even growth stage. Yeah. So, but obviously it's a question of time that the breakdown on the public markets goes down into the private markets. But that's one of the lucky things. If you have a company in a portfolio and there is no financing event, there is not always this moment where you say, okay, what is actually the price of this company? And I think that's not a bug, it's more a feature, because it can level out these times when it gets a little rougher in both ways. Yeah? So, and yeah, what can I tell you? Definitely there are companies we have to map, and I know every VC is doing this. We have to map the whole portfolio and see what is the run rate for each individual company, where do we need a little bit more hand-holding, where do we need to help them get money, even, and to your question of terms, even with not that favorable terms compared to last year. But I think that's the only option for the ones that have a short runway. Yeah? I'm happy that as Revent is investing very early stage, most of the companies have a very long run rate. And if people are asking for me, long is 18 plus, ideally 24 months. Nobody knows how long this is going to last, but my hinge, and for many others, is that this is the time frame you have to look at least.
Okay, very interesting. Now back to the founders and maybe to your investors. Maybe let's start with Veit. Do you see any pressure from your investors to behave in a certain way, or do you feel supported by your investors or bullied? I mean, what is your experience?
I think, and as I said, I mean, I can tell a little bit of the history of going through the pandemic earlier. The most crucial thing in managing the crisis is recognizing the crisis as such. Before this event, I looked up a couple of business plans or financial cases we had, and I know that right at the beginning of the pandemic, we had a couple of scenarios, and the worst case scenario was 10 months. And I think that was fair at that moment to say, okay, this is a temporary thing. And then I looked at a board meeting 6 months later, and it still said 10 months. So it was rolling. And my point here is, it took us probably too long to recognize the crisis as a true crisis, and that's also something we felt from the investors. It might be a different situation now with this crisis, but at least for me as a founder, I would have expected a little bit more support in creating awareness how to recognize the crisis as such.
Okay, interesting. I see you nodding. Can you confirm that? What is your experience, Benedikt?
I think we have, by ourselves, very high ambitions already. And I think also for us as founder, by ourselves the pressure to find rules, tricks, whatever, how we can really stay or stick with our growth rates, what we had and what we have as wishes plan. We have the luck or whatever from the all experience of Sequoia, and we were in the early beginning of the crisis, had really good and deep meetings with them together to understand what it means now and where we should focus and what we have to do in the next steps. I think this helped us a lot in the very early beginning of the crisis to understand what will now be happened, what does this mean. On the other hand, we as company have a runway from over 4 years. I think it's another position, and pressure is always for us internal because we have started the business to grow, and this is what is our motivation. And when we don't see the growth, what we wish, then everyone becomes nervous and has internal pressure.
4 years runway, that is comfortable indeed. Congratulations on that. I think you could really make it through the crisis. That's fantastic. Of course, not everybody has this luxury. Now, maybe to all three of you, if a young founder or old founder came with a young business, came to you and needed to go into fundraising, would you have any advice, any words of wisdom on how to best prepare? What is your experience? Maybe founders first, and then you as an investor, Luis.
Benedict, you want to go first?
I can start from what I said. I came from another world. I came from the bootstrap world, and in my world, normally you don't need so much resources to start things. It's really you can focus. Normally, when you look at your private personally spent, when I've seen also my salary, how long we really were able to build a business with small money, I think it should be really become more creative and really go into this motion or the mode again, what was also the way in the past, and go deeper. And yes, you need money and have to be careful, but also make it smart and really think about what you really need at the moment, and only focus again on that, what is really the most important next steps, and only do this now and not do everything parallel.
Yeah, I agree. I think also, that's really Captain Obvious again, but in every crisis there's also an opportunity. And the opportunity I would always regard as in this case, not for the company and what you can do coming out of the crisis. It's more your personal attitude on your company. We're all so tied to our idea. We're so dedicated. We're so committed. But also really to use this crisis to take a step back and really review if what you're doing is really meaningful in a very personal way, and getting out of this permanent rat race in a daily operational growth business. And I think this also applies to fundraising. And what I learned from one founder I talked to is you're investing your personal time. That's the thing you're bringing into this play, and you gotta be aware that this is actually more valuable than money. So for me, it's always money is cheap. My personal time is expensive. And having this perspective, I think a crisis is good opportunity to take a step back and revisit things.
I would also add to this, perhaps, this group felt this by themselves. I'm super critical with my time. And at the moment, I spend most of my time really with the team together to build our future. And I really cancel a lot of meetings around me and try to avoid every distraction around me to really have the personal time at the moment with the team to build hands-on together with the team the most important steps. And I think this is really also, really look every day at your schedule and mark the things, what you say. Is this really something where I build my business, or where I only talk with people and really distract from my main thing?
Okay, interesting. Before handing to Luis, picking up on one thing you said, Veit. So basically, you would say, coming back to the founders wanting to raise some funds, assuming that they are not at time 0, but maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, that a crisis can actually be a prompt to take a step back and maybe walk away from a business as opposed to trying at all costs, which I find a very interesting point of view, and to be mindful of time and not just money. Yeah. Luis, you just put more purpose into your investor life. A similar motivation?
Yeah, I would say so. And I know we're talking about crisis, and I'm not saying there's not a big difference compared to a year. But if you take a longer term perspective, I think fundraising has always been hard. Yeah. So fundraising for funds is hard. Fundraising for founders is hard. And I know even last year I had a couple of friends or people that I'm close with. They were like, it seems everyone is getting these huge amounts of money. And I'm like, no, this is media perception. Most of the startups don't get the money. Yeah. So, and this created this weird feeling of, wow, I see this all the time in the news. So am I failing because I'm not, getting this money? And I think this is actually helpful in terms of that this perception is changing. Venture capital is a very, very selective game. Yeah. When I started with Headline 8 years ago, this was the hardest part. You always, not always, but most of the time you say no. Yeah? So I feel this was a wrong perception that, last year it was easy for everyone. It was more like there was so much capital on a specific type of company, and that, was kind of crazy. I remember we were normally meeting every Monday and, making the decisions of whom to invest. And normally this would be enough time to, at least think through, research, digest, and then reassess next Monday. But you had many situations where, like on Monday you met the team, on Tuesday they would call you and it's like, okay, we need a decision, yeah? And then it really created this FOMO, and I was not proud of. Sometimes you couldn't do like really deep DDs because if the competition is so fast, no one really looks at it. So I'm actually thinking it's now a better time, and not only from an investor's perspective, but also from a founder's perspective, because as I said, it always has been hard, so it's now hard, and if you really want to do something, I wouldn't wait now. I heard one potential founder that said, okay, maybe I wait 2 years. And I was like, no, you shouldn't wait 2 years and then start something. Get out of your consulting job or whatever you do, and then do it now. It's still a very good time to fund, and obviously to a question, if it is with an impact, I think it is even better because your motivation is even less tied to, do I need to have 100 million valuation? I mean, you can have as you also said, I loved also what you said about bootstrapping. I mean, I haven't had the success of building a big company like yours, but I started a marketing agency also bootstrap. It works. It's also legitimate, even if not so many newspapers write about it. Yeah. So.
That's interesting. Now, as we're coming to the end, I'd like to pick up on the theme of this conference, beyond the obvious. So is there anything you'd like to share that you think might be beyond the obvious? Veit, would you like to take a first stab?
Yeah, pleasure. When it comes to crisis, I mean, of course, I was thinking about this, and yes, there are a couple of very obvious things, but nailing it down to one thing is A, recognizing the crisis and such, and B, don't prioritize. Triage is the right word. And I think this puts a different angle on prioritization. Prioritization always leaves the door open and, yeah, we could be doing all stuff. No, sit down and write down what you can't do or cross it off the list and make sure it's not a priority list, but it's a triage, the only things that will do and happen, and be aware of the things that won't happen.
Thank you. Benedict?
Yeah, I also don't have the miracle, but I think it's really back to the root and really focus on the things what really matters, best product, making the customers really, really happy, and yeah, then the economic success can follow later.
Okay, perfect. Luis?
Yeah, for me, it's probably more something on a human relationship level, I would say. I really think beyond the obvious is thinking behind the roles. Yeah. So I am an investor. You are a founder. You are a founder. You know, you are now I hope I get the title right, but very important at Silicon Valley Bank Germany, so managing something, partner, director, so. But in the end, you're so much more. I mean, you have done so many different roles, yeah? So, and these, like getting to know the people on a different level and really understanding their motivation and being interested in people. I mean, I was lucky that this is my kind of natural habit, but helps so much of understanding what is happening around you, looking behind the roles. So this is something I feel can be helpful. In a crisis, you even sometimes have the time to do that more, because the rounds are not happening like this. No.
Fantastic words of wisdom to end our panel. Thanks very much. Lovely talking with you. Thanks, Project A, for putting on this conference. Thanks for having us and giving us the stage here. And wishing everybody a wonderful rest of the day. And good luck with fundraising, with your businesses, your funds, and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. And we will continue with the next talk in less than 10 minutes.
Magic, here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
Welcome to Silicon Valley Bank's Germany branch. We work with the entrepreneurs, companies, and investors that are defining what comes next. This means we are fortunate to work with some of Germany's leading tech businesses and the people who invest in them. Our clients span emerging companies to Mittelstand to multinational enterprises. Germany's history is steeped in technological innovation, and the country is inventing the future too. And that inspires us to do everything we can to bring our clients' ideas to life and make their businesses successful, no matter where they are in the world or how large they become. We work with companies and individuals in technology, healthcare, venture capital, and private equity. That's it. That's all we do, and that keeps us on the pulse of the industries we serve. Like so many of the companies we work with, we got our start in Silicon Valley. But we quickly realized innovation is not constrained by geography. Today, we have a global presence that is strategically designed to be where our clients need us. Wherever the innovation ecosystem is thriving, there is a need for SVB to deliver service with an entrepreneurial spirit. And our clients demand a creative approach to lending that is designed to make life and business easier for them. And we're much more than just a bank. We strive to increase our clients' probability of success, and we do this as a partner to our clients, delivering what they need when they need it. We offer assistance to businesses that are expanding into offshore markets, with offices throughout the US, as well as in China, Israel, the UK, and Ireland. We are well positioned to help our clients make that leap. We host educational and networking events specifically designed for our clients. We make connections with potential business partners, investors, and other entrepreneurs. Our dedication to our clients is also reflected in our employees' dedication to their communities. We volunteer, fundraise, and make corporate donations to causes our employees and clients believe in. Our goal is not just to be your bank, but your business partner. Get in touch to see how we can help your business in Germany and beyond.
Hello, hello. Again, I can see a lot of new faces in the audience, so welcome to Cinema 7. With the next talk, we will shift our focus to go-to-market strategies. More precisely, we will get an introduction to revenue-relevant tool stacks and insights into the best practices on how to use them and set up processes around them. And for that, we set up a hybrid panel and invited several sales specialists. We will start with David Kübler, a sales consultant from Project A, and Tony Holbein, the CEO of Growblocks. Both are here in person. And remote, on the screen here in front, and probably also later over there, yeah, exactly, we will have Jordan Grieser, the founder and CEO of Grieser Consulting, as well as Alicia Art, the head of sales operations at Zenda. Give them a warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go!
Hi, I'm David. I'm going to be moderating the talk today. And yeah, if you haven't noticed it, we're going to talk about not so obvious things today. And when we're talking about state-of-the-art sales engines, there's quite a few obvious things that you could mention. Stuff like, as a salesperson, you probably should be hanging out with your marketing people. And it is a good idea not to use a spreadsheet as a CRM. Probably haven't heard that before. Stuff like you should probably split between your closing roles and your business development roles, okay? So we're just going to leave all that stuff aside and instead talk about a discipline that even here in Europe, or even in Berlin, still is rather taken to the side, overlooked, and so we're going to talk about revenue operations. And yeah, and so to give you some settings, that's why I need to check real quick for some numbers, because I got some good numbers for you. Revenue operations, so from a study from Gartner, actually, revenue operations as a topic will be one of the leading, my bad guys. Okay, so by 2025, Gartner says that 75% of companies are going to be using revenue operations to go to market. Additionally, from 2020 to 2021, we've had an increase of 300% of roles, VP roles, in that section. And across the world, we're already 50K employees that work in this field. And we're actually really lucky today because we have a rock star live on site of us from this field. We also have a very exotic consultant from across the pond, and somebody who really does this job every day, an operative with her boots on the ground. And before I lose more, let me give it off to an intro real quick.
Thanks, David. Hey, my name is Tony. For the last 10 years, basically, I've been working in B2B SaaS, scaling those companies, really going through it, starting as a revenue ops guy and growing this into a COO role, really managing all marketing, all sales, and all CS. And I was fortunate and lucky enough to build both those companies to actually an exit. And after the last one, deciding to, actually with my co-founder here that was on stage just recently, building Growblocks now. And at Growblocks, what we're really doing is we are working with scale-ups, currently predominantly SaaS, Blinkists and Sharpist, maybe here out of Berlin, and teams like Dixa and Localize internationally, and help them with their revenue operating model and making sure that they scale smoother and faster and buzzword, but basically through understanding, really getting the scale going, right? That's what I'm doing, and really excited, really happy to be on stage today. Thanks.
Maybe off to you, Alicia.
Yes. Good afternoon. On my side, the guided thread in my career was always the high tech. But then it evolved a little bit when started early in sales and more business analytics in big corporations. and very early on moved into more sales ops, marketing ops, and eventually rev ops, where I've been for the past 12 years. Now, currently working for Sender. I guess just very quickly, naturally a dopamine and adrenaline junkie, and knocking at the midlife gates with more consciousness and balance as a life philosophy.
All right, Jordan, take it away.
Hey everyone, excited to be here. My name is Jordan. A little bit about my background. I was one of the first employees at Outreach. I ran top of funnel, so the SDR motion from when we were at 1 million in revenue up to 30 million in revenue. So it was the sort of outreach for outreach operation side of things, as well as the hiring, don't say it, the firing, and everything else in between on how to hit that number to get to 30. Help build out their training and pro-serve side of the house once we got around 50 million in revenue. And since 2018, I've been running a consulting practice. There's about 20 of us that run around in my company, and we consult for anyone up to SAP, Google, Workday, all the way down to companies you've never heard of, startups, roofing companies, concrete companies, whatever, that are coming on to technology and everything else in between. So happy to be here. And just for the fun of it, I have to tell everybody, I'm glad to meet Tony. Tony's the one that taught me that Copenhagen wasn't in Asia. I'll let him tell you about that later. That's just for fun. Go ahead, David, take it away.
I'm just appreciative of our US-American friends here.
Yeah, we're glad to have him here. Yeah. All right, so before we get really deep into it, let's quickly give a definition to revenue operations, right? So what revenue operations management would be is trying to align the revenue-oriented teams, as well as the processes and the funnels under it in the same direction. So basically, the way you heard that marketing and sales should work together, everybody should kind of work together and into a similar direction, and that obviously should be supported by some sort of technology. All right, so that out of the way, maybe let's go into the first question, and I'd love to take down straight to you, Tony. When and why do I need revenue operations?
Yeah. So I feel this is a question that maybe might be on the minds of a couple of people here. So generally speaking, you wouldn't hire anyone in RevOps or SalesOps pre-product market fit. I don't think that makes a bunch of sense. The idea is here really everyone on the team needs to be gunning for product market fit, and operations necessarily in that sense is probably not so super helpful. I think where it becomes relevant is exactly when you're then trying to figure out how to reach go-to-market fit. So find this 1 or 2 channels that you can scale and grow and raise your Series B potentially on that. And really here, you will start hiring some sales reps, you will start hiring some marketing and CS people and so forth. And, they need some tools and so forth. And I hate talking too much about the tooling side of things in that regard, but obviously you need a CRM and someone needs to install that, and that will be probably your first sales ops hire. Whether or not you call that right now in your organization is almost a bit of a question mark sometimes, especially in Germany. Maybe this is kind of a developing piece still, but that's really where your sales ops person will probably help you in the beginning, right? And then finding that channel, finding that go-to-market fit, these guys will help you to align the funnel and understand what is working, what is not, and how you want to tweak that. I think once you then go to something like 10 million plus, right, so ARR, really, now you might have, started your Series B, maybe you got 20, 30, 40, 50 million euros, and suddenly you're starting to burn 2-3 million euros a month or something like that. And most of that will go into your go-to-market engine, will go into your extremely scalable channels. And what you want to have is you want to have a team making sure that all of that spend is being done in the right way, that you have efficiencies around it, that you have systems and processes and all of that stuff built in the right way where you can actually grow that machinery to the 20, 30, 40, 50 million in ARR, right? And I think then lastly, what currently maybe on the RevOps side is a bit underutilized, I would say, is really using revenue operations almost for the some of the M&A pieces that you will probably start to embark on once you're 20, 30 million in revenue, right? You will start thinking, okay, how can we keep growing? And then it's going to be, oh, wow, why don't we just buy that company here and try and integrate it into our go-to-market offering? And usually this is very much a finance, due diligence-led kind of process. I think companies are missing out by simply not using their revenue operations teams and making sure that the engine that you're acquiring, usually it has some kind of a flaw, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be buying them at that point. The engine that you're acquiring, how are you gonna fix it? Number one, and number two, how are you gonna integrate it to your current engine that you have? And I think teams like revenue operations are much more powerful in figuring this out than maybe finance, for example.
Definitely more aligned.
I don't want to speak ill of finance.
But actually, at that point, I want to hand it off to Alicia. So, Alicia, you work in this field. You actually have your boots on the ground, this kind of stuff. You do these things. Can you maybe share a few of the consequences if some of these revenue operations related, hires, but also organizational structures, if they don't happen?
Yes, absolutely. I've seen it a lot, especially in the context of the scale-up. I love pragmatic analogies, so I'd compare this concept to healthcare or insurance with prevention versus treatment dilemma. Prevention is often perceived as unnecessary, but if applied as a structured routine, is simple and cost-effective. Once you developed a symptom or a real problem, it might be really complex, and that's really where it goes wrong while scaling up too fast. And then it can be really expensive to try to solve it. So that, as Tony was mentioning, the too fast, usually non-organic growth creates or exaggerates the existing organizational silos, which then culturally evolve in almost parallel universes. And if left drifting away for too long, they can just disengage from the main strategy and over time shift into an unprofitable model, which could have been avoided. And in this example of buying a company and just thinking, let's just integrate them and let's get that handled by data here, finance does their piece. Certainly there is some kind of project management from the M&A team, but it's really important that a business stakeholder that has actually a knowledge in many of those functions and works in them can hold that together to avoid some very simple rookie mistakes that will hunt you down for many years after.
I wonder how many people in the room right now kind of caught themselves in that situation at least once. But Jordan, how about you? Maybe do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just a story. So I said I was the outreach guy, right? That was doing SDR from 1 to 30 million. Fun fact about outreach back in the day is we went from 1 to 10 million with no marketing team. It was 100% cold outbound. We used to joke that if we got it inbound, it was like Christmas. Like, hey, we got a present here coming out of nowhere. It was that rare. It came around once a year, and the whole world celebrated, right? But here's what was interesting: is once we hit 10 million, we brought in a marketing team for the first time, and they saw wild success. It was like putting gas on a fire. It was unbelievable. It was like they couldn't do anything wrong. But here's the argument for why RevOps matters. Is around 2019, this is after I had left Outreach, that was the first time a RevOps function started to begin in Outreach. So I've stayed pretty connected with the org. I've consulted with them off and on throughout the years. And that's why I know this story. Despite the huge success that the marketing team had, they built a really simple process where basically anybody who raised their hand just automatically got routed. We automatically had people messaging them, but there was no territory mapping, really. There was no sort of enrichment process coming through between sort of intelligently marketing and sales and the entire team at scale. And as a result, despite going really fast to 30 million, to 50 million, around 2019, 2020, there had to be a massive restructure on the sort of marketing and sales alignment with this new RevOps function coming in because the process wasn't built to go bigger. And so at that time, Outreach was a hyper growth company that was just beating all the odds. And all of a sudden, right in the middle of that hyper growth, we have to slow down because the infrastructure isn't there, the process isn't there. Oh my gosh, there's some things that are broken in between. And so one of the sort of cardinal things when you think about RevOps, folks will say, well, I don't need it, look how successful we are. The famous saying here is don't mortgage your future, right? It's not that outreach crashed and burned or anything like that, but they certainly had to slow down. And so even early on in the process, if we had that RevOps function thinking about the long-term scale of things, maybe we wouldn't have spent so much time just celebrating our current success and actually thinking more strategically long-term on how these things fit together. So I'm just offering that up, confirming what everybody else has been saying here, that it's really important to think about it early and often.
Awesome. Okay, but now so we kind of know what the problems are, how it works, what the consequences might be. But maybe back to you, Tony. So who do I need to fix this? Can I just take somebody out of the CSM I already have? What kind of profile do I have to look for?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think really the profile that you probably will be engaging or approaching with RevOps and building this out. I think in the early beginning, it probably might be some kind of a consultant, project management kind of profile like that. So you want to have someone that is analytical, numbers-driven, process-driven, and can push projects through, right? And sometimes folks coming from those backgrounds are probably really great for that, right? I think sometimes I see the temptation to go, okay, which SDR is the most organized? Which AE has the best CRM hygiene, and take that person and put it into this role. That sometimes isn't the right way potentially to approach it, right? And really when you think about how do you need to build out that function and how does it actually grow over time, really the start usually it's going to be someone, the pain that you will have that will arise from probably your Salesforce instance or from HubSpot or from Pipedrive and you need to move away from, that will usually be the start of the pain, right? And then it's like, okay, gee, someone needs to do that, and likely someone is already doing it in your organization. But having that person doing it on the side or left-handed is kind of not the programmatic way to actually use it and really build it out. So you might actually end up having a part-time or full-time system admin, not only looking after the CRM, but a couple of other things as well. And once you have that and things are kind of cleaned up and you understand how this thing works, it's like, okay, wait a minute, can we have a report? Can we see what's actually going on? Can we see how the funnel looks and so forth? Can we calculate some commissions and do all of these things? And that's when that role is going to evolve into something more like sales operations, right? Someone that sure understands the process and the data and the tool, but also the silo in itself. The next step after that is, and usually this is, I call it the NV or VP Marketing, VP CS, because usually the sales ops person will roll into the VP sales and they will be like, hey, I want to have that kind of person as well on my team. I want to be numbers driven. I want to understand what's going on. And I'm tired of all the spreadsheets that I'm kind of working with. And that will really be the point where you as an organization need to make a very quick decision to say, okay, stop. Instead of everyone owning their own ops people, we need to fold this into one team and hang it either under the CRO or CCO, or if you don't have that, under the CFO or COO, right? And that is then revenue operations, right? Now you have a team, that looks across the whole engine, understands the whole engine, and basically can help you make sure that everything that you want to roll out or improve or tweak and get better at, that this is being thought through from a full revenue engine perspective, right? Traffic to churn, the whole thing. And really the jump after that is, and I think this is something that especially in the US happens a lot, and again, right, the US guys are much more advanced in some of those emerging functions, really kind of building a team that then says, wait a minute, so we have this revenue ops team that looks end to end through the whole funnel, basically X-ray into your engine, understands the whole thing, and we're giving them some projects to manage and roll out. Why don't we try and take that knowledge, that understanding, and use it for more strategic purposes? For example, how can we hit next quarter? How can we hit the quarter after that? How can we, can we achieve the budget plan that we have, the top-down target? Is that actually achievable? Or, what are we doing about this, right? And those roles are then called revenue strategy, go-to-market strategy, We see those less in Germany, probably not at all in Germany right now. And by the way, I'm from Germany. It's okay for me to make fun of this. But some other parts of Europe for sure, and then in the US is a very different game. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, talking about the different game that they have in the US. So Jordan, you've trained many consultants to actually, do these functions. Can you tell us a little bit about how you do that and what their day-to-day looks like?
Yeah, well, what I'll talk about here is just the concept of implementation, okay? I think I've probably done, and this is with no exaggeration, 750 outreach implementations over the years with companies small and large and everything in between. And one of the key things of why RevOps really matters is when you don't have a RevOps team, you plug in, and this is just one tool, by the way, crew. You end up plugging thing in and treating it as a point solution as opposed to part of the overall program you're running. So for example, I see this 1,000 times. You plug in an outreach, you don't have somebody thinking about it programmatically, and the next thing you know, all you're doing is just blasting out 1 million emails and you think, oh, this is great sales process. Well, the reality is there's alignment between marketing and sales that has to occur. I think everybody in marketing has said, I send 1,000 leads to sales and they don't follow up with them. And then sales turns around and says, well, if your leads were any good, I'd follow up with them. Well, when you just plug in a point solution, you don't solve the overall program problem, okay? Additionally, you end up plugging in, again, I'm just gonna keep coming back to something like an outreach or a sales loft or a tool like that. You create content and you walk away, as opposed to getting the idea of iteration, learning, communicating the information with the teams at large. And so I come into projects all the time, specifically for fixes. And what I mean by fixes, it's when teams just grab a tool, plug it in, and expect it to work. And then 6 months, a year later, David, I think you were even part of this at one of the companies you're at, all of a sudden nothing's working, you can't figure out why, and everybody's mad at each other. And so it's really important, if you think about this from a RevOps function, and you asked how do we train our consultants, we train all of our consultants right out of the gate to start talking about tools in a programmatic way of how it fits into the larger ecosystem, who's in charge of that ecosystem, and have the conversation about running a program. Because here's the deal. You're going to spend a lot more money paying a guy like me a year later when everything's broken, which, hey, by the way, at the back end of this conference, if you want to disregard all my information, fantastic. You'll be paying me a lot of money a year later, so go ahead. My point is you're going to save yourself a lot of grief and heartache if you start thinking programmatically today. And so anybody that's a consultant on my team, anybody that's in a RevOps or SalesOps function internally, you need to begin to champion this idea of program running, not point solution stitching together. So that's how our crew thinks about it, really.
Very cool. And now we're also in ToolStack land. So at that point, Alicia, can you talk to us a little bit about how you do some of these integrations and what you look out for, and I mean, any additional tips you might have for the ToolStack?
Indeed, I mean, I just completely agree with what Jordan was just saying, and I think that holistic view is very, very important. So, I could talk for hours on everything you need to remember while doing an integration, but I think the most important is to, I strongly advocate for a centralized governance and decision-making model for all native integrations. I think it's really key to have a full overview of all tools with their current use and benefits if we want to keep track and onboard new tools in an optimal way. I mean, think about it. An opposite scenario would create a lot of overlaps or simply leave space for missed opportunities, both ultimately resulting in unnecessary cost. So indeed, for me personally, the step number one is always to get an overview of what we have right now. If you're stepping into a scale up where there was already a lot of non-organic growth happening, and before you want to onboard something new, you just need to have that overview and really compare those solutions, how they complement each other, because sometimes piling up tools one on another is really not the best way. And so for me as well, the last golden rule is that less is usually more when it comes to tools. Because we need to take into this equations ROI, the cost of the implementation, downtime, and the change management that occur every single time. And if you need to change something or create integration within already existing platform, it's again the same cost recurring all over again.
Okay, so we have about a minute left, and even though we did have some time to talk about some of the tool stuff, which I also love to talk about, Tony, can you maybe go back to an earlier point you made? Why is it that you, as a revenue operations rockstar, why do you not like to talk about tools?
Yeah, I think the translation to the real world sometimes kind of gets lost. It's like, okay, cool, I know I shouldn't be buying so many tools, and I know it's difficult to integrate them and implement them and do it in the right way, and don't have too many kind of sunk costs and maintenance costs coming out of this. What this really means is you will just grow slower. And I think that's why, instead of always talking tools, basically kind of bringing it to what's the outcome for everyone in this room. And the outcome is you will probably need more funding in order to support the same growth, or you will slow down growth, or if you hire RevOps too late, you basically will have RevOps being a janitor for a year before they can actually do anything in order to help you improve and scale, right? So that's why I'm sometimes, I'm trying to kind of tell everyone in RevOps, sure, tools is important, try and take it and bring it to the business outcome, and suddenly if everyone is like, oh, wait a minute, I will grow slower, and that's why I'm saying ditch the tool talk, but yeah.
All right, well, yeah, that was it for us. I think, can we maybe actually all three of you give us, like, where do you find each other? Like, where can somebody quickly look you up?
Yeah, you can look me up on Tony Holbein on LinkedIn. I have a podcast, follow this. I'm talking a lot about understanding revenue engines and how to scale those, and that's really kind of core. There's also a newsletter and all of that stuff, so we're kind of doing a lot actually on that side, and yeah, that's how you can find me.
All right, Jordan, anything from you real quick?
Yeah, find me on LinkedIn. Also have a podcast called RevOps Therapy. We talk about anything under the sun, mental health, all the way to tips and strategies in between. Again, find me on LinkedIn, or anybody who wants to fly to the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, come on down, we'll have a coffee together. Thanks.
And Alicia, anything from you?
I'm happy also with LinkedIn, so just look me up. I don't have a podcast yet, but I feel the virtual coffee.
We'll do one together,
Jordan.
Alicia.
Yes, we'll do another one, a remake of this, yeah.
All right, well, thanks a lot, everybody, and have fun at PAKCon.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insights here in person on stage and also remote. And yeah, everyone else, please stay tuned. We will have a super nice and interesting fireside chat coming up in around about 5 minutes.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
Ganz gut. Was ist
I'm going to download the new app, and we'll get you started in the meantime.
All right. If anyone could have told me how hard it would be to get to this point, I don't know that I would have done it.
We both were working so many hours, knowing that you don't have any more to give, but you want to step up.
매일매일 실패합니다. 스타트업의 숙명인 것 같아요.
I'm just not feeling it.
Is it because we're Black female founders with no tech background that we can't launch a business?
I wish this innovation was everywhere.
This is 100% what I believe I should be doing, but how do we actually make it happen?
That cost of failure is so high. It's a lot of responsibility to have.
mother, Carrie Schrader, mother-daughter team who founded this.
As an entrepreneur, your first job is to find the place and the people that get you, feel you, support you, champion you, and go there and conquer.
It's good to have a community, not just of people that believe in you, but people who are facing the same challenges.
I don't think that I would have made it this far without the feeling of community that I found here.
Women in my age group come up to me and say, "You have inspired me to do what I've always wanted to do."
You put another brick in the wall today, and that's what we're doing.
It has pushed me to be not just a tech innovator, but a guiding light to other people.
I had permission to dream. I don't think I had that.
If I can help just one person, it was going to be worth it. But now at the prospect of doing this for hundreds, thousands, millions of people, there is nothing that can stop us.
everyone, and welcome to the new faces here in Cinema 7. My name is Marie, and I will guide you through the last 2 sessions today. And I'm personally really looking forward to the next agenda point because my colleague Leo Lerach, principal at Project A Ventures, invited Ivor von Date, the co-founder of Veridion, to join us for a fireside chat here on that stage at PAKCon today. So they will talk about innovation in the aerospace industry. So please all enjoy the talk and give them a warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks so much for joining and thanks for the kind intro, Marie. So yeah, we have Ivor, founder and CEO of Veridion on stage, and I have the pleasure to work with him and now to ask him some questions on his personal journey. How the journey from Airbus to a small startup feels like for a founder. But maybe just to set the stage a little bit, I think some of you might have attended Uwe Hossmann's talk this morning about the ugly truth of venture capital. And I think one thing he likes to stress is that basically for the last 15 years, we haven't seen a lot of technological innovation that touches the people's lives and everyday lives. And the last big shift was mobile. And he also partly blames us as venture capital investors for that, because we like to invest in things that maybe are a little bit less risky. And we think that actually as an investor, you also need to be comfortable to invest in things that are a little bit off the beaten path and that don't only touch digits but also atoms. So yeah, we are actively investing in all kinds of deep tech areas that are maybe a bit more research and development intensive, maybe also a little bit more risky, but we also think that this is something that can pay off and that can also actually touch the life of people. So I'm super grateful to work with Ivor. Maybe if you can just introduce yourself quickly and Veridion, the company. What's your journey? What are you up to?
Yeah, thank you so much, Leo, and what a pleasure to be here in Berlin, where basically aeronautical startups started more than 100 years ago with Otto Lilienthal and Anthony Fokker. So this is where aeronautics in Europe basically started. And Veridion is a Munich-based company, but we have a global team. And as it says, it's about green air mobility, making flight electric. And who are we? As Leo, you introduced us, we came from the corporate world. My co-founder and me, my co-founder is also here. We worked at industry for over 10 years, also worked on research projects for sustainable flight, and came to the conclusion that what was technically possible wasn't matching corporate strategy. So if you work in a big corporate company, what always prevails is the corporate strategy. Otherwise, you can never manage such a big company. And the corporate strategy wasn't about small airplanes. But we thought, and already back in university, we did the first studies as students, that you can make battery electric flight reality if you keep it simple. And this is why we like to paraphrase Otto Lilienthal, because he always said, flight is about the wings, it's not about the engines. And electric flight is also about the wings, not about the engines. So we are now 15 people in Munich. Almost all of us came from a corporate background. Some of us were in a startup before. And we believe that what we want to do is best done in a small startup environment.
Super interesting. You've been at Airbus, I think, for over 12 years, right?
Yes.
So maybe give us an indication, when did you start to think about electric flight? When did you start to think about, hey, is this something that Airbus could develop as well? Did you actually pitch it internally, just for us to give us a sense of when this journey actually started, even before you went out to found a startup?
Yeah, so my thoughts about electric flight started before I was working at Airbus. When I was a student in Delft 15 years ago, we were given the task design a sustainable trainer aircraft. And we did the studies, we compared biofuels, and we compared hydrogen, and then at some point battery electric. And we came to the conclusion, if you optimize the air vehicle, you can compensate for the lack of energy density that batteries have, but it has a lot of efficiency. So you make flying a lot more affordable, a lot more energy efficient. And then after graduating, I moved to Airbus, and I had the chance to, at some point, work in the e-aircraft systems program. My co-founder was working there, and some other colleagues were working there, where roughly 9 years ago, they started experimenting with smaller airplanes. At the time, the CTO was Jean Botti, who now has his own startup in hybrid electric flight as well. And at some point, there was kind of a conclusion, okay, the usability of battery electric is limited in size. And of course, this is a company that makes big aircraft. And then I moved on to another position. But then, during the pandemic, I think lots of us had a lot of time to think. I mean, I'm end 30s. It's this time where people start rethinking their whole lives, right? And I had the impression that now was a good time to try something on your own. Of course, discussed it with my wife as well, and we quit our jobs basically and pursued this dream because we thought it has to happen, and maybe now is the right time.
Makes sense. Maybe just a quick detour. I mean, we already spoke about different sizes, and you said a small airplane, but. Yeah. Just to give a flavor of, so I mean, Airbus, what is the typical size of planes that they typically produce, and how big is basically the airplane that you're trying to develop?
So if you look at the aerospace world today, which is like one of the most conservative industries on the planet, for a reason, because people want it to be safe, so you don't just radically change something if you don't know if it's safe. There's only very few companies left that can do big airplanes. Basically, 2.5, 3 companies can do that. And big aircraft basically start at 50 to 100 seats and above. And what those companies are doing, they're researching solutions that can make flight sustainable. But if you look at the year the industry is talking about, it's 2050 net zero aviation. So that's a long time from now. And a lot of the political agreements that were made to fight climate change, they talk about 2030. So the Paris Agreement, EU Green Deal, they talk about 2030. So you probably cannot find a solution and then certify it in this decade when it has to be a huge, big aircraft. So this is why we are focusing on that. You can see here in the middle, it's another company in the United States that flew their first demonstrator, I think it was 1.5 weeks ago, which says, okay, if you keep your ambitions somehow grounded, you can do something really useful and make it happen in this decade for people who want to fly.
But probably I won't be able to fly to New York with that 9-seater, right? So maybe to give us a sense of how does that then operate, and what is the customer experience to use this sort of very tech-native jargon? Yeah.
So definitely, when we're talking about battery electric flight, there are limitations. You cannot bring a lot of people, you cannot fly very far, you cannot fly very fast. Maybe people in the room who have experience driving electric cars, they know if you just don't exaggerate with your speed on the highway, you can get maybe some range. But if you like to go faster, then you have to recharge all the time. And so we are talking about 500 kilometers range, 9 passengers. And if you want to go to New York, then probably will not be on a battery electric aircraft in the next 100 years.
And I mean, I think one other aspect that also I think a lot of people in the audience might be interested in is how much do you think that will cost? Obviously, there are tons of unknowns, and first of all, that airplane needs to be developed and produced. But give us maybe a sense of what the rough estimations are.
Yeah. So. What is actually a big advantage of battery electric, and those who have electric cars can confirm, it's very energy efficient. So, I mean, electricity prices are rising today, but generally it's cheaper, the energy is cheaper than if you have to fuel with some kind of fossil fuel. And second, the big advantage is the drivetrain, if it's for a car or if it's for an aircraft, an electric drivetrain has much less parts, much less moving parts, less filters, less fluids, so the maintenance costs are so much lower. So if we have a very energy efficient vehicle, which is, let's say, maintenance friendly, you can lower the cost, right? So it's not going to be very cheap. So don't think about booking a Ryanair flight to Barcelona or an EasyJet flight to Amsterdam. This is not what I mean. But compare it to small aircraft that you could charter today that some, let's say, wealthy individuals do, or maybe managers of big companies, they have a private jet. We can bring a similar experience for the normal business traveler at the price point of a first-class ICE ticket. Let's say around about 300 euros one way.
Okay, super interesting. And I mean, I think, you know, electrifying transportation, obviously, I think one elephant in the room is obviously trains, and which one of the most efficient modes of transportation.
Yeah.
But what are the, you know, what is the level of operations that you envision for which it actually makes sense, and how can you compete there with trains on a pure sustainability grade as well?
So trains are amazing, right? Trains can bring a lot of people from A to B very efficiently in terms of energy. The big disadvantage is you have to have tracks. You have to have train tracks. And today, and these are extremely expensive investments, capital investments. And most of the train tracks were built in the 19th century, and then this whole network appeared over a period of more than 150 years. So if you want to build train tracks now where there aren't train tracks, it's either has to be a really good business case or it's simply not going to happen. So what we can offer with a lot of the existing small regional airports that are there, just to give the people in the audience an idea, in Germany, there will be about 300 small airports that are there that we could use. And there are 180 ICE train stations, so high-speed train stations in Germany. And these airports, they have, let's say, an even distribution over the country. They're not only next to the big cities, they are also in rural areas. Now, if you imagine that...
So you, so you wouldn't fly from a BER airport or Franz Josef Strauss Airport in Munich?
You could also do that, but obviously if there's, let's say, 10 aircraft flying back and forth with more than 100 seats, you need a lot of small ones, so you have to look at how you could integrate that operationally. But the big advantage is you can connect maybe Leipzig to Hamburg, which are two big cities, which do not have a proper train connection, which might not have a scheduled flight, where basically people end up driving their car. And just to give you two statistics, in Germany, there's 1.4 billion people traveling trips from 150 to 600 kilometers, and 80% are doing it with their car. So the train is great. The train needs to stay, and it needs to go there where there are tracks. We can, let's say, make flights emission-free for those who are already flying, and then we can even offer an alternative for those travelers who are forced to take a car because the only option they have, and still be there somewhere fast.
Understood. Another segment that most people are probably familiar with is sort of flying taxis, so vertical takeoff of landing aircrafts, and I guess you're being compared quite often also to that segment. So how does that relate to the type of aircraft that you're building?
Yeah, so thanks for that question. So I just put it on here. So this looks like a normal aircraft, right? It has wings, has a propeller. People recognize it as an aircraft. And what some of the other companies are doing with the so-called air taxis or urban air mobility is, let's say, technologically very interesting and fascinating. I'm an engineer after all. But it's also very complex. And what you have to know about anything flying in the air needs to be certified by an authority. Same with medicine. You cannot just put a medicine on the market. It needs to be tested, needs to be certified. The same for air travel. And if you keep the air vehicle relatively simple, it's never easy to certify, but it's more manageable than if you, let's say, reinvent everything at the same time. We only have one main innovation, and that is that we integrate batteries in the primary structure, and we have a more than average optimized air vehicle. People in the audience might think this looks like a big glider. Well, that's true, because we minimize drag by having long, slender wings.
And compared, maybe just remind us, so we said 500 kilometers is the rough range that you're aiming for. How does that compare to most of the existing vertical takeoff and landing concepts out there?
So there's a number of them that are flying around, and some of them even carry people, so they're also making progress, but most of them have a very limited endurance, which is, let's say, more in the order of magnitude, I don't know, up to 50 kilometers. Some could go maybe a bit further. But also their use case is much more around, let's say, big cities where they want to save time. So basically be an alternative to a helicopter. And let's say bringing someone from a city center to a small airstrip, that could be one of the use cases. If you have in your flight profile a vertical takeoff and landing, you have to be energy inefficient. You need a lot of power. We have a runway, so we can't pick you up in the city center, except maybe if in Berlin Tempelhof is reopened again, that will be great for us. But we have a runway.
So just for me as a non-aerospace engineer, could we summarize from pure physics that taking off like a helicopter as opposed to an airplane is just per se less energy efficient?
Well, you need a lot more energy to do it because you need to generate thrust that is more than the weight of your air vehicle. And if you have horizontal flight, you only need a fraction of that because the lift is provided by the wings. So if you have big wings, you get more lift, and you only need power to go horizontally forward.
Makes sense. Maybe going a little bit back to sort of your also personal journey as a founder. So after more than 10 years at Airbus, and now looking back at, well, it's now almost a year, I believe, of the startup founder journey. How does it feel? What are the biggest differences? And are there maybe also some things that you miss from the corporate world?
Well, except from some, let's say, colleagues and friends, I don't miss a whole lot, I can tell you. It wasn't bad to work there, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. But obviously, when you make this step, it's maybe a little bit scary even. But then once you open the door and you go through there, you find out there's a whole world. And you do not need to be afraid. If there's something you don't know, you will be surprised how many people that you didn't even know before are willing to help you, give you information. Like all these things that you have to know about when you're running a company, which have nothing to do with engineering or aerospace. You just need to find out. But it's not that difficult. There's resources out there. There's free programs. There's trainings. There's just people you can ask who had the experience. And what I found, everyone is excited for you that you've taken this step. So, I don't regret it for 1 second.
Cool. That's great to hear, obviously. Interacting with investors. I mean, I know it's a very peculiar world, let's say that. And I think that was also probably something that was quite new for you as a team. What was the first impressions? Anything that you were very surprised with in terms of navigating this whole fundraising world?
Yeah, that's a very good one. So when we started on this journey, we quickly realized we need significant amounts of money that you just cannot ask your family and friends, right?
Did you try?
Well, family and friends actively offered. Let's just say when we first wanted to do maybe some small technology demonstration, maybe get some subsidies, like uncles, aunts, parents, friends were offering, they said, well, we can make available some money. But we realized, you cannot really get that far. You can do some things, but if you want to do an airplane, you're talking about millions, right? So we figured out we need to get into this business called venture capitalism, which we knew absolutely nothing about. And maybe we had some, let's say, ideas how that could be, like, oh, these are people who they want to have higher returns, so they must be quite tough. And turns out they're all very nice people, very friendly, and above everything else, interested in your idea and genuinely enthusiastic about hearing what someone who's starting a company has to tell. And some of them in the end conclude, okay, this is not a case for us. But I would say without any exception, and of course we had in the end the agreement, people were very positive. And if I think back in the corporate environment, where I also had to, let's say, pitch to get budget for projects, It was very nitty-gritty. You have to provide, I don't know how much details that you really have to return on investment within 8.5 months if you're buying a second machine, basically handing someone a money printing project and still, we need to have more analysis. Very difficult. And then here, really having an exchange, much more eye to eye, and with a genuine interest in what are you going to do to improve the world. So I would say very positively surprised how extremely positive this environment is. Now, I guess there might be some out there which might not fit this description, but or maybe we just didn't speak to enough, I don't know. But I could say very positive surprise.
That's good to hear, and yeah, that makes us as investors obviously very happy. Do you have any recommendations for other engineers, deep tech founders, quote unquote, for their journey? Yeah, is there anything you can share?
I think there would be two things. First, not everyone needs to found their own company, right? It's perfectly fine if you work somewhere and do something you love and that's interesting. I mean, obviously big corporations do certain things that only big corporations can do. And I would definitely, because I've been to many startup events recently, and there's a lot of people who glorify being a founder. That can be a mistake. If you don't have something you want to do, maybe don't try to become a founder and then find the idea later. It wasn't our dream to become founders. We wanted to do this airplane, and we figured out the best way to do it is if we do our own company. So it's perfectly fine if you're not going into that area. And on the other hand, if you have an idea and you are, let's say, willing to consider leaving a corporate job, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. If it doesn't work out, you'll find another opportunity, but the chances of succeeding are just so high in this day and age, especially if it's a topic that deals one of the big problems in the world, and do we have big problems in the world right now? So just don't be afraid. Of course, plan it. Talk to the people who are important to you, do your homework. But if you think you have done all the preparation, take a step and be brave.
Yeah, cool. That's very encouraging. I mean, I think from our perspective as investors, we also, we can look at digitization and innovation as different waves. Obviously, the next search engine might not come from Europe or the next social network, but I think we fundamentally believe that some of the more hard science and very scientific startups that hopefully they will come from Europe, because we have a very strong academic and also corporate network. So yeah, very happy to see founders with backgrounds like yours and Sebastian's to start startups. That's what we are very excited about as investors too. Maybe as a final question before, I hope we have some time for questions from the audience as well.
Sure.
What is next? Like, can you give us an outlook on, also maybe a timeline? How long will it take for you to develop a first prototype, and when will I actually be able to take the Viridion plane from Leipzig to Hamburg?
So what we are focusing firstly on the main innovation, which is integrating batteries in the primary aerostructure. So we're building a technology demonstrator, which is not flying. It's basically a piece of this wing with an integrated battery pack, because we want to de-risk the biggest technical challenge first. Then once we have, let's say, confirmed how it should be done, and we do have ideas how it could be done, this will happen, let's say, in the course of next year, and then that demonstration is finished. Then we can do a full-scale aircraft development. Obviously, we need a little bit more capital. But if you consider a normal aircraft development, and this is a small aircraft, right? Can take 10 years if it's something very complex or more. Here we believe we can develop the whole airframe, which is, let's say, execution of existing principles within the next 6 to 8 years. So let's say first flight of a prototype would be maybe 2026. And then once everything is certified, probably around 28, 29, people can buy their tickets. And then we need to build lots of them. So people in the audience need to wait a little bit more, but every journey starts with the first step.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Great. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience, or if we have a microphone.
Yes, we have a microphone, but unfortunately we do not have time for any questions.
Okay. Sorry for the spoiler. Then you need
I
to
could say follow us on LinkedIn. Reach out if you have any questions. We'll be here in the event, so come talk to us. We have our corporate startup corporate sweaters on.
Awesome.
Some habits never die, right?
Great. Thanks so much for joining, Ivo. Super exciting. And looking forward to see what's coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. And we will now prepare the last panel and start in round about 10 minutes.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh.
The vision for Kerber Digital is to make Kerber into the largest player for AI-driven B2B software products, and with that create value for our customers and the planet. Kerber is a traditional industrial and technology company. Kerber Digital is an independent entity in the Kerber ecosystem. It's totally different from what you would expect in corporate organizations. The level of flexibility, trust, speed, freedom to operate is unseen in other corporate environments. Within the Kerber ecosystem, we play multiple roles. One is to build own sustainable business to basically make Kerber a digital leader of the future. And two is to help all of the existing businesses to become a digital leader in their domain. And third, we're actually a driver of the future way of working with exciting topics and tasks. We bring a lot of unfair advantage to the game. We have customer access and trust into the Kerber brand from customers. For example, we have one of the ventures that is active in pharma environment, and we are already working on a productive lines at various top pharma customers. There's no way on earth how you can make that happen with hundreds of million funding if you want, if you don't have this relationship and this trust. The second big benefit is that you can really focus on what you love as an entrepreneur, which is typically to create value for customers, which is product development and commercialization. What makes me proud, and sometimes it's hard to believe, that we've proven and showed that as corporate company building is the way to go for an established organization to be innovative and competitive to venture capital funded startups. I always had this as a dream and I wanted to prove that that works. Corporate venture building means basically that we are serial entrepreneurs. So we look for problems of our customers, then we actually create a new company, which is owned by Kerber Digital. And we are now basically, what I believe, the largest company builder, largest corporate company builder, certainly in Europe, and certainly globally around AI-driven products in manufacturing. And for me, this is actually almost like a dream. I see myself in a position to every year create new, exciting business opportunities, exciting companies. And first of all, what you can feel is like a very open environment. But what unites us more is the way of working and the way we treat each other and how we act with each other. And if you want to make a difference, everyone will help you to make a difference. And my job is basically to bring together talent in our crew and enable them to achieve results they could have not believed they would be able to do.
everyone, and welcome to our last panel of the day here in Cinema 7. We will learn more about hypergrowth in times of recession. In order to do that, we will bring together 3 marketing experts here on stage. That will be Maximilian Backhaus, the global CMO at HelloFresh, Juan Bongiovanni, the head of growth at Trade Republic, and of course, when it comes to topics like that, our CMO at Project A, Tui Nan, is a key player. So please enjoy the talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you.
Y'all please hold the applause to the end of the ceremony. Let's go!
Music is fine. I don't know how you feel, but the music really hypes me.
Okay.
Okay, before we start, maybe a quick round of introductions. If you both could quickly explain what you do at Trade Republic and HelloFresh, and how you usually do hypergrowth.
Oof. You want to start?
Well, like maybe first, like a little bit, like in terms of introductions, we just found out that all of us just had lunch.
Yeah,
so
don't expect too much from us.
Keep this as interactive as possible. If you feel like we're falling a little bit into food coma here, just like please wake us up. So in terms of introduction, I'm Max. I'm the CMO at HelloFresh. That means I'm responsible for marketing overall. We are set up as a matrix organization in marketing, so we have a lot of people like here based out of Berlin, and then we also have like local growth teams, and together we execute the, as you call it, like hyper growth. Sometimes like very, very hyper, sometimes like a little bit more moderate. I mean, like so far, like the company's more than 10 years old, so there have been periods of definitely hyper growth, but also like periods of more moderate and more conservative growth. And I'm really excited to talk about that.
Thank you. Juan?
I'm Juan. I lead growth at Trade Republic. I'm kind of like in the intersection between marketing and products. Sometimes I lead a little bit more on the marketing side, sometimes on the product side. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's not that you do hypergrowth. Hypergrowth happens and sometimes catch you by surprise. And sometimes you wish you could have the magic wand and doesn't happen, so yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any magic recipe.
Not yet. Okay, thank you. And next question. We said that we're gonna try to keep it as controversial as possible. So can you explain how the recession hit you personally, but also in business?
You want to go first?
Personally, I don't know. We'll see this winter, right? It's the mix of recession and war, right? But I wouldn't say that personally hit me in any way yet. I still have my job. I would say that from a business perspective, if you want, when it comes the personal aspects of having to deal with business in this situation, yes, there are definitely some aspects of it. That it's not just consumer, but for a venture-backed company, it also puts other pressures on cost of capital and those kind of things that make you change strategies a bit. And what I would say, we are probably not in the recession, but if you see stock markets in the last 9 months, you could say that it changed a lot. And while last year or the last couple of years everything was going up, today probably your dinner conversation, you don't want to talk much about your portfolio because you're probably 20% down, 10% down, or 50% down. Check your portfolio now, and you're gonna see it. You probably don't want to talk about that. So in some way, that puts like the flywheel of word of mouth off the table. So your growth needs to happen through other ways.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. How about you, Max?
Yeah, I would echo what you've just been saying. I think like on the personal side, it's definitely like if you've been investing some money, you see that everything's a little bit like under the water right now. Otherwise, like I think most of us here like are very, very fortunate not to be very affected like from the recession just yet. But who knows what's going to be ahead of us. I think in terms of like business, I would say the situation is like remarkably steady. I mean, like also in terms of the category that we're in, we're selling food. People still need to eat, and they continue to order our products. I mean, we're not like a traditional like e-commerce player where you actually really see from one day to the next like how revenue goes up and down. Like we are a subscription model, a soft subscription model, so you actually like have a significant lag effect. But customer acquisition is still happening as it should. Customer retention is happening. So that's all right, but we will definitely not be seeing the same type of growth that we've like seen throughout the pandemic, for example. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't say like from where I'm standing, like are we in a full-on recession just yet? Can I say how that's affecting us? Not really yet. I think there is still more to come.
Okay, thank you. Before we move into how businesses can and should pivot their growth strategies during recession, I'd like to understand how you have been running hypergrowth in the past, knowing that obviously you, Max, you've been basically setting up the whole marketing engine at HelloFresh, and you, Juan, same at Republic, but also at Netflix. Can you share like what it takes, like what kind of ingredients, team, tech, brand, and so on?
So what it takes. So I'll tackle maybe that, and then we can tackle like what changed, and maybe the differences between a more of a consolidated business at the time, like Netflix, and more of a hyper growth or and a business that it's in expansion, if you want. So what it takes. I don't know if I have to put it in simple words. My recipe, if you want, is do a few things and do them really, really well, and be extremely focused on those things. Being extremely skeptical of the correlation of what you do with the business. And try to understand the true incremental effects of everything that you do. And the way that you do that is by being humble, being skeptical, and experimenting a lot. So if anything, like I think that if you get that right, then the other things probably happen. So from a tech perspective, you need to make sure that you do things that enable that type of approach. From a creative perspective, you need to make sure that you resource the team to enable that type of approach. And then you need people that are willing to be in learning mode all the time, that they're not afraid to make mistakes, that they're humble to thinking in hypotheses and actually go and test. That is a lot of what, if you want, I learned from the Netflix days. When you come up on a business that is actually in that phase of expansion, you probably have other dynamics because there is a cost of being so disciplined. Because you have competition also expanding, and you have other variables like the cost of capital of executing that. So you need to balance those things. Sometimes to move way faster, you have to exercise way more judgment. And when you're exercising that judgment, probably there are some inefficiencies. But when you have a market like we had a couple of years ago, like the cost of capital actually allow you to do that, and that is how you try to drive growth. When things change the way that changed in the last 6 months for a venture-backed company, and the cost of capital changes in some way, that requires that you adapt a bit on your strategy. Yeah? And maybe when you're not so focused on paybacks and return over investment, you become a little bit more careful with that. You start to watch a bit more your burn rates to make sure that you're not going to get in trouble if we end up in a recession of, I don't know, 3, 5, 8 quarters. So you can probably see it with a lot of businesses that they were doing crazy things a couple of months ago, and today they are way more careful on how they spend their money. We are not the exception.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Max?
I think you've actually put it quite well. I think at the core of our growth strategy is really a relentless focus on data and really trying to understand the return on investment that we get on everything that we spend money on. And as long as you're able to hold that, that is actually, you can actually execute modest growth strategy in a time like when cost of capital is very high. And you can also like keep track on things and responsibly scale in a hyper growth way. I think there've been times like when we've been racking up like huge losses, like acquiring all these like new customers. And why were we able to do that? Because we had a very, very good grip on our numbers. I mean, it's always like easy to trust a company that is profitable. I think we're really that strong data focus like really like starts helping is like when you're not profitable and everyone outside is nervous, like you're making losses, like is this ever going to break even? And that's where it's like absolutely essential to have a good grip like on your numbers. And then as we're moving like through a very expansionary period into more of a recession, you don't necessarily change anything fundamentally. You just like shorten the payback periods. You become more rigorous in terms of like ROI optimization. You maybe reallocate more frequently. You take fewer risks in terms of experimentation. That's all really.
Okay, thank you.
In our case, because of what I described before, we did also have to adapt our message. And if you target audience, like, it's a very different market to invest today than it was 9 months ago.
That's a great angle into my next question, because I think when like looking back, let's say 1-2 years ago, every scale-up was investing shitloads of money into offline TV and so on, just to make sure that they have a bigger awareness than their competitors. Now that definitely changed. So how do you deal about that? How does your brand strategy change with that? I think one angle is definitely the messaging. And probably, Juan, I think you anyway had a very critical opinion on offline.
How much time do we have? It's not that I have. Look, like if you pick up on some keywords that I use in the beginning, like I said, being skeptical, being humble, being proven wrong. I have nothing against TV. Yeah, but I've seen those CPMs get more expensive and expensive, and those younger audiences get less time on TV. Like I've seen the whole story of that, joining Netflix when they began rolling out its streaming globally. So I think that there are a lot of if you want to call it traditional marketing, that still speaks in that form, like brands and performance. And where brand is a thing that we don't ask that many questions, and we do some less measurable stuff, and we're very comfortable with that. And then we go and spend money on TV and offline channels and don't ask many questions. And the opposite is true on the performance side, where we try to measure absolutely everything, and we end up measuring things that you really like you are lying to yourself. Like if you try to attribute everything based on correlation, and I hear about these things about media mix models and all of those things, like measuring marketing is really, really hard. Yeah. So the first thing that you have to do is acknowledge that. and then try to be extremely disciplined in how you learn and understand that measurement. So I have nothing against TV. The thing with offline channels is sometimes I hear that, oh, this is what you have to do to build a brand. And yeah, maybe, but at what cost? Yeah, and look, I also come from. At the time, at Netflix, we did a lot of experimentation around the mix of channels and these kind of things. And the other problem that you have is, if you believe in the focus on what I described before as the way of growing, those channels are really, really hard to be scientific about growth and measure. So you're already starting in that channel at a disadvantage. Yeah, but I'm sure that when you're scientific, like for you, probably it's a channel that you figure out a way to make it work. Yeah, but usually that is not what you see in brand marketers. So that is my controversial opinion about it.
Max, how about you?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now in the market in terms of a lot of like the performance advertisers makes actually a lot of sense, especially like if you look at two things, like one, the openness of consumers to new offerings as they're sitting at home, and the media prices. So if you want, like 2020 was a golden opportunity, like media prices just dropped because traditional advertisers like pulled back, everyone was like super scared. So I was like on the phone like every other day, like with our people running the ATL team, like discussing new opportunities, how we were able to allocate additional spend because we were actually also seeing better profitability than we had been hoping for. Those were great times, and when we look at our, I know you're not a big fan, but like when we look at our media mix models today, we also see like very different efficiencies in 2020 than we've seen then like developing throughout 2021 and 2022. And I said earlier, basically a lot of like people who are currently offering like ATL media are asking us to pay 2021 prices for a 2022 like economic outlook, and that's, I don't think anyone should be surprised that like rational advertisers, especially performance-focused advertisers, are currently like pulling back aggressively. And that is against the backdrop of generally like consumers that are in a different mindset. They're less open to trying new products right now, and also a different backdrop in terms of digital advertising prices. So also those have come down significantly. They were like at their peak at the end of like 2021. At the time, it made a lot of sense to shift quite a bit into above the line advertising, but that's changed now.
Yeah, I agree. And actually staying now with measurement, because obviously measurement is even more crucial now, because you cannot just spend money blindly, right? Because you cannot justify the high cost anymore. So, and at the same time, it also gets more difficult to measure, especially if you also run, as you said, above the line, but also on the digital side with all the changes that are happening right now with data privacy and so on. So, Max, how are you treating all those different challenges at HelloFresh? So what are the, I mean, one thing is that you mentioned was MMM. What other tools are you using to accurately measure your channels?
I don't think there is a way to accurately measure a channel, right? I mean, Swan said, like, we have to stay very humble. A very large part is always out there that's entirely unexplained. But there are definitely technologies that we've really pulled investment away from, which is like multi-touch attribution, right? Like, so stuff like that just consumes data that is not available in the same way anymore that it used to be. So we need to, we had to refocus a little bit. So a couple of things we like to rely on at an early stage in the market. It's actually pretty bog standard technology. It was out there 15 years ago. Look at, like, we call it checkout survey. Rocket used to call it exit poll.
We still call it exit poll, by the way.
You as well? Okay. And then, like, I mean, we operate like a lot with vouchers, then voucher codes that have a unique identifier, so you at least like have some idea on like the last touch point, which can be then complemented like by a click, by a last click if you have that. And then, like, when you look more holistically in terms of broader investment strategy, I haven't really seen an alternative to a media mix model, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to add anything. Yeah, good.
I thought you were now going to say incrementality testing.
Well, yeah.
That's right, actually.
Yes. Yeah, the only thing that you can add is incrementality testing, geo experiments, and trying to understand by that, but testing strategy against strategy. But.
Okay, thank you. One other topic, now that we focused on brand and also measurement, I think the sentiment in the teams also changed with certain activities not being continued and so on. How do you lead your team through?
What do you mean?
Halving marketing budgets, channels being completely turned down.
So, I think that the way, at least my team, okay, let's talk more about the paid media team. Yeah, the paid media team job should be to make their job redundant. Yeah, so their job in some way should disappear through automation, application of algorithms, yeah, and all the things that you can do. So if you embrace more that philosophy, then you're fine if things move around. You cannot have people that wanna be touching the channel. Yeah. Because probably touching that much the channel is not doing much. Yeah. So I think that as long as you have a team that understands those things, all of these movements, it doesn't matter, because it's not that you stop investing completely. Like, you shift things. Yeah, maybe we're not doing this thing, but we're going to be doing this other thing. Yeah, and things are not forever. So if you have that type of approach, then all of these changes are meaningless.
And how about you? You also have do you want to say how many members you have in your team?
I'm not sure I can share that number right now, but like it's a relatively large team, and they like work across like all different types of domains in marketing. And I haven't really like seen that like people are massively like disappointed that we're like changing like investment strategy, because there is still a lot to do. It just like this situation right now like also opens up a lot of opportunities to work on other exciting things. Like, whilst maybe like 2 years ago you were really like struggling to find that additional inventory, to find like somehow crazy incremental growth, right now you have the opportunity to focus a little bit more on efficiency, getting some of the basics right, like renegotiating some of the deals that you didn't have time for like over the last 2 years. So it's not like the work's like going away or becomes necessarily less interesting. So I'm not seeing that.
Okay,
but I get it that it's not for everyone. And there might be some anxiety for that, but I would say that if you join a company at the stage, for example, that Trade Republic is, the only thing that you should expect is that your job is going to look different every 6 months. And if you cannot deal with that, maybe you should join Facebook or Google. Google more than Facebook.
I don't know.
Yes, yeah.
I probably would join TikTok.
Oh, good luck with that. Oh, sorry.
I mean, the compensation is much better at TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay. Then one question. We had a presentation this morning by Uwe Horstmann, our GP, about the ugly truth of VC, and he said efficient growth shouldn't be your salvation. You want to comment on that?
I agree.
You agree? Okay, how about you? You now also say you agree.
So he said efficient growth shouldn't be your salvation.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the problems that you have with this shift in the market and everybody focusing obsessively more over payback periods and return is you don't know how much you might be hurting your future growth for that discipline that you're putting in there. So see, if he said it in that sense that it might not be your salvation, maybe he's right, because not growing fast enough might be not a problem today, but a problem in the future when you have to go back to the market or whatever. So yeah, there is a risk in obsessing over profitability.
Yeah, I agree. How about you, Max?
I think also like in a time like when you have less money, you need to think about like what are your long-term bets like versus like what you need to focus on in short term. So you still need to take bets, but you will definitely take them more carefully. So I'm not sure like how exactly like he meant that, but like I mean, venture capital investment is very risky, and when you're giving a lot of money to portfolio companies, you're basically paying them to take risks. So I was a venture capitalist, like I would want that as well. I would want them to take a shot because I have a portfolio and hopefully like one of them actually works out. If everyone's just sitting there on their money trying to be efficient, then it's not working.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure that was the ugly truth, I don't know.
It was, in a way, also an ugly truth, yes. We only have 15 seconds left. Quick question, how long do you think will the recession last?
Well, that's a tough one.
I know.
I think it's going to be very different like across the globe. So we're definitely seeing very different patterns in Germany and the UK versus like Australia, New Zealand, and the US. So I think the US is probably going to get out of this relatively quickly. So my hunch would be that we were getting out of that already like second half of next year. Europe might take considerably longer, but I wouldn't honestly expect too much improvement of the general sentiment over the next 3 quarters. I think those are going to be a bit of a reckoning. That's my personal sense.
Thank you. How about you, Juan?
I can repeat what I read. I'm not an economist, so everything that I read is 3 to 5 quarters. And everything that I read is like it's not the regular recession. All of the metrics are a bit off, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it also the complexity also increases with the how Europe is located and looking at the war as well. Okay, thank you both. I had fun. I hope you did too.
Always.
Then that's it. Thank you for listening and enjoy the party.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your insights. And yeah, that's it for today. Thanks for joining us here. And as Pepe already said, of course, we will have an after party. So feel free to join us in Club Soda at around 6:30. There will be a lot of free drinks.
Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, Mom, we made it. La la la, ooh.
It's been 10 years now. Back then, 10 years ago, we wanted to create our own thing, and we wanted to do something different.
I think it reminds us, as we've been here before, what we all have achieved in the last 5 and then ultimately now 10 years.
I think we can all be super proud on what's been going on here. All of this is not because of us, but it's because of this whole team.
From the beginning on, we always had an operational team, trying to provide that in an efficient and effective form. That has always been the core idea of Project A.
As long as we have a team like this, we won't fail. We'll be successful.
We are that one VC in probably the world that, because of this operational VC approach, is really making companies more successful based on people coming, supporting, and really changing the way companies work, making them better, supporting them, helping them. Project A is a way to work and to live and to be with each other. For me, this trip here was seeing exactly that. So Tuscany really means Project A to me. So it's a very interesting combination.
It's beautiful, yeah, but it's not easy to come here.
We have an awesome company event here for 1 week.
We're having a focus week where we are with the whole company celebrating this anniversary and also getting together, getting to know each other.
But I think it was worth it to kind of keep up the spirit from back then. And it's like a super nice continuation of the tradition that we started 5 years ago.
It's very important for all of us to come together, have a good time, and also, really have good personal connection, because I think this just makes teams a lot stronger.
Project A is authentic, hands-on.
Project A is unique, innovative, and a little bit crazy. For the future of Project A, I envision to work with likable and crazy people and great things.
We want to focus on building more companies, helping more entrepreneurs, building out an even more successful team.
We will probably grow in our investment products, start going into different stages of investments, but this is just the beginning and there's much more to come.